Chapter 581. In Blue Mountain Island's forest, in the Resistance's base, Kalat, who was sitting in a wheelchair, raised his bald head and looked at the sunlight that scattered through the cave entrance. His eyes were filled with unconcealable joy. He could clearly sense that ever since God's return to the land and the promulgation of the Ten Commandments, he had changed the past bloodshed and chaos. From time to time, he would give his believers guidance that was filled with wisdom and radiance. Furthermore, with his insight into all things, he actively intervened in the situation above the sea in an attempt to help the Resistance and all the Rorsted people. Although it was difficult, it still allowed them to see the light of dawn. Perhaps this is the true meaning of returning to the land. Kalat recalled the revelation he had just received and guessed that the red-haired woman named Elaine was the key to stirring Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, stirring the balance of power above the sea, and stirring the balance between the various countries. And only when the situation in the world became chaotic would the Rorsted people have an opportunity. Kalat took a deep breath and quickly set up a ritual. He prayed to see God and copied Elaine's picture. After doing all of this, he instinctively turned his head to the other side with a complicated expression. Living in that direction was the high priest of the Church of the Sea God. Living there were religious figures who were originally part of the upper echelons of the Resistance. Although they didn't dare defy the revelation and had indeed made huge changes, there are many details where they are still immersed in the past. They are stubborn, conservative, backward, and barbaric. They refuse to embrace a more civilized church. If they continue like this, there will be a day when they will be abandoned by God. Kalat couldn't hide the smile in his heart, but he also felt a baffling sense of sorrow. After flipping through the prayers of his believers and choosing the responses he gave, Klein returned to the real world. He planned on taking the initiative to search for people and also see if there were any opportunities for true acting. As he gripped the handle with his right hand, a ridiculous but feasible idea suddenly flashed across his mind. My true goal isn't to find the red-haired Elaine, but to use this opportunity to make contact with Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy and figure out the outcome of the tycoon, Jimmy Necker, as well as the whereabouts of the ancient documents regarding death. In other words, I only need the red-haired Elaine to lure out Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. As for whether she's real or not, it doesn't matter. I can completely transform into red-haired Elaine and get Donis to send me to Strawman Ozil. I can also collect the bounty while I wait to meet Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. What a flashy move. Klein shook his head violently and found a reason to reject the idea. Although I'm a faceless man, I still can't accept cross-dressing. Could it be that overcoming this psychological barrier is also one of the principles of acting? Besides, I don't understand the red-haired Elaine. Even if I wanted to disguise myself, I wouldn't be able to do it. All she has is skin. It's very difficult to fool people who know her well. That way, I wouldn't be able to meet Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. Yes, it might not be Tracy who's looking for the red-haired Elaine. It might be this pirate admiral's enemy. I don't know Vice Admiral Ailment's background, so I can't assess the level of danger by rashly doing so. It's better to be more stable. I'll follow my heart's will and first find the red-haired Elaine. I'll get the details from her before considering what to do next. At this moment, Klein suddenly sensed something amiss in the living room. Donna's snoring had clearly turned softer. Vice Admiral Iceberg is here. Klein twisted the doorknob and opened the bedroom door. Amidst this nearly silent action, Donna sat up and opened his eyes. He tried his best to hide the smile that flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The captain came just now. She said that Admiral of Blood's fleet has appeared at Longtail Island and is continuing south. It seems like they're about to enter the Berserk Sea. The source of this information is trustworthy. Longtail Island? The southernmost island in the Rorsted Sea? From the looks of it, Admiral of Blood had indeed planned on coming to Byam, but he was alarmed by the confrontation between Cavituous and Sea King John Cotman. He circled around it and headed straight for the Berserk Sea. His intelligence officer, Old Quinn, probably didn't send a wireless telegram to inform him of the matter. Klein felt regretful. All he could say was that his plans didn't keep up with the changes. He had originally planned on hunting Admiral of Blood as the battle where the crazy adventurer and bounty hunter, German Sparrow, would rise to fame. Killing Steel Mavedi ultimately lacks the shock factor. Klein didn't say a word as he calmly looked at Donis. Donis felt a little uncomfortable under the gaze as he chuckled dryly. Admiral of Blood has slipped away. Your cooperation with Captain should come to an end, right? I can return to the Golden Dream now, right? You can contact me through your messenger later. Klein pondered for a moment, took out a pen and paper from his pocket, and wrote down the method to summon his messenger. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the paper flew out like a sheet of metal. Donna's sequence 9 was Hunter, so he easily caught the note with his hand. He glanced at it twice. Suddenly, a crimson flame surged out of his palm and burned the paper into ashes. Ha! Even if I forget, Captain has a way to make me remember. He paused, forced a smile, and asked again, Can I return to the Golden Dream now? Klein nodded slightly. Sure. Yes. Donis resisted the urge to wave his fists in celebration, lest he agitated the lunatic German Sparrow. He smiled cautiously. I'll pay for the room for the time being and buy a ticket. As you know, Byam hasn't been peaceful recently. Captain doesn't wish for the Golden Dream to dock at a private harbor here. At least he knows how to behave. He knows to pay for the room. Klein didn't say a word as he maintained his cold posture. He put on his coat, picked up his hat, and walked out of the luxurious suite. After his figure disappeared from his sight and around the corner of the staircase, Donis shrank back into the room, clenched his fist, and waved it twice. Awesome. That's awesome. I'm finally free. Without any delay, he put on his cap and went to the front desk of the Wind of Azure Hotel to pay for the room and inform them that he wasn't checking out. Danitz quickly arrived on the street and headed straight for a place called the Seaweed Bar. He found the air outside so fragrant and sweet that it made him feel good. After taking a few steps, he suddenly noticed a notice pasted on the wall around the corner. Blazing Donis. Bounty of 5,500 pounds. The notice was only 2 steps away from Donis. The familiar face formed a stark contrast with his cap. Donis grimaced as he revealed a sorrowful smile. He hurriedly lowered the brim of his hat, almost blocking his eyes from looking straight ahead. But even so, he still felt uneasy. He found the nearest department store and bought a gray scarf. He wrapped it around his neck, covering his nose and mouth. Only then did Donis feel a little relaxed. He sped up his pace and rushed to his destination. The Seaweed Bar was a place where local gangs gathered. It was often frequented by famous pirates. Although this place didn't have as much information and resources as the Swordfish Bar or the Amiris Leaf Bar, it had its own unique characteristics. There were many channels at the bottom. What Donis needed to do was to buy an illegal ticket to Galagos. There was no need to provide any identification. He knew very well that, be it in the past or now, his bounty posters were plastered all over the official ticket outlets. Back then, he had obtained a first-class ticket on the White Agate through a similar method. After entering the bar, Donis didn't take off his hat and scarf. He cautiously surveyed the area and found Daniel, who was selling illegal tickets. He didn't head over directly. Instead, he retracted his gaze from the thin, tan man in his 30s and searched for unfamiliar faces. After a round of selections, Danitz squeezed through the crowd and came to the side of a young man drinking at the bar counter. He patted him on the shoulder and suppressed his voice. He patted him on the shoulder and lowered his voice. Help me. The young man turned his head warily and saw a sneaky fellow. The lower half of his face was tightly wrapped in a gray scarf, and the cap on his head almost covered his eyes. He didn't reveal his appearance at all. To put it simply, such attire was very suspicious. This was because this was the Rorstad archipelago, where the lowest temperature in winter was about 10 degrees Celsius. Donis pointed at Daniel. See that fellow? Help me buy a ticket to Galagos tomorrow. He handed over 3 one-pound notes and chuckled. The rest belongs to you. Although an illegal ticket was much more expensive than a regular ticket, Galagos wasn't far. 3 pounds was more than enough. Of course, it was also because the journey was relatively short, so there was no need to buy a first-class cabin. The reason why Donis didn't buy it himself was because he was worried that Daniel would recognize him. If that happened, things would be a little troublesome. Back when his bounty was only 3,000 pounds, pirates and adventurers of the same level or lower would consider the fact that they needed a few people to work together to finish him off. The bounty they received wasn't enough to make them forget the deterrence of Vice Admiral Iceberg and the risk of losing their lives. Therefore, they rarely took the initiative to attack him. Therefore, his safety could still be guaranteed in such a black market. But now his bounty was 5,500 pounds. Even if a few people worked together, each of them would receive a sizable sum. And on the sea, there are many fugitives. Apart from that, many people who felt that their bounty was too low and wanted to prove themselves would definitely choose Donis as a target with his reputation and low risk. It was precisely because of this that Donis was afraid that Daniel would turn around and sell him out. Therefore, he decided to hire an unfamiliar face to buy it for him. The young man held the notes and looked at Donis again. He suddenly stood up and walked towards Daniel. When he passed by some drunkards, he deliberately slowed down his footsteps and whispered a few words to them. When Donis saw this scene, he suddenly became alert and thought of a problem. It was obvious that there was something wrong with the current him. It was very suitable for him to take on another person. Do you think Blazing's reputation is bought? Donis planned on teaching those who planned on taking on another person a lesson after he obtained the ticket. At that moment, he noticed a familiar figure enter the door. It was the famous pirate with a bounty of 2,800 pounds, Blue Eyes Meath. And this pirate clearly knew the group of people who were planning on taking on another person. Blue Eyes Meath and a few powerful subordinates. Without any hesitation, Donis got up and ran for the back door of the bar. He sped up as he agilely squeezed through the group of drunkards and finally escaped the bar. Then, with his rich anti-tracking skills, he completely escaped from the group of people. Donis didn't dare stay on the streets any longer because it was already dark. The number of patrolling policemen and soldiers had increased. He went all the way back to the Wind of Azure Hotel and opened the door to his luxurious suite. He saw German Sparrow enjoying the dusk scenery by the window. Donis' heart stirred as he squeezed out a smile. It's like this. I forgot something. Captain asked if you're interested in meeting him at Galagos. This was a question he had previously concealed. He planned on telling the captain that German Sparrow wasn't interested, but now he realized that if he lost this crazy adventurer, there was a high chance that he wouldn't be able to leave by him alive. P.S. There's still a little more than 2 days left for the double reward. Seeking monthly tickets, please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version website. Chapter 582. Head to Galagos to meet Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina Edwards. Klein was taken aback for a second as he nearly frowned. This wasn't something he couldn't accept. Instead, he could take the opportunity to communicate with her and ask her about trivial details that couldn't be explained in a letter. He might even gain inspiration from this and accumulate information for his subsequent advancement in the future high-sequence potion formulas. One more friend, one more channel. Klein silently recited this sentence as he took out a heavy gold coin and divined if the trip would be dangerous in front of blazing Donis. The shiny gold coin flew up and tumbled down, landing in Klein's palm with the numbers facing up. This meant that Klein and Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's meeting at Galagos Harbor wasn't dangerous. Klein moved his gaze up and looked at Donis. He calmly said, "All right, I thank you on behalf of Captain for accepting the invitation." Donis secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he smiled until the corners of his eyes curled up and his brows relaxed. Klein looked at the wall clock and said, "I'll head to the washroom first. I'll head to the washroom first. Head to the washroom first." Does he mean that he'll be heading out later and will use his identity to help me buy a ticket? Donna's gaze subconsciously followed German Sparrow's figure as he acutely read between the lines. After confirming it with spirit pendulum divination above the gray fog, Klein washed his hands and left the washroom. He said to Donis, "Let's head out." Me? Me? Danitz pointed at himself. Klein nodded as he put on his coat. "Actually, there's no need, right? You can directly find Erland and get him to help you get 2 tickets." Donis offered his opinion with abnormal sincerity. Klein swept his gaze at him coldly, without a word. He put on his top hat and opened the door. Donis shuddered and swallowed his second suggestion, which was to buy a fake ID and use his ability to change his appearance and figure to buy 2 tickets through proper channels. He wrapped his scarf around himself again, lowered his cap, and quickly followed the German Sparrow. After nearly 20 minutes, Klein pointed diagonally ahead where the commotion was coming from. Is it here? It was none other than the Seaweed Bar, where Donis had attempted to purchase a black boat ticket not long ago. That's right. Donis didn't expect to come back to this topic again. He was stunned for a moment. On the way, he had roughly described his experience when he was away, so he did not understand why the German Sparrow wanted to return here. As his thoughts raced, he suddenly had a guess and blurted out, "You don't tell me you want to help me take revenge? This fellow might be crazy, but he's pretty good as a friend. It's obvious from the fact that he risked his life to enter Banksy Harbor for Erland and company." Donis sighed wistfully from the bottom of his heart. Klein shot a glance at him and didn't say a word as he walked into the Seaweed Bar. Actually, there's no need. Donis followed behind as he tried to persuade him without much strength. To him, if he wasn't afraid of blowing up the matter, he would have poured cement over those traitors and sunk them to the bottom of the sea. That would be perfect. The bar was bustling with noise as it reverberated with music that had local characteristics, giving off a hallucinatory feeling. Danitz surveyed the area seriously, searching for the people who were trying to backstab him, as well as the famous pirate Blue Eyes Meath and company. That's Daniel. Donis casually introduced the black market merchant. Unfortunately, this place is too chaotic. I wonder if those fellows are still around, he thought regretfully. Klein looked over as he stroked creeping hunger on his left palm with his right hand. He turned his head and looked at Donis. With his usual expression, he said, "Take off your scarf." His tones sounded like he was instructing Donis to buy a beer. Donis was stunned, suspecting that he had heard wrongly. Klein grinned and said, "Take off your scarf. Don't make me repeat myself a third time." "Why?" Donis' words were stopped by the cold and crazy gaze. He took off his scarf in a daze and puzzlement. For some baffling reason, he felt that the people around him were sizing him up, recognizing him as the pirate with a bounty of 5,500 pounds, Blazing Donis. Klein maintained his maniacal smile as he continued instructing, "Take off your hat. Take off your hat. Go buy a ticket." At that instant, Donis felt as though he had been struck by lightning as he nearly jumped up. "If I do that, I'll be recognized." Under German Sparrow's gaze, his voice became softer and softer. At this point, he already understood what German Sparrow was up to. He wants to use me, who's worth 5,500 pounds, as bait to lure out those greedy pirates or the powerhouses behind the gangs. T. Why did I think that he's a good friend? No, why did I think that he's my friend? That son of a bitch. Donis kept roaring inwardly as he constantly cursed. He had no way of resisting, because he knew how crazy German Sparrow was. This was a madman who even wanted to hunt a pirate admiral. Donis revealed a twisted smile as he shook his head slightly, took off his hat, and slowly walked towards Daniel. Around him, gazes swept past him and paused for 2 seconds before they suddenly retracted. The drunkards retreated like a receding tide, opening up a wide path as though an ocean had been parted. Upon seeing their reactions, Donis was alarmed and worried, but he found the scene surprisingly good. Was this the prestige of a great pirate? Was this the feeling of being looked up to and being the center of attention? Damn it, I heard someone say my name. Someone is whispering raging flame. Donis knew that he had been recognized. Trembling with fear, he moved forward while lowering his hands, ready to fight. Donis? Blazing Donis. In the crowd, Blue Eyes Meath blurted out in shock. His subordinate looked into the distance and said excitedly, "Boss, it's really Blazing Donis. 5,500 pounds. Are we going to do it?" Meath narrowed his blue eyes, raised his left arm, and slapped the back of his subordinate's head. "You stupid donkey. If Blazing Donis was an idiot like you, he would have died countless times over. If he dares to appear like this, he definitely isn't afraid of being attacked. Is there an expert hiding behind him?" Meath suddenly panicked and looked around. He suspected that Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards had secretly come to the city of generosity. By him, through the gaps between the people, he saw a young gentleman standing by the entrance. He wore a black double-breasted coat and a half-top hat. He had black hair and brown eyes. His face was thin and angular. Without needing words, Meath's spiritual perception told him that this was an extremely terrifying existence. His high spiritual perception had once brought him many problems, but it had also allowed him to successfully escape from even more danger. "Let's go." He suppressed his voice and instructed. Then, with the help of the customers, he escaped from the bar's back door, just like Donis. Danitz walked in front of Daniel with his heart palpitating, and he bought 2 tickets to Galagos from the man, who had a look of shock and horror on his face. Even when he retraced his steps and walked out of the bar under German Sparrow's gaze, he didn't see anyone launch a sudden attack. Weren't there many fugitives among the pirates? Sure enough, it's difficult to make a trap that's made on the spur of the moment. Abnormality usually means that something is wrong. Of course, you can also use abnormality to scare the enemy. Unfortunately, Klein pressed down on his hat and followed Donis. At that moment, Donis was pacing around the gas lamp. When he saw German Sparrow come out, he forced a smile. "Can I wear a scarf and hat now?" "Haha, those cowards." "Sure." Klein didn't stop and quickened his pace towards the other end of the street. Donis' pupils shrank. He hurriedly caught up and asked, "Why did you suddenly run away?" Klein didn't turn his head as he calmly said, "Do you want to stay here and wait for the mandated Punisher's invitation?" As he spoke, he took out the paper man, threw it out, and burned it to ashes. Only then did Donis realize that although those cowards didn't dare attack him, they definitely had the courage to report him. If they succeeded, they still had a chance of receiving a portion of the bounty. After running into a secluded alley, he saw German Sparrow stop. Only then did he have the time to wrap his scarf and put on his hat. "Where are we going now?" Donis asked after catching his breath. Klein glanced at him. "To find Erland." The corners of Donis' mouth twitched. He wished he could throw a fireball at him. "To buy a ticket to Tyrrhenius Island," Klein added as he passed through the alley. Tyrrhenius Island was the first island south of the Rorstad archipelago. Yes, there's also a ship to Galagos there. Everyone's attention is now on the liner from Bayam to Galagos. No one would expect us to circle around Tyrrhenius Harbor. Donis followed in realization. On Tuesday morning, Klein personally helped Donis disguise himself, turning him into a mixed-race man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Although he couldn't use his faceless powers, it was at least 10 times better than Donis' previous disguise. They successfully boarded the ship and prepared to head south to Tyrrhenius Harbor, which would take about 10 hours. Whoosh! The liner left the harbor and sailed into the sea. Under the warm sunlight, thin clouds, blue sky, and a rather chilly breeze, the hybrid ship sailed quietly on the gentle waves, sailing steadily into the afternoon. At that moment, Klein was in the cabin, pondering over a content in the Book of Secrets. Donis was pacing back and forth, thinking about how to brag to his companions. Suddenly, their vision darkened at the same time, as if a cloud had drifted over and blocked the sun. Klein subconsciously looked out and saw a huge, pitch-black sailboat in the distance. It was nearly 100 meters long, with sails hanging high, and there were cannons on its side. It hadn't come close, and it was sailing in a different direction, but it still made the surrounding area seem to have a black Sunday. Danitz revealed a complicated look of admiration and fear, yearning and disgust. He hissed and muttered as though he was sleep-talking. He hissed and muttered, "Black Emperor, P.S., double the last day. Seeking monthly tickets. Genius 1 second to remember website address. Mobile version." Chapter 583. When he saw the gigantic black sailboat, Klein's first reaction was fear and wariness. He suspected that the demigod, king of the 5 seas Nast, was here for him. However, he immediately rejected this guess. This was because apart from using the Black Emperor card in the spirit world, he had almost never let the card of blasphemy appear in the real world ever since he set out to sea. There were only 2 or 3 times when it was summoned and quickly entered the spirit world. With the gray fog screening abilities and the card of blasphemy's anti-divination and anti-prophecy characteristics, it's impossible for King of the Five Seas Nast to lock onto me. Klein calmed down, got up, and walked to the window. Together with Donis, he looked at the Black Emperor that defied common sense. The gigantic ship slowly approached in the large shadows. The scene on the deck gradually became clear. The sailors were either cleaning the deck or bragging while leaning against the side of the ship. They didn't draw their weapons, nor did they show any signs of plundering. Near the cabin, there was a mottled stone chair that was 2 to 3 meters tall. Sitting on it was a giant-like man. Before he could clearly see King of the Five Seas Nast's appearance, Donis couldn't help but lower his head. His body stiffened as he trembled, wishing to prostrate himself. Klein also felt the indescribable might and awe. He didn't force himself or continue looking straight at King of the Five Seas Nast. This would likely attract his attention and bring him unnecessary trouble. As a person with many secrets, he still had to lower his head. Klein retracted his gaze and admired the carpet on the deck. After an unknown period of time, he saw sunlight shining again as the shadows vanished. He looked up, but the gigantic, pitch-black sailboat was no longer in his line of sight. The wind was gentle, and the waves were calm. Why did he suddenly come here? Wasn't it said that he was still in the fog sea? Donis frowned slightly as he muttered to himself in puzzlement. That Black Emperor can sail in the spirit world, so it's normal for him to come from the fog sea in a few days. This might be one of the reasons why Nast is the leader of the Four Kings. Klein mumbled inwardly. He believed that King of the Five Seas Nast had been attracted by the Dark Emperor card, but there was a high chance that he could only determine a vague range. Klein withdrew his gaze and sat down again as if nothing had happened. The straight-line distance from Byam to Delinus wasn't long, but it was safe enough. The ship didn't enter the port until dusk. Then, Klein changed his appearance and used his fake identity to buy 2 tickets for the earliest time. He set off again before the sky turned dark and arrived at Galagos in the early morning light. Donis didn't enter the city. Instead, he took Klein to a private harbor and boarded a crude fishing boat, heading out to sea. Nearly 2 hours later, Klein saw a clean and tidy sailboat that was dozens of meters long, reflecting the sunlight with a golden hue. Compared to other ships of the same kind, it appeared extremely special. There was a main cannon along the central axis, and the symbols and patterns on the cannon barrel were layered as they swirled with a weak but pure light. That's a purification cannon. It can only be used 10 times. After that, 6 priests of light need to hold a ritual to pray to the deities to replenish its spirituality, Donis introduced smugly. A charm that can be magnified multiple times? After a certain period of time, there will likely be a spontaneous loss of spirituality. The faction behind Vice Admiral Iceberg is the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, or can it nurture a priest of light? Klein didn't show it on his face, but he was having doubts inwardly. When he first saw the golden dream in Donna's dream, he didn't express any surprise at the main canon. After all, things like dreams didn't need to conform to common sense. Perhaps Donis had seen ironclad warships before and had left a deep impression on the main canon, so it was reflected in his dream. Klein never expected that the Golden Dream would really have such a high level of mysticism knowledge. It was something that ordinary factions couldn't handle. Soon, the Golden Dream lowered a dinghy and quickly approached the fishing boat. Donis opened his fingers before clenching them tightly. He suddenly jumped down and landed firmly on the dinghy without causing any turbulence. He whistled and high-fived the pirate who was steering the boat. He found the feeling of traversing the ocean. However, his excitement didn't last long. His back suddenly sank as a person appeared. I forgot about this madman. Donis wiped away his smile and sat down. Klein observed the pirates, pressed down on his hat, and calmly sat down without a word. Before long, he reached the deck of the Golden Dream and saw Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards standing silently by the side of the ship. This pirate admiral looked almost the same as the last time he met her in his dream. Her hair and makeup hadn't changed, but she had changed her dress into a pair of dark-colored trousers, paired with leather boots. she looked more valiant and beautiful. This time, she looks more like a pirate and not a teacher. Klein nodded slightly and smiled politely. "Good morning, Ma and Captain." "Good morning, Mr. Gehrman," Edwina replied with a smile. She turned around and walked to a spot where the fishing nets were dried. She gestured for the other pirates to stay away as she busied herself with her own matters. Fishing nets, as expected of a pirate crew that's more like a treasure hunter. Is this prepared to improve their meals? Klein followed in silence, not saying a word. Danitz, on the other hand, automatically went to find his closest companions to drink and brag. Of course, he didn't let down his guard. From time to time, he would glance over, afraid that his captain and German Sparrow would fight. He was prepared to call for his companions to gang up on them at any moment. This time, Klein didn't wait for Edwina to take the initiative to explain the reason for her invitation. After 2 seconds of silence, he asked, "What do you know about Tracy?" He planned on asking what he wanted to know before listening to Edwina's intentions. He didn't want to be embarrassed to ask again if he couldn't agree and chose to reject her. "Tracy." Edwina's eyes flickered slightly. "She's a demoness, a sequence 5 demoness of affliction." Demoness? Klein nearly burst out in laughter. He felt that he was fated with demonesses. First, it was which Trissy, followed by demoness of pleasure, Madame Sharon. Then, it was Trissy Cheek, who had become pleasure, and a high-ranking demoness whose voice he only heard. Now, there was demoness of affliction Tracy. Edwina didn't notice the stirrings in his heart as she continued. "She's different from the typical demoness. She has her own ideals and pursuits. She's considered an oddity in the demoness sect, but she will still work for the organization, be it human trafficking or other matters." Different from the typical demoness? Does she give up on her self-awareness and choose to give women pleasure? Klein suddenly thought of the red-haired Elaine. However, he didn't dare to be certain. This was because not all demonesses were male to female. There were also real women who wanted to become assassins. After asking for more details, Klein pondered for a moment. "We met Nast and his Black Emperor on the road. In the past month, matters related to you, Signor Tracy, and Nast have appeared in these waters. This is very abnormal. 4 of the 4 kings and 7 generals have been involved with the Rorsted Sea in a short period of time. This didn't even include the newly promoted Tarot member, Admiral of Stars Catlia. From a probabilistic point of view, it was indeed very abnormal." Of course, Klein had some guesses. He planned on seeing if Vice Admiral Iceberg could give him a refreshing idea. Edwina listened in silence. She pulled over a corner of the fishing net and held it in front of her. She took out a fountain pen, a brass holy dagger, and a small metal bottle from her pocket and the inner compartment of her belt. She placed them horizontally on the open fishing net. They landed there firmly without moving. It didn't seem like they would have any interactions. At this moment, Edwina bent down and picked up a rock that was pressing down on the net, allowing it to fall vertically into the center of the layer that had been opened up. The fishing net immediately caved in, causing the surroundings to shrink. The pens, holy daggers, and vials rolled toward the center and gathered together with the stones. That's about it. An unknown existence has appeared at the corresponding spot of this web of destiny, leading us here, Edwina explained simply. This is like an actual model of the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics. Klein nodded in thought. With regard to this, he was both enlightened and puzzled. The former was because Edwina's explanation was nearly identical to his theory, while the latter was because it couldn't be used to analyze every problem. King of the 5 Seas Nass appearance is due to me. Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy can barely be explained since I've interacted with Tracy Cheek, after all. I can't find a reason for Vice Admiral Iceberg and Admiral of Blood. Perhaps this is purely a coincidence, and the latter was triggered by the former. Klein retracted his gaze and asked about other things. Then he said, "I am Captain. Why did you invite me here?" Edwina gave him a deep look and said, "Your identification shows that you come from Bakeland. Your identification shows that you come from Backlund, and, according to my understanding, this identity isn't authentic enough. There isn't a very powerful bounty hunter named German Sparrow there. The faction backing him is very powerful. Furthermore, he has a rather powerful network in Bakeland. He managed to find out that there's a problem with my identity so quickly. Klein didn't panic as he calmly smiled. Everyone has some secrets. Edwina fell silent for a few seconds and didn't press him further. Instead, she said, "Not long before Cavituous died, you made a sacrifice to it." Klein turned his head slightly and swept his gaze across Donis, who was drinking beer. Cough, cough, cough. Donis felt guilty and alarmed as he spat on himself. Klein retracted his gaze and looked at Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina without admitting or denying it. Edwina continued with an unperturbed expression. After Cavituous's death, the sea god is still responding to his believers. P.S. I originally said that I would be able to steadily update until I get home, but I ended up having a stomach flu and a slight fever today. All I can do is fill in the blanks. I'll take half a day off tomorrow, and I can only write the chapter at night. Sigh, with a blank page, I can write it more easily. Also, I'm begging for monthly votes when I'm sick. There's more than one day left. Genius. Remember this site's address in a second. Mobile version. Chapter 584. Lord of the Mysteries applies for another half-day leave. Currently in the middle of typing. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 585. What is she suspecting? Klein looked straight into Edwina's eyes without shifting his gaze away or dodging it. After knowing that Donis had revealed to Vice Admiral Iceberg that he had sacrificed himself to Cavituous before its death, Klein had made the corresponding preparations. If he wasn't standing on the shipboard but sitting on the sofa, he definitely would have crossed his right leg and leaned back, calmly giving an answer. A smile appeared on his face as he raised his left palm and introduced it in a relaxed tone. My glove is called Creeping Hunger. Klein believed that Donis, who had witnessed his battle, had definitely informed his captain of the exact details. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, who was on par with Vice Admiral Hurricane Zillings, to guess that he had obtained Creeping Hunger. In that case, taking the initiative to reveal, it clearly gave him a psychological advantage over being exposed by her. And there were two reasons for his sudden mention of this matter. First, it was to vaguely tell her that there was an organization backing me, an organization that could kill Vice Admiral Hurricane and orchestrate Cavituous's death, as well as respond to its believers in its stead. Second, it was to warn Edwina not to attempt to investigate or delve deeper into the matter. Otherwise, the instant death of Vice Admiral Hurricane would be a perfect example. At such a moment, Klein still took into account the German Sparrow's persona. He didn't directly threaten her, nor did he deny it. Instead, he simply replied with a calm but crazy tone. Edwina Edwards nodded slightly and suddenly changed the topic. I plan on providing some aid to the resistance in the Rorstad archipelago, mainly food and cloth. Aid? Is the faction backing her hostile to Rouen, or is she just trying to discuss the Church of the Storm? Klein wiped away his smile and calmly replied, This has nothing to do with me. This has nothing to do with me. I won't leave anything behind, he silently added in his heart. Edwina turned her head and raised her arm to point at blazing Donis, who was drinking and secretly looking in their direction. I will entrust him with full authority, including contacting the resistance, confirming the time, and arranging for a private harbor. I hope you can provide some protection. Donis spat out a golden waterfall from his mouth. Ha ha, pu bang bang bang. The two pirates sitting next to him laughed so hard that they bent over and punched the deck, spitting out the beer they had just drunk. One of them had a very dark complexion, as if he was covered with a layer of iron. The other had a rather thick waist. Although he wasn't fat overall, he didn't have any lines to speak of. Edwina retracted her gaze and unhurriedly added before Klein could say a word. That's right. You're an adventurer. I don't think you'll reject a job with a good price. That's a great excuse for me. Klein smiled and replied, Of course. He didn't ask how much the payment was, and Edwina seemed to have forgotten to mention it. The intellectual and beautiful pirate general was silent for a while. Senor sent word that he's willing to pay 5,000 pounds to buy the key that belonged to the giant. This was the so-called Death's Key, the gigantic black iron key that nearly caused Anas to lose his life in Byam. Klein suspected that it didn't only originate from the Dark Second Epoch, but it also had something to do with the Giant King's court. In other words, he's asking me if I want to make a bid? Klein was first taken aback before he came to a realization. He couldn't help but mutter inwardly. £5,000? I don't even know if that key can be used, or if it really involves the Giant King's court. If it doesn't work, can I return it? Besides, this matter doesn't have any prior information. Even if I divine it above the gray fog, I won't be able to obtain any effective revelations. Yes, a simple inference is that if it doesn't involve the Giant King's court and involves some other treasure I don't even know about, then I won't be able to use it even if I buy it. The only benefit is that I'll foil Admiral of Blood's plans, harming others without benefiting myself. If it involves the Giant King's court, even if Admiral of Blood buys it, there's a high chance that he won't be able to find the location because it's in the forsaken land of the gods. Besides, my plan is to hunt him. When the time comes, I can obtain the key without spending money. It's equivalent to him buying it for me and keeping it for a period of time. Although this idea is very idealistic, it's not impossible. Klein pondered for a few seconds. It might hide a huge secret. He deliberately mentioned it to make Vice Admiral Iceberg unwilling to sell the gigantic black iron key to Admiral of Blood Seigneur. This was to prevent the latter from rapidly strengthening himself after obtaining the treasure and stepping into the demigod realm. That would bring about quite a disaster. Edwina listened silently and didn't continue the topic. She turned her body halfway and pointed at the cabin's entrance. Breakfast has been prepared for you. Thank you. Klein took off his hat and bowed. As he followed Vice Admiral Iceberg to the cabin, he quickly ruminated over the conversation he had just had, searching for the true reason behind Edwina's invitation. From the problem of German Sparrow's identity, to the mystical item suspected to be creeping hunger, to the sacrifice to Cavituous, and the sea god that should have perished is still responding to his believers. When all of this is strung together, it's indeed easy to connect it to the fact that there's a secret organization behind me with an unknown goal. And the faction that Vice Admiral Iceberg belongs to is very wary and very interested in this matter. Therefore, they got her to test me face to face to see if there's anything to be gained. They're still rather friendly at the moment. Providing aid to the resistance is a form of expression. They seem to be more inclined to cooperate with the organization behind me to a certain extent. Of course, the unknown is always terrifying. Without sufficient understanding and confidence, the chances of Vice Admiral Iceberg and company taking action are very, very low. Haha, if they were to know that the secret organization behind me has only been established for slightly more than half a year, including the world and Miss Zio, who I've established contact with but have yet to recruit, there aren't more than 10 members. Would they lose control of themselves from anger? As his thoughts raced, Klein entered the cabin and followed the dim passageway, passing through wooden doors. He followed Edwina up the stairs and arrived at the brighter second level. Before entering the pirates' dining hall, they passed by a half-open room. Klein casually glanced inside and discovered that the gigantic black iron key was casually placed on a wooden table. This is the proof of our previous treasure hunts. Some of them are just mementos, while others have yet to reveal their value. They require further research. Edwina appeared cold, but her explanation was very detailed. It was as though she was afraid that Klein wouldn't understand what was going on. And when she mentioned the word research, her light blue eyes that resembled clear spring water clearly lit up a little. Proof of our previous treasure hunts? Klein couldn't help but size up the room. At this moment, Edwina pushed the door open further and walked in. She casually introduced, "I'm here." She casually introduced, "This is a gold coin from the 4th Epoch Solomon Empire." Klein turned his gaze over and saw a coin placed in a photo frame. It was dark gold in color, as though it was formed from 2 semicircles of different sizes. It was extremely asymmetrical, and its surface was engraved with a pointed crown. It was very similar to the crown on King of the 5 Seas Nass head. Edwina was like an owner who enjoyed flaunting her collection as she introduced the items in the room. This made Klein think of an acquaintance. Eye of Wisdom, Detective Eichinger Stanton. When it comes to flaunting their collection, they're very similar. Do all people with rich collections have such a fetish? Wait, Mr. Stanton went to Limburg to study abroad for 4 years. Vice Admiral Iceberg's description also mentions Edwina Edwards from Limburg. Limburg's capital is the headquarters of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Mr. Stanton also admitted that he converted to the God of Knowledge and Wisdom while studying abroad. Could the faction behind Vice Admiral Iceberg be them? Klein listened in thought until Edwina stopped in front of the gigantic iron-black key. Just like what he saw in his dream, the key was about the size of a 7-string zither. An ordinary human would need to hug it to move it. It was dull and ancient in appearance. The patterns on its surface are similar to the style of the City of Silver. It has obvious characteristics of giants. Klein nodded and was just about to retract his gaze when he heard Edwina say, "You can study it." "Let me study it? You probably don't know how many potential problems I've triggered in the past. If you let me study it freely, I'm afraid I won't be able to see the golden dream later." Klein lampooned himself as he reached out his right hand towards the black iron key that belonged to a giant. He only felt that it was cold to the touch. No matter how much spirituality he injected into it, it was useless. "Unfortunately, I can't directly bring it above the gray fog to study it." Klein retracted his right hand and shook his head indiscernibly. He moved his gaze and saw a book made of goatskin on the same table. The dark brown cover had a line of ancient Fasak words on it. Gu Rosel's Travels. This came from a sunken ship at the bottom of the sea. It has been soaked for 165 years without any damage, Edwina introduced. It records a story. A giant named Gu Rosel decided to head to the nation of Frost to hunt the king of the north, a powerful frost dragon. Along the way, he encountered companions. There were female elves, devout ascetics, nobles from the Solomon Empire, and soldiers from Rouen. The story progressed to the point where they encountered the king of the north, but it suddenly stopped. It's not that there aren't any, but the last few pages are difficult to open despite all means. You can give it a try. It's not a journal, but a book? That's rather strange. To place characters from different epochs and eras together, it should be a product of modern times. Klein flipped through the book, letting the yellowish-brown pages slide past. The content wasn't much different from what Edwina had described, but the plot appeared abrupt and disjointed. It made Klein suspect if he had missed out on a segment. For example, the protagonist would instantly turn from strangers to familiarity after their encounter. Soon, he reached the last few pages and realized that they were indeed stuck together. He couldn't pry them apart no matter what. This effect can likely be dealt with above the gray fog. I wonder what accidents will happen. Klein turned his head to look at Vice Admiral Iceberg. Edwina fell silent for a moment before saying, "If you want it, I can sell it to you. If you want, I can sell it to you. I've studied it for many years, but I haven't found anything. However, I have a condition." "What condition?" Klein returned with a question. Edwina pursed her lips and said, "If you discover anything from your research, you must tell me the results so that I won't have any more questions. As long as you agree to this condition, I can sell it to you very cheaply." Klein suddenly felt interested. "How much?" £8,000, Edwina said calmly. Klein pretended to ponder as he nodded indifferently. "I'll consider it." Consider how to pretend that nothing happened, he thought silently. Chapter 586. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina didn't have any change in expression because of German Sparrow's request to consider it. She calmly nodded. "There's no rush. She seems to think that I'm unable to make the decision alone for such a huge transaction. I have to seek this secret organization backing me. Is this something I can't decide on? This is a problem of not having money." Klein lampooned himself, closed Grozel's Travels, and asked in a deep voice, "Do you know who the author is? What was the outcome of the person who once owned this book?" Edwina walked in front of him and extended her right hand. She stroked the cover with her finger. Due to the fog of history, the sinking of the ship, and the loss of the corresponding information, the previous owner can no longer be verified. Similarly, there's no way to determine who the author is. There's no signature on it. We used some mystic arts to do some research and discovered that the goat skin was made at least 3,000 years ago, before the cataclysm. This is also the reason why I believe it's worth at least 8,000 pounds. A book from 3,000 years ago. Apart from dragons and elves, there are also human ascetics, nobles of the Solomon Empire, and Rouen soldiers. These are all concepts that only appeared in later eras. A magical book that hides a prophecy? Or did someone specially use ancient goat skin to make it? But what's the point of that? Is it just a prank? Klein deliberately curled the corners of his mouth without revealing a smile. The giant's name is Roselle. Could the author be Roselle? No. The name Roselle originates from the dismantling of Jotun. It changed a second time when ancient Fasak evolved into Intis, giving it a different meaning. Edwina explained the etymology of the name Roselle in detail. Klein was taken aback as he felt like he was back in school. He nodded slightly and said in an unperturbed tone, "If this is an ancient work, I'm very curious why a frost dragon is called the King of the North. What sequence does it correspond to?" Edwina raised her gaze from Roselle's travels and looked at Klein. Before the first blasphemy slate appeared, there was no concept of pathways and sequences. Furthermore, many creatures wouldn't follow such arrangements. In that epoch, chaos and madness were the main themes. Some dragons might gather many beyonder characteristics related to frost, just like a demoness frost, a zombie's frost, or a weather warlock's frost. This way, it will possess extremely powerful strength and a rather high level. Of course, such a gathering will definitely bring about death and loss of control. This means that if it didn't die, it would definitely lose control and become a monster. However, the dragon itself is a monster. If there are many similar products among dragons, giants, and elves, then it's understandable why the second epoch is called the Dark Epoch. Klein pondered for a moment and muttered to himself, but also as though he was asking a question. This results in a waste of beyonder characteristics. Edwina looked at him for a few seconds. Emperor Roselle once said, "That's right. Everything that separates must gather, and everything that gathers must separate." The emperor said it before. I understand the first sentence. It's another way of expressing the law of beyonder characteristic convergence. What does the second mean? When convergence reaches a certain level, there will be a tendency of separation and rejection. When they don't belong to a single pathway and are gathered together in a very chaotic manner, there will be a separation effect. The more chaotic it is, the more they reject each other. The emperor probably wouldn't have said such words to anyone. It definitely wouldn't be in the sayings that are circulating outside. I guess from Roselle's use of dreams and Madame Lieutenant General surname that she's a descendant of one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, Edwards. The possibility is extremely high. After the emperor perished, their family fled to Lemberg and gradually converted to the god of knowledge and wisdom. What a good teacher. She answers every question. Klein didn't speak further as he admired the other items in Vice Admiral Iceberg's collection. At the same time, he had an idea. It was to ask Little Sun through the world at the tarot gathering to see if he knew anything about Roselle's travels. Of course, to prevent the hanging man from figuring out that there was something amiss with the world and thus detect the fool's abnormality, he decided to communicate alone and block out others. After a brief tour, Edwina led Klein out of the collection room and into the captain's room in the pirate cafeteria. The more special food here is yogurt. You can add strawberries and other jams, or you can directly add honey. Edwina pointed at the row of food outside the door and said, "There are a few types of dried fish that aren't bad either. They come from the deep sea and have yet to be named." As she spoke, she gestured for Klein to take it and bring it back to the room. She then stood up and set an example. Klein took a portion of yogurt made by an unknown person and added a few spoonfuls of honey into it. Then, he picked up a plate and placed pork sausages, butter bagels, and other food into it. During this process, he saw a young man dressed in a white shirt, black vest, and a flowery bow tie. He looked more like a clerk than a pirate as he approached Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina and whispered to her. The man looked pretty good. His hair was slightly blonde, and the roots of his hair were rather black. They were neatly combed to the sides. His eyes were a very light lake green color. His nose bridge was high, and his lips were rather thin. He had a trustworthy bearing. Don't be fooled by this guy's appearance. He's a wolf fish can. It's filled with a foul stench. Donis had entered the pirate cafeteria at some point in time. He came to Klein's side and whispered in contempt. Klein turned his head to glance at him without saying a word. This was because he knew that Donis would take the initiative to explain. Without waiting for Donis to speak, the man with a fat waist beside him said with a slightly shrill voice, "He's the third mate, Jodson. In the past, he was a playboy come pirate. He said that he wanted to steal our captain's heart, but he ended up getting beaten up. He was left behind to be educated. Dodge asterisk T. In short, he's not a good guy." Donis emphasized, "Not a good guy." Another pirate with iron-black skin echoed, "Why do I have the feeling that all of you are the same?" Klein thought and said, "Flowery, bow-tie Jodson with a bounty of 5,200 pounds? Sequence 6? It's indeed a standard German sparrow reaction." Donis looked over and said with a hint of lingering fear in his disdain, "He's not too strong. He's just very strange. When I fought him, I suddenly couldn't use fireballs, and he could mimic my fire powers." A very familiar description. Klein subconsciously looked at Jodson and carefully recalled where he had heard it before. This was very similar to a sealed artifact behind Tingen City's Chinese Gate, Blood Vessel Thief. Klein couldn't recall the Blood Vessel Thief seal number, but he clearly remembered that it could temporarily steal the beyonder powers of others for its own use. Corresponding pathway. Klein retracted his gaze and realized that Donis and his two companions were drinking as they looked over in concern. Recalling how Danitz had divulged the matter of him sacrificing Calvetua, Klein took a glass of beer, carried his plate, and walked to the captain's dining room. "You all like her, right?" Puffed, puffed, puffed. Behind Klein, the sound of alcohol spewing out sounded almost at the same time. From the corner of his eye, he saw Donis jump 2 steps back. He first looked over in horror before turning his head in a relaxed manner to size up his companions. They had unknowingly distanced themselves from each other. The look in their eyes turned rather complicated, as though they had been deceived. Klein didn't stop as he returned to the captain's dining room and enjoyed the delicacies of the morning. After a while, Edwina returned with a plate of food. She drank a mouthful of milk and paused for 2 seconds. "Donis showed me your messenger summoning ritual. It mentioned that a gold coin is needed as a material. I'm a little puzzled. Is this referring to the gold coin of Rouen, Intis, Faisac, or something else? Their weight is different, and the gold content is different as well." Klein thought for a moment. "The gold coin of Rouen. That's also the most valuable gold coin. Anyway, I don't have to pay for it." Klein added inwardly. Edwina nodded. "You have to pay when you receive a reply. Different spirit world creatures have different preferences." Klein tersely acknowledged. He knew that Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina was a researcher of spirit world creatures, so he believed that she could understand what he meant. Moreover, he didn't lie. He only hid the fact that the owner of the messenger could pay for it. "Yes, I once tried to find a messenger, but all I could do was figure out the incantation myself. Not only was it dangerous, but it was also very difficult to obtain a satisfactory one. Finally, I gave up. That's one of the reasons. The other reason is that the simulated power of the dead can't be used to sign the contract. Your incantation gave me a lot of inspiration." Klein ate his breakfast in silence. He didn't explain anything to the other party because this knowledge came from Mr. Aztec's teachings. Without his permission, he wouldn't spread it. After a delicious but quiet breakfast, the Golden Dream approached the private harbor and dropped off Klein and Donis. Donis looked back at the shining golden ship and suddenly sighed. "I feel like my friendship has sunk into the ocean." Klein pressed his hat and said calmly, "Losers can form an alliance." Donis wasn't sure if he should be happy or sad. After changing his identity and forging identification to buy a ticket back to Byam and successfully boarding the ship, Klein finally had his personal space. He entered the washroom and went above the gray fog. He browsed through the prayers of the sea god believers. This time, the first thing he saw was the bald resistance member, Kalat. Oh, mighty God, we discovered red-haired Elaine's whereabouts. She's hiding in the Intis consulate. This was confirmed by a laundry maid and a gardener. Chapter 587. City of Generosity, Biome, inside the Intis consulate. Elaine sat in front of a dressing table, looking at her beautiful but slightly haggard reflection in the mirror. She fell into a daze for a few minutes. The period of her escape from the Black Death was filled with anticipation and torment. She was afraid that she would be discovered by pirates or adventurers, resulting in her being captured by Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. She would then completely lose her freedom and never be able to return to her hometown to return to her original life. Only when she used her family's remaining connections to hide in her country's consulate and obtain a ticket to leave the sea did she relax a little. However, this still wasn't enough to make her feel at ease. She believed that everything would only end when she truly reached the northern continent. With this in mind, Elaine couldn't help but raise her right hand and caress her cheeks, which weren't too fair but were sufficiently healthy. She discovered that the smoothness of her cheeks was much better than when she was a sea merchant. She had the illusion that she had returned to her teenage years. In fact, after entering the Intis consulate, she had another option other than escaping the sea. It was to cooperate with the Church of the Storm, Ruan's military, and some of the consulate spies. She could use herself as bait to capture Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. However, after thinking for a long time, she finally gave up on this plan. She even requested her family's elder, who was a military officer in the consulate, not to tell others that she was hiding here. Regardless, she ultimately didn't cause me any actual harm. Instead, she accommodated me and satisfied me in many areas. Apart from every night, that's just on the surface. As she recalled, Elaine's face suddenly flushed red. Those intoxicating nights, the heat of their limbs intertwining, and the unimaginable pleasure flashed past her mind. She found it difficult to calm down for a short period of time. Elaine slowly took a deep breath and exhaled. She shook her head, allowing her yearning for freedom, her longing for her hometown, and her family to occupy her heart once again. She looked at her reflection in the mirror again and coiled up her drooping red hair. Then, she applied thick makeup, straightened her eyebrows, and enhanced the shadows, making her look more chiseled and with deep lines. After a round of makeup, Elaine had become more androgynous and looked more heroic. She took off her clothes and wrapped a strip of cloth around her chest, then put on a white shirt, a black vest, men's trousers, and a double-breasted frock coat. Finally, she took off her silk top hat and put it on her head, covering her red hair. At this time, in the mirror, she looked more like a handsome young man than a woman, especially her pair of emerald green eyes, which seemed to be especially suitable for this kind of appearance, had a kind of enchanting depth. Helene waited patiently for a while until someone knocked on the door. She picked up her luggage, opened the door, and followed the family elder's friend all the way to the side door of the consulate's garden. A carriage was already waiting there to take her to the port, where she would board a liner to Pritz Harbor in the Kingdom of Rouen, from where she would take a detour back to Intis. Elaine had extraordinary anti-tracking skills, and she carefully examined her surroundings, including the carriage driver. A local native, thin and strong, doesn't like to wear hats, and his facial features haven't changed from when she first saw him. He looks a little nervous, which is normal. After confirming it, Elaine thanked the family elder's friend, picked up her luggage, and boarded the carriage. As the carriage rolled, she pursed her lips and looked out the window, only to see the sycamore trees of Intis quickly passing by. This gave her the illusion that she had returned to Trier. It was a metropolis filled with sunlight, located in the area between the Rhine River and the Strenzo River. The scenery was beautiful. There were many varieties of roses, and the humanities and arts were flourishing. It was a holy land for artists, musicians, and artists. It was the capital of Intis, the first true metropolis of the world after Roselle the Great rebuilt it. It It was also Elaine's hometown, the place where she grew up, the city she often saw in her dreams and shed tears over. After an unknown period of time, Elaine suddenly felt that something was amiss. This was because the surrounding streets were becoming more deserted and remote. As a former sea merchant, although she had been active in the Fog Sea for a long time and wasn't familiar with biome in the Sonia Sea, her Sequence 9 hunter gave her enough vigilance. "Is this the right route?" Elaine moved and cautiously asked the carriage driver. She was prepared to jump out of the carriage at any moment, ready to condense a fireball. The carriage driver didn't turn back as he looked at the road ahead and smiled obsequiously. "Honorable lady, this route is closer, and it's less likely to encounter traffic jams. As you know, biome was built many years ago. Back then, there weren't so many people or carriages. Many of the streets are very narrow, and it's very easy to get jammed around noon and evening. It's faster to walk than to take a carriage." "Is that so?" Elaine thought for a moment and believed this explanation. This was because she had encountered similar situations in many cities. Trier is still the best. When Roselle the Great renovated the old city, he had the foresight to expand the roads. Even to this day, it's still sufficient. Just as this thought flashed through Elaine's mind, she suddenly heard the horse pulling the carriage neigh, as though it was in pain. "Wait a moment. It seems to have stepped on something." The carriage driver stopped the carriage by the side and jumped off. Elaine didn't think much of it, but from the corner of her eyes, she saw that it was a quiet alley with no one around. Her heartstrings tightened, and without any hesitation, she wanted to smash through the carriage and roll out. Regardless of whether this was an overreaction, she believed that she had to do so. At this moment, a strong sense of fear suddenly surged deep in her heart, as though she had been targeted by an extremely hungry monster. The pressure from her spirituality made her hesitate, not daring to rashly take action. Soon after, she heard a deep voice. "I won't hurt you. I'll ask you some questions." Thoughts raced through Elaine's mind as she quickly weighed the various options available to her. In the end, she didn't flee blindly. Under the immense and terrifying pressure, she sat back in her seat. She planned on adjusting her plan of action bit by bit according to the situation. The carriage door opened, and the thin and muscular native carriage driver walked out and sat opposite Elaine. He was none other than Faceless Klein. In order to act as a carriage driver, he had specially practiced how to control horses and carriages. This was a skill that he hadn't truly learned back in Tingent City's Nighthawks team. Due to the lack of time, he didn't have enough control, so he could only use the aura of creeping hunger to successfully make the horses obedient. At the same time, Donis, who was hiding nearby, ran over, sat in the carriage driver's seat, and drove the carriage. His round-brimmed felt hat was pressed low, and he was dressed like a real carriage driver. Elaine warily bent her back slightly, ready to pounce like a cheetah at any moment. She felt the man's gaze slowly sweep across her forehead, eyebrows, eyes, nose, mouth, neck, chest, waist, and legs. It made her feel extremely uncomfortable. She had seen similar gazes and sizing her up in Intis, in Trier, and back when she was out at sea. It was a hooligan, a disgusting fellow filled with lust. But this time, she strangely didn't feel insulted, nor did she think that he wanted to tear off her clothes and was fantasizing about some abnormal scene. Instead, it's more like he's studying food. It's like there's a cold and slippery snake slithering across my skin. Elaine finally couldn't take it any longer. She took the initiative to ask, "What do you want to ask?" Klein, who had completely grasped the other party's physical characteristics, leaned forward, his arms naturally resting on his thighs, and his palms clasped together in a half-solid manner. "Have you heard of a person named Jimmy Necker?" Elaine recalled for a few seconds and firmly shook her head in denial. She frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Did you find the wrong person? He is a wealthy businessman who likes to collect things." "Have you heard of such a person from Tracy?" Klein asked again. "Tracy?" Helene sighed inwardly as she replied seriously, "That's right. No, she has never mentioned a wealthy businessman who likes to collect." Klein looked into the red-haired girl's eyes and said unhurriedly, "Then, Does her room have ancient document from the southern continent's Balam Empire? No, she's not a person who likes to read these materials. She hates reading books. She even needs me to read to her. Elaine revealed a bitter smile. What is she looking at? Klein asked without changing his tone. Roselle's classics and the current popular love stories. Elaine answered honestly. Klein nodded. Does she have a collection room? Yes, but apart from her and a few mysterious visitors, no one else can enter, including me, Elaine said as she recalled. Klein fell silent for a few seconds as he maintained his posture. Tell me your story. My story? Elaine pointed at herself in surprise. Klein nodded slightly and didn't repeat himself. Elaine was stunned for a moment. My story is very simple. My father was a member of the Sauron family, the former royal family of Intis. He received quite a bit of wealth, but he was addicted to alcohol, mistresses, marijuana, and gambling. Eventually, he went bankrupt. In order to repay the debt, I chose to accept some of the family's conditions and became a beyonder. I then went out to sea to become a sea merchant. P.S. I've finally recovered today and can be considered to have recovered. As there aren't any drafts, the number of words in this chapter is a little short, and it hasn't been edited yet. I'll have to fill in the drafts in the next 2 days. Chapter 588. As she spoke, Elaine's eyes turned up slightly as though she was immersed in her memories. In the beginning, I sold the steel and coal from Mid-Seashire's west coast to Fainapotter. Then I brought the tobacco, coffee, cocoa, and other specialties back to Intis. This was a coastal sea route. It was relatively safe, but the competition was intense. In order to escape my predicament, I worked hard to raise my sequence while saving up my capital, hoping to do colonial trade. Unfortunately, just as I familiarized myself with the sea route and made a killing, I encountered Tracy, who was still Ailment Maiden and not Vice Admiral Ailment, on my second trip to West Balam. Back then, she only had one ship, but she was very strong. My partner and I tried our best to resist her, but we were unable to salvage the situation. She doesn't have the habit of killing indiscriminately. She only stole the goods, as well as me. As expected of an oddity among demonesses, Klein quietly listened and used his clown's powers to suppress his embarrassment as he asked expressionlessly, "Why are you here?" He asked without expression, "How far have you progressed?" "No." Elaine instinctively denied. She was the one who forced me. I didn't want to die. I could only choose to endure it. Besides, she's a woman. There's no need to react so intensely. If I were to ask if the two of you had a relationship beyond friendship, wouldn't you jump off here? It's only because I'm kind-hearted that I didn't be so direct in consideration of your shame. Sigh. Under the crazy German sparrow mask, I'm a gentleman. This is my truest self. Klein's expression didn't change as he asked, "What kind of cuisine do you prefer? Do you have any special favorites? Is it sweet, salty, or in the middle? What food do you hate? What things are you allergic to? Do you have a palate? If so, what is it?" These questions made Elaine feel like she was in a dream. It wasn't realistic enough. She never expected him to ask such a question. It was like a suitor asking about his crush's preferences. No suitor would ask such a question. All of this had been indirectly brought out during their conversations, or they had inquired about it through other channels. No woman would like to be questioned in such a manner. This is more like a survey invented by Roselle the Great. What does he want to do? He asked these questions without any expression on his face. I'm scared. Elaine was silent for a few seconds. Under Klein's unwavering gaze, she answered each of his questions. Klein maintained his forward-sitting posture and continued asking, "What's the matter? How do you usually sit? Do you have any habitual movements?" The more Elaine answered, the more panicked she became. She had a strange feeling that she would disappear because of this. When the puzzling and frightening questionnaire was completed, her heart became heavy, and she always suspected that she would have a bad ending. Should I risk it and jump off the carriage when he's not paying attention? Elaine seriously considered this possibility. However, the other party showed no signs of making a move, which made her unable to make up her mind. She believed that there was hope for a peaceful solution. After grasping Elaine's personality, habits, and hobbies, Klein returned the topic to Vice Admiral ailment. What do you know about Tracy? Elaine fell silent. Her mouth quivered a few times, but she failed to speak. After the carriage traveled for a while, she finally smiled bitterly. She has excellent combat skills, and she's good at stealth and curses. She can turn invisible and become light. She has grasped the mirror and wand substitution spell. She has grasped black flames and frost. She can make enemies within a certain range suddenly fall sick, including colds, pneumonia, gastroenteritis, etc. The longer one fights her, the more serious the illness they suffer. Some Beyonders even die from a heart attack. She can create invisible threads to control her enemies. She has a deep understanding of the human body and can very easily cause pleasure through contact. That kind of pleasure. She has active bewitching powers. Many pirates even give up resisting in order to approach her. She's usually rather friendly, but she's very cruel to her enemies. She likes to destroy the beautiful things that others want to protect, making them suffer in extreme mental pain. Elaine didn't elaborate on how Tracy destroyed the beautiful things of others. There were many cruel stories and hilarious incidents. This ailment Maiden had once caused her enemy's father and son to kill each other. She had also instigated an enemy's wife to betray him, allowing him to witness the scene. She's indeed a demoness. A sequence 5 demoness of affliction that's one level higher than joy. Klein had a general grasp of Tracy's combat style. He calmly asked again, "Does she have a mystical item?" "Yes, a bracelet embedded with diamonds. As long as she wears it, it's very difficult for Tracy to be harmed." Elaine hesitated before revealing Vice Admiral Ailment's secret. Klein asked a few more questions in detail as he straightened his body. Is Tracy helping the demonist sect in human trafficking? This was a question that had been on his mind ever since he heard it from Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina. The demonist sect was cooperating with Zangwil, and they were connected to the royal family. They were also involved in an underground ruin of unknown location. Tracy was helping them in human trafficking. Baran, who had been identified by the Hanging Man as the mastermind of many slave disappearances and the disappearance of the southern continent's primitive tribes, had appeared in the upper levels of the underground ruin. The Beyonder guards around Bakelin's biggest human trafficker, Capim, belonged to the Arbiter Pathway, and this is in the hands of the Ruan royal family, the Fainapotter royal family, and the two countries' militaries. These matters that Klein knew formed a line, but he had no idea what it would reveal. Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy was a breakthrough point. What demonist sect? Elaine asked in puzzlement. There's no need for you to know, Klein replied calmly. If you knew what a demonist was, and suspected that the extremely charming Vice Admiral Ailment who gave you pleasure was once a dirty and barbaric man, I'm afraid you would lose control on the spot. There's no need to thank me. I'm a good person. Klein lampooned inwardly. Elaine suppressed her puzzlement and recalled. She did help transport a few ships of slaves in the past year. The other party to the transaction is crazy Captain Connors Victor. It's said that he has deep cooperation with many human traffickers and slave merchants in Rouen. Crazy Captain Connors Victor. Klein memorized this nickname and name. He nodded, and his voice was no longer as low as before. Instead, he asked rather gently, have you been involved in such matters? Have you been a part-time pirate? This very polite and amiable tone made the driving Donish shiver for some baffling reason. He felt that a similar German sparrow was more terrifying than a cold and expressionless person. No, Elaine shook her head. I have the blood of the Sauron family in me. I won't embarrass my family. Besides, Tracy always says that she won't let me be tainted by blood or see the darkness. She'll be the one to face all of this. She must have read too many romance novels. Klein took out a gold coin and flipped it between his fingers as though it was dancing. He didn't avoid Elaine and did a divination in front of her to confirm if she was lying. The answer was that she was rather honest. This is also because I didn't ask her about her emotional entanglements with Tracy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so honest. Klein sighed inwardly as he put away the gold coin. At this moment, the carriage had circled to the harbor, but it was no longer where the ship Elaine had booked was. Klein looked at the scenery outside the window, took out a small metal bottle, and handed it to Elaine. Use the liquid inside to remove the makeup on your face. Why? Elaine subconsciously asked. That's not a question you should be asking, Klein said expressionlessly as he leaned forward again. Elaine felt aggrieved and angry, but she didn't wish to intensify the conflict with him at this critical moment. All she could do was unscrew the bottle cap and take a whiff to see if it was poisonous. Use it directly? She asked. Klein gave a simple terse grunt. Elaine took out a white handkerchief and poured the liquid inside the metal bottle onto it. Then, she wiped her face and quickly removed her disguise. The neutral beauty disappeared, and the lines of her face softened. Elaine's original appearance appeared in Klein's eyes. After taking a careful look, Klein calmly said, "Take off your hat and let down your hair. Take off your hat and let down your hair." Elaine suddenly frowned. She had a nagging feeling that there would be an order she couldn't accept, such as taking off her clothes. She took a deep breath, took off her top hat, and let down her coiled red hair. She immediately looked very gentle and beautiful. Klein straightened his body, leaned back against the wall, and instructed in his usual tone, "Don't worry." He instructed in a normal tone, "You can redo your disguise." Is he a lunatic? After all this trouble, he's back to the beginning? Elaine was furious, but she didn't dare to say anything. Worried that he would make a bad request, she hurriedly opened her suitcase, took out a mirror, and looked at herself. It's so clean. She was stunned for a moment before she quickly put on makeup and tied up her hair. When the carriage stopped, she had already transformed back into a handsome young man. Klein nodded indiscernibly, turned his head to look out the window, and slowly said, "One last question." "What?" Elaine asked nervously. Klein looked up a little, and his facial muscles twitched. Klein looked up a little as his facial muscles twitched. Elaine was stunned for a moment before her face flushed red. It wasn't a blush of embarrassment, but the kind of blush that came from wanting to punch the other party's chin. Klein didn't avoid her gaze. He calmly added, "Don't worry." Klein did not avoid his gaze. He calmly added, "This is an academic question." Seeing that there was no lust in his eyes, Elaine took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and answered his question. Klein breathed a sigh of relief and took out a ticket and a stack of paper. "New identification, tickets to Port Tiana. When we get there, we'll buy one in Pritz Harbor." Elaine looked at him warily, took the ticket and information, and carefully got out of the carriage with her suitcase. She saw the ship she was going to board. Klein followed behind her and watched her leave. From the corner of his eye, he noticed that Donis was having a hard time holding back his laughter. Please remember the domain name of this book. Jiutian Shanwang Mobile Version. Chapter 589. Klein slowly turned his head and glanced at Donis. The great pirate with a bounty of 5,500 gold pounds immediately shut his mouth and put on a straight face, as if nothing had happened. After confirming that Elaine boarded the liner without any accidents, Klein turned around and walked back to the carriage. "Did you hear the conversation just now?" No, a little bit. Donis shook his head with a hollow laugh. Klein nodded slightly. "I have to recall it, or I'll be easily recognized as a fake." "Being recognized as a fake me?" Donis raised his hand in confusion and pointed at his own nose. Klein said without changing his expression, "She's a member of the Sauron family and has extraordinary anti-tracking skills. Together with her subtle actions and performance, it's enough to confirm that she's a Sequence 7 pyromaniac of the Hunter pathway. This suits you very well. You can act it well. Me? I can't. I can't do that at all. Just one look, and I'll be recognized." Donis was shocked. Klein held back his laughter and said in a low voice, "I'll lend you creeping hunger," Roland said. No, I don't have any experience in such matters. I definitely won't be able to hide it from Vice Admiral Ailment's subordinates." Donis was abnormally nervous and terrified as he tried to shirk the responsibility. In his eyes, this was an extremely shameful thing. Only a pervert or a madman could do it without any psychological barriers. Klein nodded in agreement and said expressionlessly, "Indeed, you are rather stupid." Donis forced a smile. "Yes, I'm very stupid." Klein didn't say anything else. He walked past Donna's and opened the carriage door. Donna's subconsciously followed his gaze and suddenly noticed that German Sparrow's sideburns had turned red. He blinked sluggishly and saw that the contours of her side profile had softened. Her eyes were deep green and her lips were slightly pursed, looking slightly weak and swaying. There was a kind of androgynous handsomeness, exactly the same as the Elaine who had left not long ago. After watching German Sparrow's figure enter the carriage, Donis turned around and the corner of his mouth twitched. He was silent for a few seconds and muttered to himself, "What a lunatic, turning into a woman just like that without any hesitation. I have to say, Elaine looks really good in men's clothing. This beyond her power is really useful. If I can obtain something similar and figure out what Captain's ideal type is, I can make the corresponding changes and make her fall in love with me. But in this case, is she still in love with me?" Donis fell into a philosophical dilemma until a cough came from the carriage behind him. He snapped to his senses, drove the carriage, and left the harbor. He planned on making a huge detour before returning. Inside the carriage, Klein wasn't as calm as he looked, although Elaine was currently wearing men's clothing, preventing him from considering the most embarrassing part for the time being. Turning her face into a woman and squeezing out her breasts still made him feel heavy, awkward, and a little embarrassed. Sigh. Changing a faceless outer appearance is very simple. The difficult part seems to be in the heart. To act as a faceless well, there are many psychological obstacles that have to be overcome one by one. If I don't do this, I'll have to spend a lot of time acting as a person for several years. I'll have to be recognized by everyone related to my identity and completely immerse myself in that character to the point of treating myself as the real person. To me, this is a challenge to my bottom line. It's even more twisted and crazy. In order to speed up the progress, I have to overcome certain obstacles. Klein pulled out a suitcase from under the carriage seat and rummaged through the cloth and clothes, completely replicating Elaine's disguise. It was true that he could get Donis to disguise himself when he first entered. All he needed to do was borrow the mystical item made from the faceless beyond her characteristic from Justice for a few days, and there wouldn't be any problems. However, this meant that Donis had a high chance of facing Vice Admiral Aylmer Tracy alone. Without his clown powers, he wouldn't be able to hide for long, and his life would be in grave danger. Klein wouldn't and couldn't let others take on such a huge risk for his matters. Therefore, he could only challenge himself and take the field himself. Soon, he looked identical to Elaine. Under the black silk top hat was a handsome androgynous face. His contours were soft and distinct, and his green eyes were as beautiful as gems. He adjusted his body, making him a few centimeters shorter than before. His shoulders became narrower, and his bone structure became smaller. He looked a lot lighter. His current appearance quickly surfaced in Klein's mind. This was the power of a clown. Not bad. It's nothing much. Perhaps it's because I'm not cross-dressing. It's not much different from changing into German Sparrow, Donis, or anyone else. I'm just a little prettier, and my chest is a little bulkier. If I looked like this back on Earth, I wouldn't have to worry about not having a girlfriend. He curled the corners of his mouth in a self-deprecating and comforting manner. It was a very normal action for German Sparrow, but at that moment, he appeared pitiful and aggrieved. F***CK. Klein cursed inwardly as he hurriedly adjusted his state of mind and immersed himself in his true acting. With the passage of time, he realized that his psychological barrier had weakened significantly. What followed was a sense of relaxation and calmness. He seemed to be more compatible with the potion, and this meant that his digestion speed would become faster. It's indeed useful, Klein silently muttered to himself. He silently got up, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. Once again, he confirmed the danger level of this operation. After returning to the real world, he changed to Elaine's voice and deliberately lowered it. To Pier 6 of the harbor, Donis didn't find anything amiss. After changing directions, he suddenly came to a realization and couldn't help but shiver. It's the same as the real thing. If he were to change into Captain's appearance one day and lie to me, I might not even be able to tell after a while. The carriage re-entered the harbor and drove towards the passenger ship that Elaine had originally planned to board. However, it didn't really approach it. After making a half circle, it arrived at a nearby warehouse. Donis jumped off the carriage and knocked on the warehouse's door in the way they had agreed upon. A group of dock workers who were obviously of local descent came out first and dispersed in all directions. After confirming that there were no other problems, the bald resistance member, Kalat, came out in a wheelchair. "Where is she?" he asked as he looked at Donis. Through Elaine's matter, Donis had successfully established contact with the resistance. Donis chuckled. "In the carriage. She drank a medicine that makes a person lose their strength. The effects will last for another 10 hours. Remember, I'll take 70% of the 1,000-pound bounty." Kalat raised his right arm and waved it. Immediately, 2 thin resistance members boarded the carriage. "Boss, it's that woman." They quickly poked their heads out and said in a local gangster's tone, "Bring her down. Our mission is to protect her," Kalat emphasized again. The 2 resistance members immediately carried Elaine, who was dressed as a man, down the carriage. With the help of his clown's control, Klein pretended to be unsteady and wobbly. He was quickly moved to a room in a commoner's district in Byam. At the same time, Kalat instructed a local gang member who believed in Sea God to find strongman Oziel and inform him that they had found the target. He was to exchange 1,000 pounds for her. As for Donis, he had already returned to the hotel to await further news. At noon, Oziel sent a message, saying that he didn't know if it was real and that he wanted to send someone to confirm it. Kalat agreed to his request. Near evening, a figure appeared outside the house. It was a Ruan man in wide-legged pants and a brown jacket. He was dressed like a local. His eyebrows were very short, about half the length of a normal person's. His eye sockets were deep, and his pupils were brown in color. They were rather angular. Kalat pushed his wheelchair to the door and looked at the man. He asked in a deep voice, "Missile King, should I express my honor that you actually know me?" The man laughed. He was originally the captain of a pirate ship under Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings. After being subdued by ailment maiden Tracy, he became the 3rd mate of her flagship, the Black Death. His nickname was Worm Tongue, and had a bounty of 5,400 pounds. Kalat didn't reply as he spun his wheelchair and made way. Under the lead of a gang member, Missile entered the innermost room. He saw Elaine, who was dressed in a gentleman's attire, sitting by the bed. Her eyes were dodging and glaring as she bit her lips. She was angry, terrified, desperate, and stubborn. "It's her, but I can't be sure. This is because she's wearing heavy makeup. Once a woman wears heavy makeup, it's very difficult to tell her true appearance. Wipe her face clean, and I'll take another look." Why aren't you handcuffing her? Do you know that she's very dangerous?" Missile carefully examined her and warily took 2 steps back. "She's been drugged and doesn't have much strength. Furthermore, she's not putting up any resistance. Since you've made such a request." Kalat moved his chin at a member of the resistance. The member of the resistance rummaged for handcuffs and walked over. He cuffed Klein's hand behind his back. Just like how he had previously shown his complicated emotions, Klein tried his best to show his acting skills. He kept struggling, but he was helpless. Following that, another gang member found some water and used a rough towel to wipe his face. Thankfully, many cosmetics in this era aren't very waterproof. With the towel's concealment, Klein began adjusting the lines and contours of his face. It didn't take long for Mither to see the drenched Helene. He found her in such a state to be extraordinarily delicate and beautiful. Her green eyes were emitting intense hatred and a perplexity that couldn't be dispelled. Unfortunately, she belongs to Captain. Missile's throat moved. As a man and a pirate, he often fantasized that Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy and the red-haired Elaine would throw themselves into his arms at the same time. But that was all he could do. What a disgusting look. Klein nearly vomited. Although he knew that it was directed at the red-haired Elaine and had nothing to do with him, he still couldn't help but have goosebumps. At that moment, he gained a deeper understanding of his true self. He knew that there were certain things he definitely couldn't accept. "It's indeed her." Missile turned his head and said to Kalat, "This is your bounty. He tossed the small leather bag in his hand over to them. Kalat did a quick check, threw it to his subordinate, and pondered for a second. After pondering for a second, he said, "We still need your help." "No problem. Find Oziel directly when the time comes." Missile pointed at the red-haired Elaine in the room. "Can I take her away now?" "Sure." Kalat made way once again. Klein didn't wish to be supported by Missile. He pretended to regain some mobility and staggered out. Missile was afraid of Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, so all he could do was hold her by the shoulder and lead her to the carriage parked outside. The carriage left the city and arrived at the private harbor. Missile led Klein, who was disguised as the red-haired Elaine, onto a fishing boat that had been prepared ahead of time. Under the cover of the night, they left Byam. After nearly an hour of sailing, they saw a ship anchored in the shadows of a particular island's cliff. A huge flag with white bones fluttered above it. Black Death. Chapter 590. There's only the Black Death. The other ships were probably discovered and unable to escape in time, so they stopped outside the Rorsted archipelago. That's good news. Klein retracted his gaze and deliberately bit his lips to show his unease. Looking at Elaine's side profile, Missile lit a torch and flicked it repeatedly, sending a signal to the flagship. Before long, a small dinghy came over and took him and Klein, who was disguised as the red-haired Elaine, back to the Black Death. As the dinghy was hoisted up, Klein boarded the flagship of another pirate admiral. Under Missile's lead, he entered the cabin. There was a blonde female attendant waiting in front. She coldly swept her gaze at Elaine and pointed to the room to the side. "Go in." This attitude is exactly the feeling of meeting a love rival. This Vice Admiral Ailment's charm is really alluring to both men and women. Klein instantly raised his guard as he followed the blonde female attendant into the room with a heavy expression while handcuffed. He originally believed that he would immediately see Tracy and obtain a one-on-one opportunity. He was already prepared, but the carpeted room was cramped. Apart from a wardrobe, a sofa, and a full-body mirror, there was nothing else. Could it be that Tracy is deliberately giving me the cold shoulder to express her anger? Klein recalled the romance and melodramatic television dramas he had watched and guessed at the intentions behind Ailment Maiden's actions. The blonde female attendant glanced at Elaine, who was dressed in men's attire but lacked the androgynous beauty due to her lack of makeup. She quickly took 2 steps forward and opened the wardrobe. She pointed at the many dresses inside and said, "Captain doesn't like your current appearance. Change." F***CK. Klein cursed inwardly. He believed that he could directly meet Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy by using Elaine's male attire. He was glad that he didn't need to be too embarrassed to achieve his goal, but he still failed to escape from the part he didn't wish to face. Seeing Elaine in a daze, the blonde female attendant glared at her. "You only have 2 choices. Change yourself, or I'll help you change." Klein mimicked Elaine's usual actions and inhaled. "Unlock my handcuffs." He turned his body halfway and pointed at the door with his chin. "Then get out." "Hypocritical bitch." The blonde maid cursed under her breath and used the key Missile gave her to unlock Elaine's handcuffs. After she left the room and closed the door, Klein walked to the closet and stood there in a daze for nearly 20 seconds. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and stretched out his right hand. After an unknown period of time, he came before the full-length mirror and saw Elaine's red hair draping over her shoulders. Her green eyes were sparkling, as she was wearing a golden red dress. The ribbon around her waist was tied into a flower, and it was very tight, highlighting her slender figure. Elaine's soft and beautiful face was a little flushed. Her lips were tightly pursed, and her expression was solemn. It was very similar to the feeling in the previous photos. When Klein saw himself in such a state, he felt a little ashamed. However, he had already gotten used to the initial stages of dressing up. Furthermore, there was no one else around. Secondly, he gradually found a different feeling. This wasn't to say that he had slowly fallen in love with such things, but in the process of overcoming his psychological barrier, his self-consciousness had been pulled away to a certain extent. It was as though his soul had flown out of his body, and he was calmly watching Elaine, wear female clothes, and adjust herself in the mirror from a commanding position. He believed that it was a necessary means for a mission, and that there was nothing embarrassing or strange about it. For some baffling reason, Klein found this feeling very familiar. He tried hard to recall and compare, attempting to fix it and grasp it clearly. Soon he found the source. This was similar to when he was playing role-playing games. He would choose a female character, carefully mold her face, and choose her clothes to make beauty pleasing his eyes. There was no wretchedness or shame in this. On one hand, he had an omniscient view through the screen, and on the other hand, he was seriously acting and following the plot. The two were perfectly integrated, and there was no distinction between them. There was no psychological barrier or cognitive barrier from playing a game. Klein's half-closed eyes suddenly opened. He felt that this was the faceless state he wanted. He could pretend to be anyone, but he could only be himself. On one hand, he would integrate into the character and do his best to act. On the other hand, he would pull away his emotions and calmly examine himself. Through these little comparisons, he would recognize himself and find his truest self, integrating and pulling away. This is the practical application of the faceless main principle. Klein suddenly calmed down. The residual shame and changed mentality existed at the same time. With that detached attitude and the attitude of playing a role-playing game, he examined himself in the full-body mirror, seriously looking for areas where he wasn't good enough. Thankfully, I got Donna's to get 2 sets of women's clothes in advance to study the components. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to wear them so quickly and normally. It would have been easy to expose flaws. This is called professionalism. Women's clothes sure are complicated. From the perspective of a faceless, Elaine's facial features and facial contours have quite a number of flaws. She might be beautiful, but to me, it's definitely not stunning. Yes, in this state of mind, I can clearly feel the potion being digested. Klein looked at himself in the mirror as though he was looking at a character named Elaine. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door as the blonde attendant asked impatiently, "Are you done?" Klein's face immediately sank, as though the other party owed him 10,000 pounds and hadn't returned it. He maintained this state as he walked to the door and opened it. The blonde attendant glanced at him and raised her handcuffs. "Put your hands behind your back. You're now a prisoner." As the red-haired Elaine was already inside the Black Death, she wasn't worried that she would suddenly launch an attack. All she wanted was to humiliate her. Klein grunted, half-turned his body, and put his hands behind his back. He felt relaxed because the other party didn't pay much attention to his attire. After putting on the handcuffs, he was led by the blonde attendant to the captain's cabin. The door was ajar, and a warm fragrance emanated out. It wasn't strong, but it was lingering enough. It left one reminiscing, and one couldn't help but fantasize about the pleasure in bed. The blonde attendant knocked on the door, and just as she was about to speak, she heard a slightly deep but sufficiently gentle female voice. "Let her in alone." The blonde attendant's expression immediately turned gloomy. She pushed open the door and gestured for Klein to enter with her eyes. "The most critical test is here." Klein took a deep breath and walked into the room. Behind him, the door closed with a clang, isolating the inside from the outside. Klein stepped on the thick carpet, and with the help of the candlelight on the golden lampstand, he saw a rather beautiful lady sitting behind a desk. Her legs, which were dressed in beige trousers, were stretched out diagonally and crossed. Her eyebrows were long and straight, and her blue eyes were sharp and bright. Her upper body was only wearing a white linen shirt, and the scenery inside could be vaguely seen, but it was also covered by her black curly hair, which made Klein suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. Upon seeing red-haired Helene enter, Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy raised her left hand and asked with a smile that didn't look like one, "Tell me, how should I punish you?" In her hand was a black leather whip. "Lady, let's talk things out." Klein tried to fight off the uneasiness in his heart. His eyes first turned up slightly. Then he looked at the other person at the same level and said emotionlessly, "Returning here is already the greatest punishment. Everything else is just an additional punishment." You're still as stubborn and always wavering. Tracy stood up. Her figure was slender and graceful. Under the candlelight, the shadows on her body undulated, making her look extremely charming. With a smile on her face, she held the whip in her left hand and walked towards the red-haired Elaine without a hint of suspicion. During this process, Klein noticed that she wore a diamond-studded bracelet on her right wrist. The mystical item that Elaine described? It can negate most of the damage. Klein, who had planned on attacking the moment the distance between them closed, resisted the urge. Yo, they've handcuffed you. That's pretty good. We've never played such games before, Tracy said with a smile, but her blue eyes seemed to contain an ocean of storms. Lady, your lines are a little terrible. Klein pursed his lips tightly and didn't say a word. Tracy walked in front of him, raised her right hand, and slid it down his cheek. Returning here is the greatest punishment. As she spoke, her eyes turned misty, making her look extremely alluring. I don't think you usually think so. Although you were always very resistant in the beginning, you tend to be more passionate than me later on. Before she finished her sentence, Klein's left palm strangely pulled out from the handcuffs. At lightning speed, he grabbed the bracelet on her wrist and yanked it down. At the same time, the hand was covered in a layer of gold. Two bolts of lightning suddenly lit up in Klein's deep green eyes. This was creeping hunger, this was psychic piercing, and the ability he had used to escape the handcuffs belonged to magicians. It was bone softening, which Klein rarely used. He had long planned and prepared for what he would do after infiltrating. It was to find an opportunity to fight Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy one-on-one and kill her without holding back. Only by doing so would he have a chance of defeating a pirate admiral. Only by doing so would he be able to severely injure and capture her. And even if that didn't work, it didn't matter if he killed her. Klein was already very familiar with channeling the spirit above the gray fog. He wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to obtain any intelligence. A human trafficker didn't deserve any pity or soft-heartedness. In addition, in order to prevent himself from being discovered, he only brought creeping hunger, which was the easiest to detect and best at disguising himself. The other mystical items had been placed back in the mysterious space above the gray fog. Furthermore, he was inside the Black Death, and there were many hostile Beyonders around him. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly. This was also to avoid Tracy's ailment powers. The longer he fought her, the worse the ailment would be, and the more terrifying it would be. At that instant, the diamond-studded bracelet left Tracy's wrist. Klein's green eyes lit up with lightning. After the beautiful and charming Vice Admiral Ailment, she was still in a daze. All she did was instinctively retreat. She couldn't believe that Elaine would attack her, nor could she believe that she had such reactions and abilities. Genius in a second memory site. Mobile version. Chapter 591. Tracy saw two bolts of lightning flash in Elaine's beautiful emerald-like eyes. They were silvery white and dazzling as they completely filled her vision. Her beautifully curved chin was raised as though she was about to let out a scream of extreme pain. However, she froze on the spot, shattering like an illusion. The full-body mirror placed in the room cracked and rapidly disintegrated, scattering all over the ground. Mirror substitution technique. Tracy's figure, dressed in a pure white shirt, beige trousers, and pitch-black leather boots, appeared in the corner of the full-body mirror. Before she could catch her breath, she heard heavy footsteps. She saw the red-haired Elaine's dress flutter as she charged over like a tank. The glove on her left hand was pale with hints of a dark green. Klein had already switched to his zombie state. His muscles tensed up as his strength increased. The lotus leaf on his sleeve fluttered as he clenched his fist and smashed it at Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy like a hammer. Bang, bang, bang. Although he maintained Elaine's appearance, his movements were like that of a ferocious beast. He was ferocious and unyielding as he delivered punch after punch and kick after kick. He struck Tracy so hard that she could only try her best to parry without finding the time to use her other Beyonder powers. If it wasn't for the fact that the Demoness of Affliction's corresponding Sequence 9 was Assassin, making her possess extraordinary skills in combat and dodging. This barrage of attacks would have severely injured Tracy. Bang! 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 Klein's fist emanated a frosty white aura. Every contact with ailment made in Tracy would cause her to tremble slightly as ice gradually formed on the surface of her body. This was a zombie's mastery of the powers of frost. Seeing her blood gradually stiffen, Tracy no longer hesitated as she took the punch head-on. Her mouth, which had turned pale, opened slightly and let out a shapeless scream. Along with this scream, a dark blue illusory halo surged out from her body. Everywhere it passed, frost condensed, layer upon layer. In just a second or two, she and Klein were already inside the frozen world. They were surrounded by thick, transparent ice and covered with soft white frost. The two seemed to be very close to each other, but they had to break through many obstacles before they could meet again. Tracy's valiant and beautiful face revealed a smile as her body burned with a silent black flame from the inside out. They quickly melted the surrounding ice, opening up a path for the ailment maiden to counterattack and seize the initiative. At this moment, she saw Elaine, who was usually weak and indecisive, snap her fingers without changing her expression. An unnoticed match ignited, and the crimson flames soared, instantly covering the figure in the red dress. Tracy's pupils constricted as her spiritual intuition gave her an ominous feeling. In the silent black flames behind her, Klein, who was still in Elaine's appearance, leaped out. He extended his arms and hugged ailment maiden Tracy, locking her arms firmly in place. At the same time, he opened his mouth and let out a sound. Bang! An invisible air bullet shot out, its might exceeding that of a revolver, comparable to the latest rifle model. It tore through the void and accurately hit the back of Tracy's head. Puffed. The bullet tore open her skull and drilled in, but Vice Admiral Ailment's figure suddenly shrank, turning into a broken black staff. Wand substitution spell. Tracy quickly appeared diagonally opposite him. The buttons on her shirt fell off, revealing a snow-white and alluring view. However, what attracted Klein's attention wasn't this, but the blood stained her palm. When Klein restrained Tracy, her palm had turned into a claw, tearing off a piece of cloth from her dress and scratching his thigh. At this moment, Tracy's mouth quickly opened and closed twice. An illusory black flame suddenly appeared from her palm, burning the blood. This is black magic, a witch's curse. Klein's figure trembled uncontrollably. From the inside out, from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, black flames ignited as his entire body rapidly turned into paper shreds. Just as he appeared in another corner, he felt countless invisible spider webs wrap around him. Some were hard, attempting to bind him, while others were soft, provoking different parts of his body. It made Klein, who was an extremely calm beyonder in battle, have his heart beat faster. His ears heated up, and his body turned numb. He felt the discomfort of a cold, as well as the urge to have his blood surge. Compared to Madame Sharon in Tingeon City, Tracy's ability with spider webs was far more terrifying. Klein didn't dare to delay, as he immediately snapped his fingers. With a snap, all the nearby spider webs were ignited. The scarlet flames extended in the opposite direction, surging towards Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy like a tidal wave. Back in Tingeon, Klein knew that the demonists of pleasure spiderwebs were afraid of fire. Instantly, the central area of a room turned into a huge burning spiderweb. Caught off guard, Tracy was swept to her side by the scorching heat. Humph! She exhaled through her nose as a ghostly blue illusory luster surged out from her body, sealing herself in a transparent and gigantic crystalline body. The scarlet flames surged over, melting the outer layer of the ice as she became weaker and weaker. Klein didn't pick up the diamond-embedded bracelet because he didn't know what negative effects it had. To hastily use a mystical item without sufficient understanding was likely to cause harm to the user instead of being of help. He straightened his body and spread out his arms. The glove on his left hand was dyed with the color of the sun. The priest of light. At that moment, Tracy, who was hiding in the ice, felt that the extremely familiar Elaine had an additional holy luster to her. Her brows were brimming with unprecedented determination, and her beauty was no longer frail. She was more like a blooming flower under the sun, a flower that was stained with blood on the battlefield. Tracy shouted with a slightly hoarse voice, "That's right. Who are you? Why don't you dare reveal your true appearance? With me wearing a dress, it's so odd to use my own appearance." Elaine's appearance is more suitable. Klein's mind drifted away as this thought flashed through his mind. Right on the heels of that, he praised the sun. A magnificent and clear pillar of light descended out of thin air. Swirling with golden flames, it completely enveloped the ice and Tracy. The ice rapidly melted at a discernible speed before vanishing. The resplendent, holy luster dimmed as it disintegrated. Tracy's face turned pale. With a roll, she agilely dodged Klein's psychic piercing, which he had switched to interrogator. It was impossible to tell what damage she had suffered from the pillar of light. Light of holiness was the bane of dead spirits and corruption, so it could only be considered a normal sequence 5 strike against a demoness. Bang! 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 Tracy immediately rolled and dodged Klein's air bullets, leaving holes in the carpet. As she rolled, Tracy's figure suddenly vanished, vanishing from the enemy's line of sight. A demoness' invisibility. Klein bent his back slightly on high alert. He used his spiritual perception and the clown's premonition of danger to search for Tracy. However, he didn't discover anything for a short period of time. His forehead was getting hotter, and his lungs felt like they were on fire. His throat was painful and itchy, and he was about to cough uncontrollably. No, I can't drag this on any longer. As Klein's thoughts raced, he suddenly let out a deep laugh and switched to a stiff male voice. He switched to a stiff male voice and said, "Elaine told me all your secrets. She also told me all her secrets." Before he could finish his sentence, his spiritual perception was triggered. This was because there was an intense emotional fluctuation in a particular corner. The anger and hatred couldn't be concealed. Klein immediately turned his body and looked over. Layers of golden scales instantly appeared on his left glove. His eyes were also dyed with a pale gold color, as though they were turning vertical. Silently, Tracy's figure was outlined, her expression contorted in pain. Her extremely feminine, raven-black curly hair grew crazily, spreading out in all directions. A psychiatrist's frenzy. Tracy, whose emotions had already been stirred, nearly broke down in the face of such an attack. She temporarily lost her rationality. Klein seized the opportunity and snapped his fingers. The air bullets flew across the distance between the two of them, heading straight for Tracy's distorted but beautiful face. Suddenly, a strand of thick, raven-black hair swept past. The air bullets changed direction and hit Tracy's left shoulder, tearing her shirt apart. Flesh and blood splattered, revealing her bones. "Ah!" Tracy let out a shrill scream as the black flames in her body surged out endlessly, enveloping her completely. Right on the heels of that, a thick layer of ice condensed outside the black flames. Beyond that, raven-black hair that grew crazily curled up, wrapping around Tracy, the black flames, and the ice crystals. It was as though it had woven a huge cocoon of human hair. Bang! 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 Klein shot out air bullets, one after another, but they could only penetrate the black hair and sink into the ice crystals. He stopped and let his left glove glow with the light of the sun. At that moment, he felt an itch in his throat. He could no longer control himself as he coughed violently. The attack he had prepared couldn't be carried out as he wished. Tracy, who was inside the cocoon of black hair, had already regained her rationality. She raised her voice and shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" At that moment, Klein was stunned for a second. In a trance, he felt as though he had returned to Bakeland, back to the first time he encountered the devil dog. He knew that he was no match for it, so all he could do was shout, "Murder!" and "Save me!" as he frantically fled. Finally, he successfully escaped danger. At that moment, Tracy's shout of "enemy attack" had the same effect. And even if there weren't a dozen Beyonders on the Black Death, there wouldn't be too few of them. Furthermore, there were many high-sequence beyonders. Indeed, it's too difficult to quickly kill a pirate admiral, even if it's an assassination. Klein coughed twice and snapped his fingers. He stopped attacking and hesitated. He turned around and ran for the window of the captain's cabin. His final gaze fell on the diamond-studded bracelet, but he didn't dare pick it up. Firstly, he was afraid that the strong negative effects would affect his escape. Secondly, he was worried that after Tracy recovered, she would lead a group of Beyonders to lock onto him with the help of the bracelet and engage in a sea battle. I can't be greedy. Klein turned his head, smashed through the window, and landed on the deck. Two pirates happened to come over and thrust their swords at the same time. Uft, uft. Their swords stabbed into a paper figurine. Klein's figure instantly appeared behind one of the pirates. He reached out with his left hand, and a ferocious and evil mouth split open in his palm. Creeping hunger bit down on its food. Before the Beyonders surrounded him, Klein grabbed the pirate and strode to the side of the ship. Amidst the sounds of gunfire, he jumped into the dark sea under the night sky. Chapter 592. The ice-cold seawater instantly drowned Klein, drenching his golden-red dress, making it as heavy as a rock as it dragged him down. But at the same time, creeping hunger had also eaten the pirate, reducing the weight of an entire person. Klein didn't attempt to float up, and instead continued sinking. He could vaguely hear a few splashes coming from afar across the waves. It was as though pirates from the Sailor Pathway were in relentless pursuit. This was their home turf. They could move around like fish for a very long period of time. Klein didn't panic. As a magician who didn't perform unprepared, he had obviously considered the evacuation plan if the operation failed. After all, nothing was guaranteed to succeed. Although he didn't bring any mystical items or cash with him in order to best impersonate Elaine and prevent Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy from discovering any flaws, he had even thrown the charms related to the water and wind domains above the gray fog. However, this didn't hinder him from doing his best. As a deity, a blessed, and a believer, he had all sorts of miraculous actions to deal with such situations. He quickly turned creeping hunger pale and dyed it a dark green. The surrounding seawater froze, turning into layers of white frost. Before the white frost completely turned into ice crystals, Klein's back muscles moved as he spread his arms to the sides. With the strength of a zombie, he shattered the frost and sent it flying into the seawater a little further away. This way, he temporarily had a narrow space around him that didn't have any seawater. The water instantly surged in a bid to fill the empty space. Klein extended his left palm and released a terrifying chill once again. It spread out and created walls of seawater and ice. Momentarily, he felt as though he was in an ice prison in the sea. He could stand and speak, but he was limited to a relatively narrow space. Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and chanted the names of the celestial worthy of immeasurable for blessings. He quickly sent his spirit body above the gray fog. Just as his figure appeared on the fool's high-back chair, he picked up the sea god's scepter that had long been placed in front of him. Without needing to identify it, Klein had a thought and selected the light spot that symbolized the newly promoted sea god believer, German Sparrow. Following the connection that he had established in advance, he raised the ivory scepter and made the blue gems emit a hazy glow. He responded to the believer and cast layers of spell-like effects on himself, including but not limited to underwater breathing, freedom of movement, and pressure resistance. Finally, he used the paper angels to interfere with divination and issued an order to the surrounding underwater creatures to help and cover German Sparrow's escape. After doing all this, Klein did not delay. He immediately returned to the real world and regained control of his body. At this moment, the pressure of the seawater had already broken through the constantly melting ice wall, once again engulfing that independent space. However, Klein could already breathe smoothly and swim quickly. Through the rippling, crystalline water, he saw fish swim over. He saw a shadow rise from the bottom of his feet as a gigantic monster of unknown species floated up at high speeds. It was a strange-looking brownish-red octopus. It was so large that it seemed to be able to use its tentacles to wrap around the entire ship. It spat out ink into the surroundings, dyeing the nearby waters black. The few Sailor Pathway Beyonders who were searching for and pursuing the attacker suddenly felt their vision turn dark as their bodies turned numb. They didn't know what had happened, but they immediately surfaced to deal with the abnormalities on their bodies. By the time they dove down again to search for the enemy, they had completely lost track of Klein. At this moment, Klein was swimming leisurely at the bottom of the sea. He even had the time to think about his actions and evaluate his gains and losses. I was sufficiently prepared to act as Elaine, making Tracy, who had shared a bed with her for countless nights, fail to immediately see through me. This facilitated the digestion of the potion. During the process, I even overcame my psychological barriers and found a state of mind that allowed me to blend in and separate myself. This was extremely helpful for the digestion of the potion. I basically did my best during the battle. It was considered a prepared performance, but I still underestimated the strength of a Sequence 5 Demoness of Affliction. I underestimated the experience of a Vice Admiral Ailment who had reached this level step by step. Even if she had lost her mystical item from the beginning, it would be difficult for me to kill her quickly with my current strength and sealed artifacts unless I used the Sea God Scepter. But this is in the waters of the Rorstad Archipelago. It's very obvious from today's battle that I'm still lacking a powerful offensive mystical item. Faced with the fact that his operation had failed, Klein was undoubtedly disappointed, but he wasn't depressed. This was because the matter wasn't over yet. He planned on writing to Mr. Aztec to see if he was interested in the ancient documents related to death, and if he had the time to make a trip over. Before Klein left the captain's cabin, he snapped his fingers to ignite the men's clothes he had changed out of in the wardrobe, as well as his hair and dander. On the surface, it seemed like he was trying not to leave any traces, but in fact, it was a disguise and deception. What he wanted to hide was the hair and buttons that he had secretly thrown into certain rooms after entering the cabin without anyone noticing. When Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy was misled into believing that the attacker was afraid of exposing her identity and being cursed from afar, she carefully wiped away all traces of herself. It was very difficult for her to get the pirates to seriously check if there were any similar items left behind. With the hair and buttons, Klein could use divination to lock onto the Black Death's location within a certain period of time. This way, as long as Mr. Aztec expressed his wishes, he could quickly bring him to Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. Sigh. I originally thought that I wouldn't need Mr. Aztec's help and that I could succeed on my own. I'm still lacking a little. Klein sighed, feeling that his pride had been wounded. This was one of the reasons why he didn't seek the help of a big shot from the beginning. The other reason was that he wasn't completely certain that Tracy was in possession of the ancient documents related to death. If she really didn't have them, it would be rather embarrassing for Mr. Aztec to make a wasted trip. Furthermore, he was worried that even with Mr. Aztec's help, he would still need to transform into Elaine and wear her clothes to carry out the operation with himself as bait. It would be too embarrassing in front of someone he knew. Actually, if it wasn't for the sake of obtaining information, and if I just wanted to get rid of Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, things would be much simpler. When I swim back to Biome and head above the gray fog, I can lock on her location and use the Sea God Scepter to create a storm. This doesn't mean that a large-scale attack will definitely kill Tracy on the spot, but that it will attract Sea King John Cotman's attention. When that happens, the Black Death's location will be exposed to the Church of the Storm. Sea King will happily mention Ailment Maiden. Klein shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. He followed the guidance of his seer's spiritual intuition and quickly swam towards the coastline. On the Black Death, Tracy dispelled all her defenses and walked to the diamond-studded bracelet in her tattered, blood-stained shirt. She bent down to pick it up. A very cautious attacker. Back when I was an assassin, I might have been inferior to her. No, Tracy suddenly gritted her teeth. This wasn't only because she had nearly died at the attacker's hands, but also because she felt that the attacker had an affair with Elaine. According to Roselle the Great, she suspected that the top of her head was a little green. Elaine, Are you really that cold and heartless? No, perhaps she was forced. Tracy turned her head to look at the huge and gruesome wound on her left shoulder, feeling the excruciating pain. If it wasn't for the assassin and instigator strengthening her physique and the subsequent enhancements, just that strike alone might have made her lose her entire shoulder, just like the pirates who had been shot by rifles. Blood flowed and dyed her vision red. As Tracy let the blonde maidservant in, she used her own powers to help her treat her injuries. At the same time, she instructed the surrounding pirates who couldn't move their eyes away to search for the items left behind by the attacker. Unfortunately, the pirates told her that the attacker's clothes had self-destructed. This made Tracy recall the snap of the enemy's fingers before he left. She sighed inwardly again. How cautious. And he's not greedy at all. If he had taken this bracelet, I wouldn't have to worry about not being able to catch up to him. Tracy waved her hand and gestured for most of the pirates to leave, leaving only Wormtongue, Missile King, and a few high-ranking members of the fleet behind. Third mate, make another trip to Byam. Investigate where the Resistance found this Elaine, Tracy ordered in a deep voice. Missile retracted his gaze from the captain's chest with great difficulty. All right, Tracy thought for a moment and added, spread the word that I'm seriously injured and won't be able to recover for a long time. Spread this news. Say that I'm seriously injured and won't be able to recover for a long time. After giving out orders, Tracy's surroundings quickly returned to silence. Only at this moment did she have the time to think about which faction the attacker came from, why he wanted to deal with her, and what his motives were. However, the more Tracy thought about it, the more she felt that it was like a fog. She couldn't see the truth at all. Although she had many enemies, none of them had similar powers. However, the more Tracy thought about it, the more she felt that it was like a fog. She couldn't see the truth at all. Although she had many enemies, none of them had similar abilities. Finally, she found a clue and whispered to herself. Creeping hunger? Midnight, Blue Mountain Island's private harbor. A female figure suddenly stood up from the receding seawater. It was Klein, who was still disguised as Elaine. Surrounded by seawater, he quickly went ashore and snuck into a nearby fisherman's house. He found a set of tattered clothes and changed into them, transforming back into the appearance of German Sparrow. Leaving behind the expensive dress as compensation, Klein quickly left the private harbor and returned to the city of Generosity, Byam, before dawn. He wasn't in a hurry to rendezvous with Donis. He randomly found a small hotel to stay in and used a ritual to bring the mystical items, such as Aztec's copper whistle, and his wallet back to the real world. After confirming that he could divine the location of the Black Death, he blew the copper whistle. Genius 1, second remember site address. Mobile version, M. Chapter 593. When he put down the copper whistle, Klein had already activated his spirit vision. He saw the illusory white bones on the ground weakly as they slowly formed a gigantic body. If the same scene from before was described as a fantastical fountain, then this was just an ordinary faucet that had been turned upside down. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched indiscernibly as he pretended not to notice anything amiss. After a few seconds, the skeleton messenger was finally pieced together. Its nearly 4-meter-tall body penetrated the ceiling once again as the pitch-black flames in its eye sockets burned silently. Klein neatly folded the letter he had previously written and threw it upwards. In the letter, he described in detail the tycoon, Jimmy Necker, the death documents unearthed from the southern continent's Balam Empire mausoleum, the relationship between Vice Admiral Hurricane Zillings and Vice Admiral Elma Tracy. He also mentioned that he had completed an infiltration. Although the assassination had failed, he had left behind an item that could be used to determine the location of the Black Death. Of course, he didn't mention how he had infiltrated. All he did was roughly replicate Vice Admiral Aylma Tracy's combat techniques and style. When a messenger received the letter with a hand that could send an adult flying, Klein coughed and cleared his throat. I already have a messenger that belongs to me. The pitch-black flames in the skeleton messenger's eye sockets clearly pulsed twice as its body suddenly disintegrated. It plummeted like a waterfall and drilled into the wooden floorboards. Now, there's no need to be afraid of becoming my messenger, right? Am I that irritating to you? Hmm. It's likely that these messengers from the underworld can't bear to part with Mr. Aztec. After all, he's a direct descendant of death. Perhaps they aren't even separated by a generation. Cozying up to someone powerful, I get it. Klein was just about to pack up and check out when his nose suddenly itched as he sneezed. Achoo! Achoo! Cough! Cough! His nose was running, and he was coughing as his forehead slowly but firmly burned. Oh no, Vice Admiral Ailment's ailment is still lingering in my body, and I rushed back to Biome while braving the cold winds of about 10 degrees Celsius. This time, I'm really sick. Klein used inferior toilet paper to blow his nose, wondering if he should summon himself and move around in his spirit body state to allow his body to recover. After serious consideration, he felt that it was impossible. Firstly, his physical condition would obviously affect his spirit body's condition. There was a close and strange connection between the two. Secondly, if he didn't take care of it, his physical condition would definitely worsen. I'm a little muddle-headed from the fever. Klein touched his forehead and planned on returning to the Wind of Azure to rendezvous with Danitz before considering if he should head to the hospital or clinic to buy some medicine. City of Silver, Berg household. He finally obtained the Radiance Spirit-packed tree fruit that Hermit had promised him and concocted the High Priest Sun potion. It was golden in color and had a boiling temperature. When Derek drank it, his throat felt like it was burning. His eyes suddenly lit up, becoming brighter and brighter, as though there were two miniature suns hidden in them. Circles of bright radiance bloomed on the surface of his body, and visible black patches appeared on his exposed skin. At the same time, his hair grew longer, as though they had turned into feathers that were wrapped in golden flames. Derek knew that consuming a potion at Sequence 7 would result in a similar change. He didn't panic as he gritted his teeth and repeatedly recalled the pain he felt when he killed his parents with his own hands, as well as the hope that burst forth from deep within his heart after meeting Mr. Fool. He persevered in that situation where he was on the brink of losing control. After a while, all his abnormalities calmed down. However, the air he exhaled was still mixed with the warmth of the sun. He felt that his physique had been strengthened again, and he had quite a bit of resistance to ailments and harsh environments. However, this wasn't the main point. Derek preferred the knowledge of theurgical spells that filled his mind. They included Flame of Light, Fear Immunity, Holy Oath, Purification Strike, Sun Halo, Holy Light Summoning, Holy Water Creation, and so on. Derek paced back and forth in delight, feeling that these theurgical spells were very suitable to deal with the evil monsters that lurked in the depths of the darkness. He didn't hide anything and headed straight for the Twin Towers to register his advancement. This way, after a preliminary review, he would have the qualifications to be the captain of a patrol team. He would be able to come into contact with more information about the City of Silver. This includes the method that Mr. World wants to remove the mental corruption in a Beyonder characteristic. As Derek answered the various questions from the registrar, he couldn't help but recall the promise that he had never been able to fulfill. Owing others always made him feel uneasy and uncomfortable. But now, he finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Inside the Amiris Leaf Bar, Wormtongue Mithur King held a cup of red wine and sat opposite Strongman Oziel. He crossed his right leg and slowly asked, "What's the matter?" He crossed his right leg and slowly asked, "Have you found out the exact situation?" He had accepted Captain Ailment Tracy's arrangements and returned to Biome to investigate the fake Elaine. For this, he had found Oziel, who had issued the mission for him. It was impossible for him to directly question the resistance, because there was a high chance that they were cooperating with the fake Elaine. Questioning them was no different from directly going to the Governor General's office to exchange his head for a bounty. Oziel pulled a chair over and sat down. They didn't hide anything, but I'm not sure if they're telling the truth or a lie. As you know, I like my fists more than my thoughts. They said that Elaine was sent by Blazing Donis. He represents the will of Vice Admiral Iceberg, hoping to establish a cooperative relationship with the Resistance and provide them with a certain amount of aid. As for Elaine, it was an expression of goodwill. Blazing Donis? Vice Admiral Iceberg. Missile ruminated over the two names as his expression slowly turned solemn. He leaned back in his chair as his brows furrowed bit by bit. As the former Vice Admiral Hurricane's subordinate captain and now the third mate of Vice Admiral Ailment's flagship, he was no stranger to the other pirate admirals. He knew that Vice Admiral Iceberg was powerful and had a rich collection. With just one ship and a few subordinates, she was able to resist other pirate admirals. In terms of combat strength, she was perhaps stronger than his two previous bosses. But the problem was that Vice Admiral Iceberg rarely participated in the battles between pirates. She was known for gathering information, exploring the unknown, and searching for treasures. She was more like an adventurer than a pirate. Why did she suddenly want to assassinate Captain? This doesn't match her character. She was previously harmed by Admiral of Blood's rumors. She should be focused on exacting revenge on him. Missile sipped a mouthful of red wine and rubbed his forehead with his other hand. He temporarily stopped thinking about Vice Admiral Iceberg and placed his attention back on Blazing Donis. As he carefully recalled, his pupils constricted. He discovered that the familiar fourth bosun of the Golden Dream had indeed been problematic recently. He set up a trap and killed Steel Mavady, Blood Brambles Hendry, and Calm Squall. His bounty was raised to 4,200 pounds. In a very short period of time, he was embroiled in some unknown matter. His bounty jumped again, reaching 5,500 pounds. This has already exceeded mine. Missile muttered silently to himself as he subconsciously thought of Blazing Donis. He felt that he had become mysterious and terrifying. He advanced, or did he obtain great benefits from something? Missile moved his waist as he leaned forward and put down his wine glass. He muttered solemnly, "I originally treated his bounty increase as a joke. Now, the facts tell me that Blazing Donis is a great pirate who is worthy of a 5,500-pound bounty." Missile suddenly looked up and said to Strongman Ozeal, "Help me gather information on Blazing." "Help me gather information on Blaze, the most recent ones." In a luxurious suite at the Wind of Azure Hotel. When Donis opened the door and saw German Sparrow, he looked around warily before making way. "How was it? Did the hunt succeed?" he asked curiously and excitedly after the door closed. "Vice Admiral Ailment is a famous beauty. When I first saw her, she was more charming than I imagined. If she were died just like that, it would be a waste. I should lock her up and imprison her forever. Pooey, how could she be as beautiful as Captain? There are plenty of people with such looks in the Red Theater." Donis thought in a rather conflicted manner. Klein clenched his fist and placed it in front of his mouth as he coughed violently. "Almost," he replied coldly after calming down. "What a pity." Donis sighed in passing. However, he was thinking, that lunatic German Sparrow is really strong. He nearly succeeded in infiltrating the Black Death to assassinate Vice Admiral Ailment. And even if he failed, he would have successfully returned without any injuries. One had to know that the reason why every pirate admiral was famous across the 5 seas, second only to the 4 kings, was not only because they were strong, but also because they represented a team or faction. They had numerous beyonders under them. To be able to escape the Black Death after the assassination failed, it was enough to prove that German Sparrow was in no way inferior to any pirate admiral. Is creeping hunger really that powerful? No. If it were me, even with creeping hunger, I wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Donis increasingly felt that his decision to not resist German Sparrow back then was extremely wise. Klein coughed again and prepared to instruct Donis to buy some medicine for him at the hospital. He then realized that the source of his illness was a little complicated. If he didn't get a doctor to examine him carefully, the prescribed medicine might not be effective. It was the same even if Roselle the Great had invented many practical medicines ahead of time. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't use the gray fog to establish a telemedicine system, I would have gotten Emlyn White to treat me and get me some medicine. Klein went to the washroom to wash himself, changed into his original clothes, and burned the portion from the fisherman. Upon seeing him come out, Donis held a paper bag and went over. He smiled obsequiously and said, "This is the 700 bounty." At this moment, he and Klein simultaneously heard someone knock on the door. The visitor was Captain Erland. The captain dashed into the room and gave German Sparrow a deep look. He suppressed his voice. And said, "I was about to return to Pritz Harbor, but I received another piece of news. Something big seems to have happened at Bancy Harbor." Chapter 594. The Church of the Storm has finally taken action against Bancy Harbor. Klein clenched his fist to his mouth and coughed twice. He didn't feel guilty at all as he calmly asked, "What's the situation?" Erland didn't notice any abnormal reactions from German Sparrow. He retracted his gaze and surveyed the area. "I don't know what exactly happened. I only know that it might be related to the higher powers of the Church of the Storm. And before that, all the shipping routes to Bancy Harbor were canceled. This might be the so-called omen. A high-level power involving the Church of the Storm? No, it should be a top-level power. I suspect that the Pope of the Church of the Storm, the grounded angel, has personally taken action. Even used a grade 0 sealed artifact. After all, there might be a king of angels on the other side, one that's even older than the fourth epoch as well as his descendants." Klein nodded and calmly asked, "What was the result?" He wasn't surprised that the Church of the Storm hadn't taken action against Bancy Harbor until a few days ago. Even though the mandated punishers were known for being irascible and rash, they still had the necessary procedures when it came to such matters. For example, they had to make preliminary confirmations, evacuate some innocent citizens, or seal off the surrounding waters. All of this required time. Erland was unable to discern German Sparrow's true emotions. He sighed and smiled. There won't be a Bancy Harbor for a very long time. As expected of the Church of the Storm, Klein clicked his tongue, curious about the more detailed process. He wanted to know if Red Angel Medici had appeared, if he was really sleeping near Bancy Harbor, and if he had been eliminated by the Church of the Storm. He wanted to know what was going on with the natives of Bancy Harbor. He wanted to know what the staccato speech meant, and he wanted to know what secrets were hidden in the Green Lemon restaurant and the telegraph office. Unfortunately, with the destruction of Bancy Harbor, it was difficult for him to obtain a definite answer. Perhaps there were internal files in the Church of the Storm, but Klein had no way to find out. With the rank of the Hanging Man, it was impossible for him to access such confidential files. Only after I nurture Mr. the Hanging Man into a demigod high-sequence beyonder will I be able to know the answers to those questions. Klein sighed silently as he said, without a change in expression, "That place is indeed very dangerous." Before he finished speaking, his throat felt itchy again, and he coughed violently a few times. "Are you sick?" Erland asked, slightly puzzled. He originally believed that German Sparrow was like him, a beyonder with a significantly enhanced physique. Before he aged, it was impossible for him to fall sick under normal circumstances. But from the looks of it, his guess might have been wrong. Klein replied with a grunt and did not explain further. A question without any value or meaning. It would be strange if she wasn't sick after a fierce battle with Ailment Maiden. Donis muttered in disdain. Erland chuckled and said, "I can recommend an apothecary to you. I can recommend a pharmacist to you. It's more useful than going to hospitals and clinics. His herb shop is in the alley diagonally opposite the Red Theater. He's famous for selling aphrodisiacs, but that's not what he's best at. Does every apothecary develop a similar medicine? That's right, this is definitely one of the most profitable medicine businesses. It would be strange if he didn't do it when he has the ability." Klein nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. "Why haven't I heard of him?" Donis asked in surprise. "He only came to buy him a few months ago. When was the last time you were in the City of Generosity?" Erland asked with a chuckle. "When I was on that crappy boat of yours." Donis replied inwardly. He carefully recalled and realized that in the past few months, apart from this period of time, he had only passed by Byam once at the beginning of his vacation. The rest of the time, he was either drifting at sea in search of treasure or drinking and having fun at other ports. He really didn't know much about the minute changes in the City of Generosity. "I've been in Byam for quite a few days and have been to the Red Theater several times, but I've never heard of this apothecary. This can only mean that his aphrodisiacs are limited in their effects." Donis bragged stubbornly. Elan smiled and didn't argue with a particular pirate. He turned to German Sparrow. He turned to German Sparrow and said, "If it's just a normal illness, the apothecary's asking price will be slightly higher. Besides, to you, it doesn't matter if it's expensive. What's important is to recover your health as soon as possible. Every adventurer doesn't wish to be in a state of illness because it means danger. It means that you will become a hunting target at any time, and it means that the risk of losing control increases. Indeed, maintaining a good state is rather important for Beyonders. However, price is also very important, all right? If the apothecary were to ask for £1,000, I might as well go to the hospital to buy medicine or describe in detail the process of my illness and get a few sets of medicine from the honest vampire, Emlyn White. Although I already have more than £6,000 in savings and a few Beyonder characteristics, I still have to consider the future. I still want to add a mystical item with lethal offensive power, and I still need to seek out clues to the high-sequence potion formula. Klein mumbled inwardly. The high-sequence potion formula couldn't be measured with money in the mysterious world, so Klein wanted to buy the corresponding clues. After Erland left, Klein took the £700 bounty and gave £200 to Donis. He put on his hat, picked up his cane, and went out, coughing and blowing his nose. He prepared to take a carriage to the vicinity of the Red Theater. Donis was very curious about the apothecary's medicine. He stuck 2 mustaches, put on a cap, and followed. After Klein's guidance, he already knew that covering one's face with a scarf was very eye-catching and Bayam. So he accepted the suggestion and bought a fake mustache. In the alley diagonally opposite the Red Theater, the moment Klein entered, he saw a man cowering out of an unlicensed herb store. The moment he realized that someone was there, he immediately lowered his head and hurried away. "Don't worry, we won't guess what medicine you bought." Klein coughed twice again, quickened his pace, and entered the dark herb store. He swept his gaze and was suddenly stunned because the boss was someone he knew. The boss was wearing a black robe that resembled a village witch doctor. He was in his 30s, with black hair and brown eyes, a round face, and a chubby body. He was none other than the fat apothecary who liked to mock others at the gathering convened by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom in Bakeland. Klein had once met him in a circus and recognized him. He no longer appeared at old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's Beyonder gathering because he had left Bakeland. Klein coughed and took 2 steps forward. "Give me some medicine." On the chubby apothecary's shoulder was an owl with bulging eyes. The man and the animal looked up at Klein at the same time. After a brief observation, the chubby apothecary revealed an ambiguous smile. "Friend, the weather is so cold. Don't do that kind of thing outside, even though it's really exciting." "What's going on?" Klein was stunned at first before he understood why the other party would say that. "When I was fighting Tracy, I was affected by the power of pleasure. My blood surged, and my desires rose and fell. This caused my body to feel empty, and the diseases spread faster and easier. When I escaped, the cold seawater was fine, with the protection of the theurgy. However, the wind on the road was rather cold, making my illness worse. In summary, isn't this like getting sick from catching a cold while having fun in the wild? As expected of an apothecary. You have sharp eyes." Klein maintained his expression as he looked at the chubby apothecary. He didn't speak or respond as he waited for the other party to concoct the medicine. Donis turned his head to look out of the herb store, having a hard time holding back his laughter. What kind of dogsh asterisk T apothecary is this? He can't even tell that ailment maiden is spreading a disease. He thought smugly. Seeing that Klein wasn't responding to his topic, the chubby apothecary opened a cabinet in boredom and took out common or strange herbs, insect shells, and other items. He placed them in a paper bag and handed it over. "Put all of them in water and boil for half an hour. Drink the liquid. 4 soli. It's a little expensive." Klein swept a glance at Donis. The latter immediately took out the cash on his own accord. As the chubby apothecary collected the money, he bent down and suppressed his voice as he chuckled. "I have a medicine that will make you more outstanding in that aspect. The kind that has mummy powder added. Do you need it? I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. I know that you might be very strong, but as a man, we always strive to be stronger. First, I have to have a girlfriend." Klein shook his head coldly and rejected the chubby apothecary's promotion. The chubby apothecary straightened his body in disappointment. His eyes darted around as he sized up the two of them. He asked in passing, "Are you adventurers?" "Yes," Klein answered succinctly. The chubby apothecary rubbed his hands and said, "I have a commission. However, I will only be paid after I complete it." "How much?" Klein pinched his nose. £100. The chubby apothecary shouted with his heart aching for him. "Help me find someone. His name is Roy King. He's my teacher. He got me to meet him here, but I haven't seen him after waiting for months. Furthermore, I can't contact him anymore. Do you have a portrait, a hymn, or a photo?" Klein inquired. The chubby apothecary took out a photo from a hidden pocket by his waist and handed it over. It was a rather young man. His hair was neatly combed back, and he wore a pair of glasses, making him look refined. "Your teacher?" Klein returned with a question. "I might believe you if you say you are his teacher." The chubby apothecary coughed dryly. "He's at least 60 years old. He just looks young. Is it a beyonder power or a mystical item?" Klein nodded in thought and asked about the exact situation. After confirming that there were no items that could be used to aid in divination, he took the paper bag and left the herb store. After their figures disappeared from the alley, the owl on the chubby apothecary's shoulder suddenly spoke. "Darkwill, that fellow might know you." Chapter 595. What? He knows me? The chubby apothecary named Darkwill was alarmed as he asked softly. The owl stared ahead with its round eyes. "I noticed that when he walked in and saw you, he was obviously stunned for 2 seconds. Maybe it's because I don't fit his image of an apothecary?" The chubby apothecary retorted. The owl spread its wings and descended. "If that's what you want to think, I can't do anything about it. What books have you been reading recently?" The chubby apothecary's face twitched as he asked. The owl replied with a serious and solemn expression. "My reading bias depends on your level of knowledge. It's a pity that you only know so many words that you can teach me. I have no choice but to read popular words that require less vocabulary. Moreover, these are all serialized in the newspaper." Darkwill chuckled. "I'll buy a cookbook later. It's called East Balham Bird Cooking Guide." Without waiting for the owl to speak, his expression darkened and he muttered to himself, "He knows me?" He looked like a typical Rouen, at least half Rouen. I've stayed in a few cities in Rouen using a fake name. It's not surprising that someone knows me, but I still have to be alert. If there's no news from the old man before March, I'll have to leave this place. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the owl on his shoulder. "Sometimes, you're still very useful. No, your eyes and your body language tell me what you're really thinking. Damn it, I clearly wanted a pet that could help me deal with monsters and gangsters. I gathered the potion formula and beyonder ingredients according to the standards of a dragon, but in the end, I got a silly bird that only knows how to read newspapers and dramas. Damn it, I can't wait to give it another potion." The owl was like a parrot, vividly performing with the chubby apothecary's accent. Darkwill's expression stiffened for a few seconds as he chuckled. "It's good that you understand, stupid bird. If I didn't have the abilities of a beast tamer, you wouldn't even be able to withstand a single potion." In the herb shop, the man and the animal fell silent at the same time. After a while, the owl pretended as if nothing had happened and said, "That's right. Darkwill, is this really useful? You've hired dozens of adventurers. I'm not good at finding people, so I can only entrust it to them. Moreover, they must really find or confirm the old man's whereabouts before I will pay them. I won't spend a penny more." The chubby medicine master clicked his tongue and said. Soon after, he sighed. "This old man always calls himself the lucky one and the winner of fate. Nothing should have happened to him. Will the medicine made from these things really be effective?" On the carriage back to the Wind of Azure Hotel, Donis looked at the paper bag that Klein placed beside him. There were black herbs, oddly shaped insect shells, and strange-colored flowers inside, making people feel that they were not very reliable. Klein nodded. "Yes, you've never drunk it before," Donis retorted subconsciously. "I believe in the chubby apothecary. Although he has a foul mouth and is a little vicious, he's still quite kind. Besides, Captain Erland also believes that his medicine is effective enough." As a German sparrow, Klein didn't respond to Donna's doubts. He directly picked up the paper bag and threw it over. Without needing any words, Donis knew that the fellow opposite him meant that he should be the one brewing the medicine, and he had recently gotten used to doing such things. He didn't have the urge to resist at all. After returning to the Wind of Azure Hotel, Klein found a chair and sat down. He watched as Donis lit the fireplace, hung up a clay pot, and added water and herbs. Leaning back, Klein felt his head turn heavy. He was exhausted, as though he would fall asleep at any moment. In order to wait for the medicine to be brewed and quickly resolve the problem of his illness, he forced himself to think of all sorts of problems to overcome his sleepiness. On careful thought, in the battle with Vice Admiral Ailment, if I hadn't succeeded in my sneak attack and suppressed her from the beginning, preventing her from entering the rhythm she's best at, I might not have been her match at the very end. The combination of invisibility and ailment is really like a bug. Together with an assassin's fatal strike enjoys restraint and interference. I really can't find her even if I wanted to, nor can I run even if I wanted to. I can only watch helplessly as my body gradually weakens and I'm infected with all sorts of ailments. I might even be charmed by her and give up resisting. On the one hand, every sequence 5 is very powerful, as expected of a level that's close to that of a demigod. On the other hand, the combination of the various powers and creeping hunger has obvious flaws. It's far from being flawless in all aspects. Yes, the powers of a sequence 5 marionettist to the seer pathway are very effective against invisibility. I can help the chubby apothecary find his teacher in passing, but without sufficient information and with only a picture, I can only try my luck and see when I'll encounter a clue. After all, I'm not a god. I can't find someone out of thin air. Wait, in a certain sense, I'm really a god. I can get the believers of the sea god to help me find him. As long as that old gentleman named Roy King has come to buy him, he'll definitely encounter someone or be seen by someone. And most of the natives secretly believe in the sea god. This is called the Sea of the Masses. Also, before Captain Erland leaves Byam, I'll get him to introduce me to the military's liaison personnel. In the future, if there's any news, I can seek reimbursement from them. In the meantime, check the passengers who have registered in the past few months to see if there's a person named Roy King. There's another solution. The radio transceiver has been placed above the gray fog for some time. If I take it down, I should be able to contact a Rhodes. I originally planned on asking for Elaine's whereabouts, but now there's no need to find that red-haired lady. I can change it to Roy King. I actually have 3 ways to find someone that many adventurers have no clue about. Amidst his thoughts, Klein finally managed to concoct the potion. Looking at the bottle of blackish-green liquid that Donis had brought over, he hesitated for 2 seconds before reaching out to grab it and bring it to his mouth. Gulp! Klein immediately felt his throat burn as his face flushed red. This reminded him of his previous life when he tried insanely spicy food. Suddenly, he was wide awake, and his blocked nose was quickly unclogged. Gulp! He barely finished it, feeling as though he had recovered from his illness. By night, he had completely recovered. He no longer had any doubts about the apothecary's abilities. It's no wonder the potion's name is Apothecary. Klein wore his hat and left the inn with Donis. Under the night sky, they left Byam and arrived at a secret private harbor hidden on the other side of the forest. Tonight, the Golden Dream would provide aid to the resistance. After some coordination and trouble, Donis used the Soulfall ritual to contact Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina. After a while, the ship that was always brushed neatly and had a strange main cannon sailed into the private harbor. On the huge canvas were 5 types of gold coins. They were Ruan's gold pound, Faysak's gold horn, Intis's filekin, Fainapotter's gold riso, and Lindbergh's Sassengold. This was the Golden Dream's flag, as well as the symbol of this pirate crew. It's still not professional enough. If it were me, I'd add Mason's gold, Seeger's Lottie, Balam Empire's pattern gold coins, etc., etc. Klein stood by the side with his hands in his pockets as he watched Edwina Edwards appear at the bow of the ship. At that moment, she was wearing a hunter's hat, a rider's shirt, and a black coat. She matched the image of a female pirate admiral in the hearts of the resistance. Her usual attire would only make people think that she's a home tutor. Klein mumbled as he took a few steps back, allowing Donis to run around and busy himself. Under the arduous efforts of this pirate with a bounty of 5,500 pounds, a batch of food and cloth was delivered to Kalat and the resistance. The transaction came to an end. Donis took a deep breath and came to Klein's side. He forced a smile and said, "Is there anything else? I can return to the Golden Dream now, right? Also, how are you going to pay me for the next few days?" "That's just an excuse your captain and I came up with. In a certain sense, this batch of food and cloth is my payment." Klein nodded. "Your captain has already paid it. You can return now." "Really?" Donis found it unbelievable. Although Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina wasn't far behind him, he was still afraid that German Sparrow would suddenly go crazy. Klein didn't respond. He turned around and walked away from the private harbor. Donis silently exhaled. He held back his excitement and quickly ran back to the Golden Dream. After the ship sailed away into the night, and the private harbor belonging to the Resistance became smaller and smaller, he truly believed that he had returned to the Golden Dream. At this moment, he felt that he had experienced too many things in the past half a month. This unprecedented excitement was like a wonderful dream. At this moment, a sailor came over and asked curiously, "Boss, did you really kill Steele Mavady?" Danitz immediately laughed out loud. He stole a glance at Captain Edwina and said to his subordinates, Captain Edwina, I've made an important contribution in this matter. Let's talk while we drink." On the dark sea, the Golden Dream sailed further and further away. After returning to the Wind of Azure Inn, Klein was about to sleep when he suddenly saw the colors around him turn abnormally bright. The white bedsheets turned whiter, and the brown floorboards turned brownish yellow. The dark red curtains were like fresh blood. Isaac Eggers walked out of the rippling void ripples amidst the scene of all sorts of colors overlapping each other. He was still dressed in a shirt, bow tie, tuxedo, and top hat. His skin was bronze, and his facial features were soft. "I'm so envious. I also want the ability to traverse the spirit world." Klein sighed inwardly as he maintained his appearance. He smiled and greeted, "Good evening, Mr. Aztec." Aztec took off his top hat and glanced at the unfamiliar face. He chuckled without finding it odd. "Sorry, I came in a hurry. I should have knocked on the door first. What's the deal with that batch of documents related to death?" As Klein invited him to take a seat, he described in detail the matters that he couldn't explain in the letter. Towards the end, he casually mentioned West Harbor, saying that it involved King of Angels Medici and his descendants. Aztec leaned back in his chair and frowned slightly. "I have this name in my memories. He should have the titles of Red Angel and War Angel. However, he has long perished." "He perished a long time ago?" Klein asked in surprise. Aztec nodded and thought hard. "I remember that he was killed by Blood Emperor Alistitutor." "Killed by Blood Emperor Alistitutor?" Klein's pupils constricted as he suddenly recalled the evil spirit that had lingered in the underground ruins of Bakeland for more than 1,000 years. It claimed to be an innocent killed by the Blood Emperor. Please remember this book's domain name. Nine Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 596. Could it be that the evil spirit is Red Angel Medici, the king of angels who once served the Creator, one of the founders of Rose Redemption? Klein instantly made such a connection as he went back in time to search for traces and clues. The previous holder of the Red Priest card came to the underground palace due to a certain degree of attraction and died beside the descendants of the Tudor family. The evil spirit I saw in my dream could easily kill a powerful dragon when it was alive. It knows the mutant pathways sequence, 4 puppet potion formula, or even more. It knows the matter of Rose Redemption very well. The Orthodox churches that have existed in this world since the Cataclysm don't know that there are descendants of the Medici family living in the former Benzi and present Bansi, but that evil spirit was able to give them the corresponding hints. It's very likely that it was formed after the death of Red Angel Medici, and the King of Angels was actually killed by Blood Emperor Alistitutor. Does this mean that the latter has already exceeded Sequence 1 and reached the level of a Sequence 0 true god? He can no longer be looked at directly. The evil spirit said that in the later stages of the 4th epoch, the Solomon Empire's Black Emperor, the Tudor Empire's Blood Emperor, and the Toloan-Sostal Empire's Knight Emperor were fighting for the position of Sequence 0 until Alista Tudor went mad. Does this mean that from then on, the Blood Emperor was a half-mad, true god? Right. Mr. Aztec also mentioned in the letter that he lost consciousness after being swept by Blood Emperor Alista Tudor. Back then, he was at least a Sequence 4 demigod. For the Blood Emperor to have such might, it can only be explained by him being at the level of a true god. Mr. Aztec also described the resurrected Black Emperor in the letter, saying that he was sitting on a huge throne, looking down at the entire land. For the Black Emperor to be able to resurrect, there's a high chance that he is a Sequence 0 true god. If that's the case, the War of the Four Emperors is much more high-end than I previously imagined. It's no longer just 3 Sequence, ones vying for the position of Sequence 0. Klein connected the dots and gained a brand new understanding of the history of the Fourth Epoch. But because of this, many questions arose. If that ancient evil spirit is really king of Angels Medici, then that underground palace might very well belong to Blood Emperor Alista Tudor. Then, why are there 2 thrones side by side, and why are there statues of the 6 Orthodox gods? Why would the half-mad Blood Emperor kill Red Angel Medici? After he became Sequence 0, which spot did he occupy? First of all, the Black Emperor can be eliminated. It can't be the Red Priest, right? He killed King of Angels Medici for his Beyonder characteristic, but the Red Priest and the Black Emperor don't seem to be similar pathways that can be interchanged. I'm almost certain that the former is a pair with the Demonist pathway. Captain said that when consuming potions from other pathways, one won't die the first time. There's a high chance that one will go mad and obtain distorted and terrifying powers. This matches the trait of Blood Emperor's half-mad nature. At the final step, he made the craziest choice because he no longer had any hope of becoming a Black Emperor or a similar pathway. At the cost of being half-mad, he switched to a completely unrelated pathway. But there's also a problem. Advancing to Red Priest requires killing King of Angels Medici. But before advancing, Alista Tudor wouldn't be able to complete this matter by himself. Unless there are more Sequence 1 Beyonders helping him, or a Sequence 0 true god. With this in mind, the statues in the underground palace suddenly flashed across Klein's mind. The statues of the Evernight goddess with the moon as her pillow, the statue of Earth Mother with a baby in her arms, the statue of the Lord of Storms with lightning on his back, the handsome and vibrant statue of the eternal blazing sun, the statue of the god of combat sitting on a throne, and the hooded statue of the god of knowledge and wisdom cast a cold gaze over from the dark room. At that moment, Klein felt a chill run down his spine. However, he clearly remembered that the 6 deities supported the Toloan-Sostal Empire and not the Tudor dynasty. The more I understand the history of the Fourth Epoch, the more confusing and terrifying it is. Klein sighed. What are you thinking about? Aztec Eggers noticed his pause. Klein casually said, That's right. I'm just thinking that since Red Angel Medici perished at the hands of Blood Emperor Alista Tudor in the Fourth Epoch, who is the god of weather that Bansi Harbor has been worshipping for the past few centuries. What is the source of their abnormality? At this point, Klein came to an abrupt halt. This was because the situation at Bansi Harbor was different from what he had imagined. He originally believed that Red Angel Medici was sleeping there, but he never expected that he had long perished. Since that was the case, the secret hidden in the Green Lemon restaurant and the telegraph office was even more difficult to guess, and there was no way to deduce the source. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. Could it be that the evil spirit had already predicted such an outcome by hinting at Binzi Town? Could it be that this was his way of breaking free of the seal? Should I tell Mr. Aztec about this and see what he thinks about it? Yes, I'll first get Miss Magicians, who is in Bakeland, to pay attention to that area and see if there are any abnormalities. If there aren't any, I'll wait for me to return to Bakeland and contact Miss Sharon. After seeking her opinion, I'll inform Mr. Aztec. After all, we're exploring the ruin together, so I have to respect her opinion. If there are any abnormalities, then we can only act according to the situation. Klein quickly made up his mind. When Azek heard his question, he laughed. Don't think about these things anymore. They must have been buried by the Church of the Storm. Forcing yourself to find out the reason will bring great danger. Even if you reach the level of an angel, you may die because of this. In the mysticism world, curiosity is often the main factor that leads to death. Klein thought of the things he had experienced and heard. He changed the topic and said, "Mr. Azek, I already have a messenger that belongs to me." "Faster than I expected," Aztec said with a smile. Klein then briefly explained how he modified the incantation, how he completed the summoning, and how he encountered the strange spirit world creature. When summoning a spirit world creature, similar things will indeed happen if it's not the corresponding job. You need to try repeatedly to get the desired result, but in the process of repeated attempts, it's easy to encounter danger. Even if you add a description like friendly, it's not absolutely safe. The spirit world creature you summon doesn't have any ill intentions towards you and doesn't want to hurt you, but it doesn't mean that its existence won't harm you. Perhaps its aura alone can make you rot into a puddle of blood. Aztec smiled and gave a few reminders after listening to the examples of haste, weak sense of presence, and endurance. "How did you succeed in the end?" Klein said a little embarrassedly. "That's right. I changed the last sentence to a unique being willing to be my messenger." Aztec was taken aback for a second as he gave Klein an odd look. "This description is too broad. It wouldn't succeed under normal circumstances. Perhaps I was extremely lucky back then." Klein carefully described his messenger's appearance. He didn't even hide the fact that she was asking for gold coins. Aztec carefully thought for a moment before saying, "I don't have any impression of this spirit world creature. I don't have any impression of this spirit world creature. But since you've already signed a contract with the underworld as a witness, she shouldn't harm you. However, before you completely understand her, try not to order her around other than sending letters." All right. Klein originally wanted to say that apart from delivering letters, there was nothing else he could order her around, but he suddenly recalled the scene of his battle with Mr. A. There was a brief silence in the room as Klein steered the topic back on track. "Mr. Aztec, when do we set off for the Black Death?" The longer he delayed, the more likely it was that the traces he left on the Black Death would be removed during the daily cleaning. "Now." Aztec stood up and put on his top hat. Klein was neatly dressed. Just as he was about to find an excuse to head to the washroom to divine if the operation tonight was dangerous, Aztec grabbed his shoulder and brought him into the spirit world. Amidst the layers of colors and the nearly invisible figures, he heard Mr. Azek say, "That's right. Let's begin." So direct. Doesn't he need to confirm the situation? Perhaps the big shot has already used his own methods to weigh the degree of danger. Klein mumbled silently. He picked up his cane and began divining the location of the item he had left behind. The cane flew up on its own as it tumbled and leaped forward. Aztec followed closely behind with Klein, easily traversing the area. It didn't take long before the black hardwood cane came to a stop. In front of them was a thick black and overlapping shadow. Through this abstract scene, Klein vaguely recognized that it might be a symbol of the Black Death. At this moment, Azek's figure came to a halt. He said with a slightly solemn tone, "That's right." He said with a slightly heavy tone, "The spirit here tells me that there's danger." "There's danger? Something that even Mr. Aztec finds dangerous?" Vice Admiral Ailment found a helper? The upper echelons of the demonist sect? Klein suddenly frowned. He fully trusted the big shot's judgment. This was because the sequence 7 of the death pathway was spirit medium. After advancing to the demigod level, it was very normal for him to have such a reaction. Aztec half closed his eyes for 2 seconds before opening them. "But it's not a big problem. Let's go in." "It's not a big problem. For you, it's probably like that." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he decided to change his appearance. This way, even if he couldn't beat them, he could flee pathetically without anyone coming after him. In the blink of an eye, Klein had a unique broad chin and cold, dark green eyes. The back of his head was a brown ancient warrior bun. He had disguised himself as the former owner of Creeping Hunger, Vice Admiral Hurricane Zillings. Aztec swept a glance at him as the surroundings suddenly felt like they were plummeting. All sorts of bright colors quickly faded away. In the blink of an eye, Klein found himself back in Ailment Maiden Tracy's captain's cabin. This heroic and beautiful female pirate was wearing another white shirt. There were obvious bandages on her left shoulder, and her black hair was coiled up, no longer hanging down seductively. Faced with the sudden appearance of a visitor, she didn't panic. She even smiled. At this moment, a gentle female voice sounded from an indiscernible location. It sounded like it came from the left and right, from the front and back. "It's you. P.S. There's only one draft, so there won't be an early update tonight. It's still the usual time. Requesting for recommendation tickets on Monday. Please remember this book's original domain name. Nine Heavens Divine Emperor's mobile version." Chapter 597. "It's you." Upon hearing the slightly surprised and puzzled female voice, Klein jumped in fright, imagining that someone had seen through him. He immediately calmed down because he had already changed his appearance. He was the deceased Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings, and inside Zillings was the crazy adventurer German Sparrow. Inside German Sparrow was the great detective Sherlock Moriarty, and inside Sherlock Moriarty was Klein Moretti. This wasn't the end. Inside Klein Moretti was Mr. Fool, Zhou Ming Rue. It doesn't make sense for her to be able to see through my true nature. Furthermore, how would she know a trivial figure like Klein Moretti? Even Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings wouldn't be able to surprise the helper hired by Ailment, Maiden Tracy, so much. To be specially hired by a Sequence 5 pirate admiral to protect her and deal with her enemies, she has to be at least a Sequence 4 demigod. So, this sentence is directed at Mr. Aztec? That high-level demoness recognized Mr. Aztec, who sabotaged their cooperation with the royal family and in Zangwill and Bakeland, or is it Mr. Aztec from a particular life in the past? Klein quickly sorted out his thoughts. As he was wary of Tracy and her helper's sudden attack, he used the corner of his eye to observe Mr. Aztec's reaction. He wasn't surprised by the appearance of a mysterious powerhouse. Firstly, it was because Mr. Aztec had already given him a warning. Secondly, he believed that Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy wasn't an egomaniac. After nearly being assassinated, and without knowing the other party's goal or the faction backing her, there was a high chance that she would shrink back and leave the Rorstad archipelago to seek help from the upper echelons of the Demonist sect. The only thing he didn't expect was for the other party's helper to arrive so quickly. It was as though they were nearby or had a mystical item similar to a traveler. Combined with the feminine characteristics and gentleness of the voice, Klein suspected that it was a demigod-level demoness. Aztec stood on the thick carpet and hesitated for 2 seconds. "You know me?" His tone was very uncertain. Could it be that he had spent part of his life with a witch? No, I can't think like that. Klein first let his imagination run wild, and then he seriously repented in his heart. He noticed that Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy had a look of astonishment as well. Her previous confidence and composure had turned into puzzlement. That gentle and beautiful female voice still came from somewhere. "Of course I know you. You should know me too." Aztec listened attentively and shook his head with a wry smile. "I'm sorry. I've lost my past memories again and again, and I'm on my way to find them. If you can remind me and help me awaken more memories, I will be very grateful." Hearing the conversation between the two, Tracy's expression of shock and confusion gradually became solemn. She cautiously swept a glance at Klein, but she frowned when she saw Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings's face. The gentle female voice let out a long sigh. "It's been more than 1,300 years since we last met. Back then, the primordial demoness and death worked together to instigate the Pale Calamity in the northern continent. You might have already forgotten that we once fought against the saints and angels of the Church of the Evernight Goddess together. I know about this period of history. It's in Roselle the Great's diary. Mr. Dorr said that the outcome was the primordial demoness being heavily injured. It was only recently that there were signs of her descending again. Death even directly perished, creating the Berserk Sea and separating the northern and southern continents. The Demonist sect and Death's faction had such a collaboration. It's no wonder this demigod-level demoness knows Mr. Aztec. Man, she's also a monster that has lived for at least 1,400 years. Klein thought to himself. He was immediately puzzled again. He originally believed that Mr. Aztec had been glanced at by Blood Emperor Alistitutor in the War of the Four Emperors and suffered heavy injuries, which was why he kept losing his memories and forgetting the past. However, the demigod-level demoness words indicated that not only had Aztec successfully survived the War of the Four Emperors, he had also participated in the Pale Disaster years later. There didn't seem to be any problems in between. Aztec closed his eyes as if he was squeezing out his memories. After a few seconds, he hesitantly asked, "Katarina Pell, you're already the witch of unaging? I'm glad that you still remember me. Compared to you back then, I could only be considered weak." A figure slowly outlined itself to Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's side. She was dressed in a simple and holy white robe. The slit on both sides was very high, revealing a pair of flawless legs. Her skin was as white as snow and as tender as a young girl's. The woman had black hair and blue eyes. She was beautiful and had an indescribable charm. She looked at Aztec Eggers and said with a faint smile, "After more than 1,000 years, we're still alive. It's worth celebrating that we're still alive to meet each other after more than 1,000 years." Balam Empire's Mr. Death Consul. Mr. Aztec is the Balam Empire's Death Consul. Is that the name of the potion after the death pathway? This demoness of unaging Katarina Pell looks to be in her 30s. She's dignified, holy, and mature. Wait, why am I thinking of this? Has her pleasure charms already reached such a level? Klein hurriedly looked away and nearly used cogitation to calm his emotions. Without waiting for Aztec to say a word, demoness of unaging Katarina Pell said with a beautiful voice that sounded like a song, "I'm very puzzled. I'm very confused as to why you keep losing your memories. I remember that this pathway only happens at the undying stage. Every 60 years, you will die and revive and forget the past. However, you have long advanced and escaped this curse. What happened to you at the end of the Pale Disaster?" Haha, back then, the 7 deities were divided and were enemies with each other. We all believed that the primordial one in death would succeed, but who knew that the proudest son would lower his head? The arrogant tyrant would also lower his head. They quickly joined forces again. If I hadn't coincidentally advanced, I might have perished at the end of that battle of deities. I believe you must have been injured as well, resulting in your current state. The death of death is the greatest injury to you. Aztec fell silent as his face gradually revealed a pained expression that wasn't too obvious. I can't recall it. Only at this moment did Klein realize that demoness of unaging Katarina Pell looked somewhat familiar. He felt that she was the white-robed woman who had guided Madame Sharon onto the path of a demoness. Suddenly, Katarina's eyes darted around as she swept a glance at Klein. She chuckled at Aztec. "Then, you shouldn't have forgotten the reason for your visit today, right? I'm very curious. Why did he assassinate Tracy? Could it be for justice?" When the demoness of unaging swept her gaze over him, she was subdued, sweet, and mischievous, like a young girl who had yet to mature. And her facial features and bearing miraculously accentuated this feeling. She didn't look out of place like a mature lady pretending to be young. At that moment, the Katarina Pell that Klein saw was a 16 or 17-year-old girl. She can already perfectly display the charm of every stage of a woman. Furthermore, her skin and facial features are compatible. As expected of a demoness of unaging, Klein was already attempting to use cogitation techniques to resist the indescribable charm. He took the initiative to look at ailment maiden Tracy. "Do you know the tycoon, Jimmy Necker?" Tracy opened her mouth before closing it again. She wore a blank and aggrieved expression. "Who is he? Maybe you don't know him. He once collected a batch of ancient documents related to death. He died at the hands of Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings," Klein said with Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings's face. Tracy narrowed her blue eyes. They were misty at first, but then they were filled with anger. "You're here for the documents?" "As expected, he's in your hands." Klein made his judgment based on the other party's tone. He replied indifferently, "Yes." Tracy took a small breath and said, "Where is Elaine? What did you do to her? I know she's alive, and if something happens to her, my spiritual intuition will tell me." Klein didn't try to use a flirtatious tone. She has returned to Intis. She is about to start a new life. Tracy's expression sank as a storm brewed in her eyes. The aura of a pirate admiral was completely revealed, but Aztec's casual glance at her made her snap to her senses. The corners of her mouth curled up bit by bit. That batch of documents unearthed from the Balam Empire's royal mausoleum did fall into my hands. But I wasn't interested in them. I flipped through 2 pages and handed them over to the church. Even if you had successfully assassinated them, you wouldn't have been able to obtain them. I didn't even read them. Even if I were to use spirit channeling, I wouldn't be able to repeat them. Unfortunately, I couldn't bear to part with my life. Otherwise, I would have been able to see your disappointed look. It would definitely have been interesting. Klein said calmly, "No, I won't be disappointed. No, I won't be disappointed. I'll be able to harvest the soul and characteristics of a witch of pain. I'll herd you and drive you." As he spoke, he raised his left palm. On it was creeping hunger in the form of a black glove. Tracy narrowed her eyes as her gaze turned extremely dangerous, like a provoked tiger. If not for the 2 high-sequence beyonders beside her, she might have already attacked. And just as Klein finished his sentence, he sensed that something was amiss. I'm clearly not acting as German Sparrow, so why am I using his persona and style to speak? Klein was alarmed, wondering if he had been too engrossed in his character recently. I have to remember that I can only be myself. I can't be influenced by my character because of prolonged acting. This will cause me to lose myself, and it will cause me to lose control. He quickly did a self-reflection and added the conclusion to his acting guidelines as a faceless. Seeing his brief silence, Aztec looked at Demonis of unaging Katarina Pell and said in his usual tone, "Can you give me a copy of that batch of documents?" "That's not a big problem." Katarina turned her head to glance at Tracy. "That's not a big problem." Katarina turned her head to glance at Tracy. "Do you have any requests?" Tracy stared at Klein and said with a slightly hoarse voice, "Tell me where Elaine is. Tell me where Elaine is." Klein reined in his thoughts and looked back at her. Then he looked at the holy demoness of unaging Katarina. He had already made up his mind, but he still couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. He turned his head to look at Mr. Aztec and found that the other party had a gentle smile on his face. Mr. Aztec did not rush or force him. Klein retracted his gaze and said succinctly, "I refuse. P.S. Asking for monthly recommendation tickets on Monday." Chapter 598. For an instant, Klein imagined that Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy would directly attack. This was because her face was already flushed red from anger. Her blue eyes were a lot darker, like the surface of a sea before a storm. But in the end, Tracy did not act rashly. She turned her head and looked at Katarina Pell, waiting for the demoness of unaging to make a decision. She knew very well that although there was only a difference of 1 level between Sequence 5 and Sequence 4, there was a fundamental difference. It was impossible to make up for it with tactics and performance. One of them was a normal human with special traits, while the other had already stepped into the demigod realm. It was a divine creature, a mythical creature. Furthermore, the 2 present were clearly above Sequence 4. Standing in front of them, Tracy felt like a low-sequence beyonder. The demoness of unaging, Katarina Pell, didn't seem angry. She looked at Klein, who was wearing Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos' face, and chuckled. "What an interesting young man. If it wasn't for Mr. Death Consul being here, I might not have revealed the vicissitudes of my heart and had a chance encounter with you to discuss pure love." "No, you don't want to." "That sounds terrifying." Klein didn't dare to look her in the eye. All he could do was continue looking at ailment Maiden Tracy. Seeing that Aztec Eggers didn't say anything, Katarina retracted her gaze and said to Tracy with her melodious voice, "Suffer in pain. This might be a good thing for you." She then looked at Aztec in a holy and dignified manner. "I remember that batch of documents. It recorded the various attempts of the Balam royal family to revive death, but unfortunately, they all failed. In the end, they seem to be considering an artificial death. Are you still interested? Artificial death. How could the Grim Reaper be man-made? Apart from the uniqueness and beyond her characteristics, how can there be any other solution? It's not like they're growing cabbages. Could the Balam Empire of the past and the current charismatic order have all gone mad? Klein mumbled to himself and did not interrupt the conversation between the demigods. Aztec pondered for 2 seconds before asking again, "What price do I have to pay?" Katarina's smile was very youthful. "No, there's no need. I thought about it carefully. Helping you recover your memories bit by bit and find your past so that you can become that death console again should be a very interesting thing. This can bring more changes and more fun to this world." She sounded like a rebellious girl. The demoness of unaging didn't just age physically, but also mentally. Klein felt that he couldn't grasp the other's train of thought. Perhaps one has to be a sequence 6, 5, or 4 of the spectator pathway. He subconsciously guessed. Aztec nodded and reached out with his right hand. The papers and pens in the room flew toward him, as if they were being served by invisible spirits. He finished writing quickly and threw the paper over. "You can summon my messenger." So there was only one copper whistle. To be able to maintain its effect for more than 1,000 years, that copper whistle was indeed not a simple object. Klein instinctively wanted to reach out and touch the Aztec copper whistle in his pocket, but he resisted the urge. Demoness of unaging Katarina caught the piece of paper and glanced at it before pursing her lips into a smile. "I thought you would directly tell me where the underworld is." She looked up, her blue eyes filled with an indescribable gentleness as she smiled faintly. "I still remember how powerful and cold Mr. Death Console was back then. He left a deep impression on me. I'm very curious. Why is your heart so soft now?" Aztec clenched his fist to his mouth and shook his head with a bitter smile. "I'm undying, not unaging. Once a person ages, they will always become gentle." "No." Katarina's eyes were deep as she said without hiding anything. "I'm looking forward to the day you fully recover your memories. I want to see how you will evaluate yourself when that happens." Upon saying that, the corners of her mouth curled up as she blinked at Klein. "Perhaps we're releasing an existence that's even more evil and terrifying than a devil." "She's trying to sow discord, right?" Klein muttered inwardly. However, he couldn't help but recall the pale disaster that was recorded in history books and the various churches' books. It resulted in the deaths of large numbers of creatures, turning the northern continent into a living hell. And the main culprits of this disaster were death and the primordial demoness. It was the southern continent's death console and the demoness sect. Among them, Mr. Aztec, who was known as Death Console, definitely played a rather important role. Aztec fell silent for a few seconds before grabbing Klein's shoulder and entering the spirit world with him. In the Black Death's captain's cabin, only demoness of unaging Katarina Pell and Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy were left. The latter looked at the spot where the two had disappeared and calmed down for a while before gritting her teeth. "I won't forget this." Katarina regained her holy demeanor and smiled. "It's painful. The more painful it is, the more you will realize how weak you are. When the pain reaches an extreme, the desire to change yourself will be strong enough to help you withstand the potion and obtain godhood in the ritual to become a demigod." When Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy heard that, she suddenly recalled something. Her expression froze as she blurted out a question. Elaine was able to escape the Black Death because Katarina smiled faintly. "You're my youngest child, but you're the one with the highest chance of becoming a demigod. As a mother, I naturally have to help you." Tracy's facial muscles twitched as she said, "That's right. I have you as a mother, and another mother. Why didn't you tell me the truth back then? You clearly grasped several low and mid-sequence pathways." Katarina turned around, her white robe fluttering as she said in an ethereal tone, "We all have to approach the primordial. We are all her children." As she spoke, the gigantic sailboat that was dozens of meters long surged with turbulent but silent black flames. They covered every corner and burned silently, but they didn't harm the pirates on the Black Death. It was as though they were cleaning up the accumulated dust. The layers of colors retreated as the indescribable transparent figure left. Klein's spirituality suddenly stirred as he felt that all the items he had left on the Black Death had vanished. As expected of the demoness of unaging, Klein sighed. Just as he was about to say something, he plummeted once again as he left the spirit world with Aztec. They were in a valley that spread out along a river. There were fertile fields, manors, and small towns that were very characteristic of Rouen. Klein looked around and realized that he was standing in a dark cemetery that had been abandoned for a long time. "Mr. Aztec," he shouted in puzzlement. Aztec walked in front of a grave covered in weeds with a broken stone tablet. He said in a deep voice, after meeting Katerina Pellet, "I recalled something. I once told you that in one of my dreams, in one of my lives, there was a daughter. She had soft black hair, and she liked to sit on the swing that I built myself and ask for sweets from me. When I was traversing the spirit world just now, I suddenly sensed a summoning from my bloodline." Klein was infected by his emotions as he calmly asked, "This is her. This is her." Aztec nodded and squatted down to caress the half-tombstone. His bronze-colored side profile was filled with gentleness, sadness, and confusion. "This is her grave. If I remember correctly, she has been dead for 926 years. 926 years. Klein wanted to say something, but he was cut off by the long passage of time. If it wasn't for the various churches forcing the dead to be buried in cemeteries and having a certain level of supervision, as well as the lack of all-out war since the Fifth Epoch, this grave and tombstone would have long been nowhere to be found. A person's life was only a few decades, and this was 926 years. The abandoned cemetery was silent for a while. Aztec stood up again and grabbed Klein's shoulder. "I'll send you back first." After traversing the spirit world for a few minutes, Klein saw the white bedsheets and the brownish-yellow floor once again. Aztec pressed down on his top hat and said solemnly, "I'll continue my journey, and you'll continue your adventure." Klein nodded and was just about to say something when he saw the corners of Mr. Aztec's mouth curl up. Klein nodded and was about to say something when he saw the corners of Mr. Aztec's mouth curl up as he smiled. Without waiting for Klein to answer, Aztec sighed and said, "Were you worried that I would become an evil person like the demoness after regaining my memories?" Without waiting for Klein to answer, Aztec sighed and said, "I'm very worried too. However, I want to find myself more." With that said, the void around him rippled like water as his figure disappeared from the room. Klein stood rooted to the ground and remained silent for a long time. He shook his head and laughed silently, as though he was consoling himself. "Perhaps when the time comes, I'll already be a powerhouse at the level of an angel. I can establish a mental hospital for antisocial personalities, with Miss Justice as the attending physician." Reining in his thoughts, Klein sat down and habitually recalled and reviewed the operation. "I originally thought that I could graze a demoness of affliction and obtain further clues to death documents in the missing persons case. Who knew that the development and outcome were not within my expectations? I can only complete the initial goal. Sigh, it's impossible for me to instigate Mr. Aztec to take action. After all, he hasn't fully recovered, and he's facing an undying demoness. It's more important to be strong myself. Instead of relying on others, it's better to rely on myself. Haha, on careful thought, I'm indeed relying on myself most of the time. I can start with the missing persons case from the buyer, that crazy Captain Connors Victor." Klein changed his sitting posture and nodded to himself as he muttered inwardly. "The biggest gain this time is that I've established the principles of acting as a faceless. I'm able to blend in and extricate myself, and I've defeated my psychological barriers. I've also become wary of the problem of being addicted to the character. This way, a potion that would take a year or two to be digested through simple, normal acting might be completely absorbed in another 3 to 4 months or even half a year." After reflecting on himself, Klein planned on taking a nap. At daybreak, he would take the radio transceiver down from above the gray fog and communicate with the roads. Of course, the premise was that he needed to divine the level of danger above the gray fog. P.S. Requesting for monthly and recommendation votes. Chapter 599. Early in the morning, above the gray fog. Klein conjured a pen and paper and deliberated as he wrote the divination statement. It's dangerous to use a transceiver. After carefully examining it twice, he removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist and began his divination. During this process, he was on high alert, but he was also a little afraid. He was like a child lighting firecrackers while covering his ears. If it did involve the true creator or the primordial demoness, the divination itself would also be in danger. If it were anyone else, it would just be another way of losing control or dying. However, Klein had the gray fog to isolate him, so he wouldn't be in such a tragic state. Detonating it here was clearly better than courting death in the real world. He was worried that if he repeated this a few times, the evil gods would lock onto his location and personally visit him. He quickly entered cogitation and recited the divination statement. After repeating it 7 times in a row, he didn't need to open his eyes to know what the result was. This was because he was still sitting there, not suffering extreme pain. When he looked at the topaz pendant, he found that it was indeed moving counterclockwise. Phew! Klein heaved a sigh of relief and immediately returned to the world. He busied himself with preparing the ritual and bringing the radio transceiver out of the mysterious space above the gray fog. After waiting for about half an hour, he finally heard the clacking sound of the radio transceiver. A piece of illusory white paper was spat out with lines of Ruan on it. I'm here. Great Master, is that you? Why does it feel like I'm looking around? Klein suddenly thought of an emoticon he had seen in his previous life. It was a cute alpaca looking forward. He took 2 steps forward and hummed in a reserved manner. Tap, tap, tap. The illusory white paper immediately spat out more. Your humble and loyal servant, Rhodes, awaits your service. Klein hid the uneasiness in his heart and asked, Rhodes, tell me, where's the life school of thoughts Roy King? Based on the chubby apothecary's description, he knew that their organization developed in the form of a master-disciple legacy. He also deduced that they grasped the monster and apothecary beyond her pathways. This matched the characteristics of the life school of thought. At the same time, Klein also prepared Roy King's photos in the way that it was better to rely on himself than on others. The tapping sounds intensified as Rhodes used the radio transceiver to draw a portrait. It was none other than Roy King, whose hair was neatly combed back and wearing a pair of glasses. Is that him? A line of Ruan words followed. Klein nodded. Yes. The magic mirror, Rhodes, made the radio transceiver's clicking sound abnormally light. Great Master, the person you're looking for is locked up in the governor's mansion in Byam, the city of generosity. Locked up in the governor's mansion? Klein frowned slightly, but he wasn't in a hurry to ask further. He said confidently and frankly, That's right. All right, according to your rules, it's your turn to ask questions. Ta-ta-ta. Rhodes used the radio transceiver to print a smiley face and a line of words. I've already asked, and you've answered. When? Klein was first taken aback before he looked at the illusory piece of paper and saw the previous question. Is it him? That works too? That counts? At that moment, Klein completely understood how free Rhodes's rules were. Against ordinary people, it was as strict as it could be. It was as vile as it could be, to the point of having onlookers. But here, it was just a casual, perfunctory act. It was blatantly going easy on Rhodes. How did this fellow develop such a personality? Klein considered for 2 seconds before asking another question. Rhodes, do you know of the book Roselle's Travels? Rhodes fell silent for 2 seconds before making the radio transceiver produce stiff tapping sounds, spitting out more illusory pieces of paper. Great Master, this question of yours is too considerate of me. I only need to answer I know to resolve it. I'll help you modify it slightly, changing it to you know of matters related to Roselle's travels. It's a very magical book. Many of its previous owners have gone missing. I'm unable to see who its creator is, but it's clear that it first appeared among the dragons after the disappearance of the City of Miracles, Liveseed. It appeared after the disappearance of the City of Miracles, Liveseed, which was conjured by the dragon of imagination, Anquelt. Perhaps I can promote it to Miss Justice. She might be interested, and if she really buys it, I can study it in advance above the gray fog as a middleman. If any problems arise from my research and the book is completely damaged, I can tell her that the seller has gone back on his word and can only refund her. With this in mind, there's really a future in being a platform. Klein's thoughts raced as he said to the radio transceiver, "It's your turn. It's your turn." A Rhodes didn't stop as it tapped out lines of Rouen. "Great Master, I've already asked, and you have answered." "Great Master, I've already asked, and you've answered." When did this happen? Klein was amused and confused as he browsed through the illusory white paper. Finally, he found the so-called question at the very beginning. "Great Master, is that you? I have to say that this magic mirror, named a Rhodes, really doesn't have any integrity when it comes to currying favor with me. However, the way it answers questions in pairs really satisfies people with obsessive-compulsive disorder. It's just like the and in the programming languages I learned by myself in the past." Klein cleared his throat and continued asking, "Why is Roy King locked up in the governor's mansion?" The radio transceiver spat out illusory white paper. Ever since the disappearance of the life school of thought Snake of Mercury, there's been internal strife, and they have encountered quite a number of dangers. Some have even died at the hands of Rose School. The life school of thought develops secretly in the form of a master-disciple inheritance. But there's a council of elders in the upper echelons that coordinates the competition between the different factions. Since the fifth epoch, the name of this council of elders has gradually become fashionable. It's now called the Fate Council. There are a total of 7 counselors, and that Snake of Mercury is the chairman. Roy King's teacher is one of the Fate counselors. Something happened to him after the disappearance of the Snake of Mercury. And before that, he had handed an important sealed artifact of the life school of thought to Roy King. This is the reason why Roy King was secretly captured by the Rouen military. The disappearance of the Snake of Mercury? Klein immediately thought of Will Aucepton, who was hiding in Bakeland, as well as the other Snake of Mercury that had been pursuing him but had never appeared, the suspected angel of fate, Ouroboros. The life school of thought Snake of Mercury definitely isn't the one that's searching for Will Aucepton. This is because he has enough time to contact the organization, so he wouldn't end up in a missing state. Perhaps it's Will Aucepton, or perhaps it's a third one. There's no way to tell. Klein nodded slightly and said to the radio transceiver, "Go ahead and ask. This time, I can confirm that there aren't any more questions ahead." Let's see what you'll ask." I have to say that humans are a little despicable. Others are afraid of a Rhodes asking questions, but after it helped me deflect it twice, I actually wish for it to officially ask a question. Klein waited with interest. Tap, tap, tap. The radio transceiver's voice suddenly turned heavy as it spat out the illusory white paper with difficulty. "This, great master, how can I better be your loyal and humble servant? I underestimated your limits." Klein restrained his expression of being at a loss whether to laugh or cry as he replied in a deep voice, "Just maintain it as it is now." "All right." The tapping sounds became lively again. "The aura is about to dissipate. Your loyal and humble Rhodes awaits to serve you again." Towards the end, Rhodes even added a simple drawing of a hand waving. "It sure is talented." "That's right. It knows so many magic mirrors, so it's difficult not to understand all of this." Klein watched as the radio transceiver fell silent. He paced a few steps, sat on the edge of the bed, and considered Roy King's matter. He had no intention of infiltrating the Byam Governor General's office and rescuing Roy King from the military's tight watch. This was because he didn't know him at all. He hadn't even seen him in person. His only connection was the chubby apothecary. There must be quite a number of Beyonders imprisoned underground in the Church of the Storm, but what has that got to do with me? Klein chuckled and shook his head. The information revealed by Rhodes made him realize something. Admiral of Blood Seigneur's mystical item that made him sufficiently lucky might have come from the life school of thought. Backing this pirate admiral was likely the Rose School. They had taken advantage of the Snake of Mercury's disappearance to kill many members of the life school of thought. This also reminds me that I have to be more careful when dealing with pirate admirals. Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy got Demonis of Unaging Katerina repel out of a disagreement. The other pirate admirals won't lack supporters either. They often represent a faction or an organization. Behind Admiral of Blood is the Rose School. Behind Admiral of Stars is the Moses Ascetic Order, as well as us, Tarot. Behind Admiral Hell is likely the Charismatic Order and the King of the Five Seas. Behind Vice Admiral Iceberg is the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Vice Admiral Deep Sea and Vice Admiral Twilight are temporarily unknown, but to be able to reign supreme at sea for so many years, they definitely didn't rely on themselves. Come to think of it, back then, which faction was backing Vice Admiral Hurricane Zillings? The one that gave him creeping hunger, or the unspeakable one that drove him to assassinate the Duke of Negan? Yes, when I hunt pirate admirals in the future, I can't leak any information. Furthermore, I'll only make one attempt. If I fail, I'll immediately leave. As Klein's thoughts raced, he suddenly recalled something. The paper crane that Snake of Mercury, Willow Septon, had personally folded was still in his hands. Chapter 600. The matter regarding the paper crane was still fresh in Klein's mind. This was because back then, the Snake of Fate, Willow Septon, had used that item to locate Dr. Allen's astral projection. While he was roaming the spirit world in his dreams, it would instill information into him, forming a revelation that would eventually evolve into a specific dream. Later, Klein had used the paper crane he had folded to replace Willow Septon's and did a divination above the gray fog, but he failed to obtain an effective conclusion. This continued until Dr. Allen's wife became pregnant. Through his calculations of time and his vague understanding of Sequence 1 to Sequence 0, he guessed that it was Willow Septon who had swallowed his tail and was rebooted. He guessed that he was engaged in an intense battle with another Snake of Fate for the position of Sequence 0, and that the corresponding nightmare brought about by the paper crane was just a bonus. Its true purpose was to help Willow Septon secretly become a baby. The funniest thing about this matter was that the paper crane Klein folded had been mistaken for Willow Septon's original by the Nighthawks of Bakeland. They had used an even cruder method to forge one and replace it. Willow Septon's one has always been left above the gray fog, and I nearly forgot. Using it for divination will only give me a very vague revelation. If there weren't any other encounters, it would be very difficult to infer that the child Dr. Allen's wife is pregnant with is Willow Septon. But in turn, Willow Septon can use it to determine the location of the spirit world, just like how the magic mirror, or Rhodes, relies on the gray fog's aura to connect to the radio transceiver from the spirit world. There seems to be a possibility. Klein suddenly sat up straight as he came up with an extremely creative idea. He wanted to use the paper crane to communicate with Willow Septon in his dream. This might not be of much use to me now, and there might even be some hidden dangers. But if Willow Septon really is the Snake of Fate from the Life School of Thought, I'll definitely be able to gain a favorable impression by providing him with the corresponding information. Towards an existence at the level of a king of angels, it's necessary to invest in advance. When he's truly born, he might receive returns that are dozens of times greater. After all, it's not like I'll die trying. Even if I die, I can still be resurrected. Klein had this in mind, but he was actually very cautious. He planned on heading above the gray fog to divine the level of danger before deciding if he should put it into practice. After some work, he determined that the danger level of the matter was acceptable, so he used a ritual to bring the paper crane back to the real world from above the gray fog. Perhaps it was because it was a Sequence 1 Snake of Fate, but the paper crane didn't show any unique traits after staying above the gray fog for too long. It remained ordinary and ordinary. I hope the aura above the gray fog didn't neutralize its uniqueness. Otherwise, Willow Septon won't be able to locate it. The sequence before the Snake of Fate is Prophet. Could what I'm about to do be within Willow Septon's expectations? The reason why he chose Dr. Allen as his father is because Dr. Allen is my friend, allowing him to establish a connection with me? Isn't that too narcissistic? However, there's a problem that's worth suspecting. After Willow Septon used the paper crane to locate Dr. Allen, he could have just reincarnated. Why did he make him have nightmares? Furthermore, that dream also revealed the battle between the Snakes of Fate. To an ordinary person, they wouldn't understand it, nor would they be able to play any role in this matter. Isn't this like using his gaze to seduce a blind person? Well, Septon created the dream for me to see. Klein frowned slightly as he had a guess. He suppressed his puzzlement, picked up a fountain pen, and filled it with ink. He considered leaving a message on the paper crane to garner the attention of the Snake of Fate, Will Septon. What should I write? Klein considered a Rhodes's description of the life school of thought's encounter and felt that there was a sentence that could encompass everything. It was also very clear and contained rich emotions. That sentence was, "Your house blew up." This sentence is too vulgar and direct. It's not polite enough. Besides, Will Septon might not be the chairman of a life school of thought. Klein deliberated for a moment before unfurling the paper crane. He wrote different words on each surface, forming a very short sentence. Roy King was captured. After doing all of this, Klein put down the fountain pen and stuffed the paper crane into his wallet, just like what Dr. Allen had done back then. At the edge of the Rorsted Sea, on a huge fog-covered island that was off the main sea route, with a shrill cry, a blue bird of prey that was as fast as a shadow fell from the sky and slammed heavily on the ground, splattering mud and blood. Alger Wilson didn't let his guard down. Standing a distance away, he raised his left hand and aimed the black iron-colored ring on his thumb at the terrifying beyonder creature that was the blue shadow falcon. At the tip of the ring was a spike-like protrusion. It was stained with old bloodstains, making it look ancient and sinister. This was a mystical item he had bought from the artisan using Steel Mavadi's bounty. It was announced to the public that it was 5,200 pounds, but in fact he had only spent 3,100 pounds on it. The ring's name was Whip of Mind. It could cause uncontrollable mental damage to an enemy. Apart from that, it only strengthened Alger's grasp of various weapons, so it wasn't that expensive. Back then, the artisan and his friends had two mystical items. One was the Whip of Mind, and the other was the Ring of Witchcraft. The latter had many abilities and was highly adaptable. Furthermore, it was about the same price as the former, making a better choice. However, after serious consideration, Alger still chose the Whip of Mind. He believed that without this item, hunting the blue shadow falcon would be several times more difficult. This was because it was a beyonder creature that could fly. Reality had proven his judgment. For this, Alger was willing to suffer the constant headache of banging his head against a wall. After waiting for a few minutes, he saw the blue shadow falcon's body float as 6 crystalline feathers condensed on its wings. Only then did Alger heave a sigh of relief and walk over. There was a linen strip tied to his forehead, and there was a blood-red gem embedded in it. It emitted a glow that resembled moonlight. This was the vampire baron's inheritance that should have belonged to Emlyn White, but Alger wasn't in a hurry to complete the transaction after obtaining it. Instead, he used the trait of being able to make use of it to add insurance to his hunt for the blue shadow falcon. At times, being a middleman isn't a bad idea. As Alger put away the 6 crystalline feathers, he sighed silently. He straightened his body and looked at the towering mountain in the middle of the primitive island and the dense forest around it. He sensed that there were many indescribable dangers hidden there. My current strength isn't enough to explore this place. Alger retracted his gaze and walked to the edge of the island, constantly paying attention to the surroundings to see if there were any other hunters. Soon, he jumped into the sea, and with his seafarer powers, he easily swam into the distance. His ghost ship was anchored there, and his sailors were still sleeping under the effects of the sanguine's anesthetic gas. To reach this primitive island, the ship had to deviate from the main sea route. With sea monsters lurking and storms surrounding it, it would take at least 6 hours to sail. There was the danger of sinking at any moment. Only a seafarer who was familiar with the route would be able to sail the ship nearby. Late at night, Klein, who had rested for an entire day, put down the newspaper and crawled into bed. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly thought of a problem. Donis has returned to the Golden Dream. Wouldn't it be a waste for me to stay in such a huge suite by myself? Klein nodded indiscernibly and decided to check out at dawn and change hotels. After making up his mind, he quickly fell asleep and suddenly woke up in a daze. He knew that a force had invaded his dream. To be able to detect the invasion of a snake of fate, I'm very powerful. No, the gray fog is very powerful. Klein looked around and realized that he was in a pitch-black, desolate plain. Not far away was a black steeple. This was the scene he had once seen in Dr. Allen's dream. But this moment, the steeple no longer had the mysterious silver-white snake. Klein nodded in thought and sped up his pace. He entered the pitch-black steeple. It was still ancient and decaying, and the layout was chaotic. The stairs sometimes spiraled upwards and sometimes descended diagonally. Some of the rooms were normal, some were upside down, and some were embedded in other parts of the building. After passing through the doors and walls, Klein once again arrived deep inside the Black Tower. There were tarot cards scattered everywhere, clustered around the slightly protruding ground in the middle. There was a line of words in silver and a portrait. The portrait belonged to the chubby apothecary, and the silver words formed a sentence. Inform Darkwill. The chubby apothecary's name is Darkwill. Will Septon is really the snake of fate from the life school of thought, and I can indeed use the paper crane to communicate with him in a dream. Klein waited for a while, and seeing that there were no other revelations, he left the dream and went back to sleep. After daybreak, Klein, who learned that there wasn't an additional fee for checking out at noon, wore his top hat, took a carriage, and arrived in front of the Red Theater. This famous brothel was in its most deserted state. It was so quiet that it resembled a haunted house. Klein took a glance and walked diagonally across the alley, arriving outside Darkwill's folk herb shop. He suddenly sensed something as he looked up at the roof and saw a chubby owl standing there, staring intently at him. The chubby apothecary was apparently attempting to tame a beyonder animal. Klein retracted his gaze in thought and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After waiting for a while, he saw the chubby apothecary Darkwill open the door with sleepy eyes. You aren't sick, Darkwill said after observing him for a moment. Klein maintained the cold expression of a German sparrow as he politely curled the corners of his mouth. Good morning, Mr. Apothecary. I found your teacher. Really? Darkwill asked in disbelief. You just accepted the commission the day before yesterday. Genius 1, second remember site address. Mobile URL. Chapter 601. Does the fact that I accepted the mission the day before yesterday have anything to do with when I find the person? If I hadn't spent a day waiting for Snake of Fate, Will Septon to locate me, I could have done it 24 hours earlier. That's what professionalism is. Klein replied calmly. You can choose not to listen. Darkwill choked on his subsequent words as his facial muscles twitched. The chubby apothecary Darkwill choked back his subsequent words as his facial muscles twitched. Klein recounted the story. Klein went straight to the point. I received news that Roy King was secretly captured by the military and is currently being held in the governor's office. Really? Darkwill couldn't help but widen his eyes as he blurted out a question. Really? Darkwill couldn't help but widen his eyes as he blurted out a question. Klein nodded indiscernibly. My source is sufficiently reliable, but I have no way of confirming it. Darkwill said hesitantly. It's because it involves an important sealed artifact of a life school of thought, Klein said directly. The chubby apothecary was immediately given a fright as he took 2 steps back and looked around warily, afraid that someone would hear what he had just said. Is such a matter something that can be casually said on the streets? He knows that we're from the life school of thought. He knows that old man is involved in an important sealed artifact. I only learned of it during the last contact. Darkwill gradually believed the information provided by the adventurer in front of him. Klein swept a glance at the owl that had flown down from the roof and landed on the chubby apothecary's shoulder. You can pay me now. I have no way of confirming it. It's not like I'll believe whatever you say, right? Darkwill said stubbornly. Then he saw the adventurer's eyes turn abnormally cold. The chubby apothecary shuddered as he hurriedly mumbled, All right, I'll barely consider you to have completed the mission. His heart ached as he took out a large amount of cash from a hidden pocket in his village which Dr. Robe. He counted out £100 and handed it to Klein. Although he was a beyonder, his profession was an apothecary and beast tamer. The enhancement to his physique couldn't be fully reflected in a head-on battle, so he might not necessarily be able to defeat an ordinary person with a revolver. As for the beyonder pet he had tamed, it was also a fellow that didn't have much combat strength. His opponent was obviously an experienced adventurer with many channels, so there was a high chance that he was also a beyonder. The man and the owl together might not be his match, so they could only go with whatever the other party said. It wasn't easy for me to save up the money. He sighed in his heart. Being a pharmacist was indeed very profitable, and it was even more so in the overseas colonies. There were many pirates, sailors, and adventurers there, and the official organization's management was relatively lax. He could sell some illegal drugs without worrying about anyone coming after him. Just the customers at the Red Theater alone had earned him more money in the past 2 months than he had earned in a year. However, as a beyonder, his expenses were also immense. He had expended a large portion of his savings from before advancing to beast tamer. Later, he reared a pet, worked hard to buy the formula and concoct the potion for it, as well as bought defensive charms and other items. The amount of money he could really save was only a few £100s. Klein received the cash and used points to verify its authenticity before putting it into his pocket and leaving. Upon seeing his back disappear into the alley, Darkwill's expression instantly sank. "It's too dangerous here. Too dangerous. I have to leave as soon as possible." As he muttered softly, he returned to the herb shop and entered the inner room. He dragged out a brown suitcase and quickly stuffed all sorts of clothes and neatly folded cash into it. Finally, he poured out the small bills and copper pennies of different currency values from the change box and stuffed them into his pocket. He took out the identification documents he had bought at a high price and carried the brown suitcase out of the folk herb shop. Looking back at the various medicinal ingredients that had yet to be sold, Darkwill's chubby face clearly twitched. He took a deep breath and locked the door while enduring his heartache. He ran straight to the alley, hailed a rental carriage, and headed for the buy-in passenger liner ticketing company. "It's too dangerous. It's too dangerous. Even old man has been captured." Captured. He sat in the carriage, repeatedly muttering to himself as he trembled. In such a state, he finally arrived at the ticketing company. The moment he paid the fare, he rushed into the lobby and lined up for the eastbound liner's window. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Darkwill took deep breaths as he followed closely behind the ticket buyers in front of him, moving step by step. "I'm buying the nearest ship," he emphasized to himself. As he proceeded forward in fits and starts, Darkwill gradually calmed down. His expression suddenly warped before quickly calming down. It warped again before calming down again. When there was only one ticket buyer left in front of him, Darkwill's footsteps froze in place. "Dumbass. You dumbass." He cursed and turned around abruptly. He carried his suitcase and identification documents as he walked out of the ticketing lobby. Klein wasn't concerned about how Darkwill would save his teacher, Roy King. He believed that it wasn't something he needed to consider. Behind them is the Life School of Thought. Even if it has recently split, it's still an ancient organization with centuries to 1,000 years of history. It was born in the early 5th epoch and has a deep heritage. The chubby apothecary will naturally be able to find help. If the Life School of Thought can't do it, it's useless even if I bring out the entire tarot. There's no need to worry. The military has a demigod in by him. Of course, he might not be in the Governor General's office. Perhaps he lives in a military base. Inside the carriage, Klein took out his wallet and looked at the paper crane inside. He considered if he should immediately throw it back above the gray fog. "I'll wait a little longer. Who knows if this snake of fate, Septon, will give me some benefits. I'll remember to prepare a pencil next time. I previously neglected this problem. How big can a paper crane be? If I use a pen, I'll soon run out of space to write the information. Then, I won't be able to contact Septon and can only passively wait. And it's impossible for me to keep this paper crane on me. In a few days, I'll have to return it to the junk pile above the gray fog. After all, I can't always let Septon locate me. I have to be careful." Klein quickly made a decision and returned to the Wind of Azure. He packed his luggage and checked out of the luxury suite. To his relief, Donnas had paid for a room in advance the second time he came. He only paid 5 soldi. Soon, Klein changed streets and arrived at Odom Street, which was near the Emir's Leaf Bar. He checked into a hotel named Tina and asked for a clean but ordinary room. It only cost 2 soldi and 2 pence a day, and there was an additional cup of juice squeezed from a giant fruit like Tina. As he drank the milky sweet juice, Klein didn't need to care about his image. He slumped into the reclining chair in the room and decided to spend the next 2 hours in a daze and catching up on sleep. After that, he would head above the gray fog to browse through the prayers of his believers and experience the feeling of having 1,000 faces. Bakeland, white family. Emlyn looked at the blood-red gem that had appeared on the altar, as though he could hear his blood resonating with it. After thanking Mr. Fool, he picked up the gem and sensed the uniqueness flowing within it, confirming that it was the relic of a sanguine baron. As long as I prepare the corresponding inheritance ritual or supplementary potion ingredients, I'll be able to become a baron. And this isn't difficult at the present stage. Emlyn thought with anticipation and smugness. Emlyn thought with anticipation and smugness. According to the human system, I'll be a sequence 6 Beyonder when the time comes. The corresponding title is Potions Professor. In the blink of an eye, it was Monday again. Above the fog sea, a fleet was traversing through the thin fog and the blue sea. Their flagship was a gigantic sailboat with a unique flag hanging on it. It depicted an eye without eyelashes surrounded by 10 stars. Admiral of Stars Catlia stood by the window of the captain's cabin, silently watching the sunlight that shone through the thin fog until the clock on the wall produced the sound of a cuckoo. She glanced at the time and quickly converted it to Rouen time. Then, she drew the curtains and sat behind the desk. On the table made of red wood was a brass sextant and a light blue celestial globe. The latter's surface had large patches of blankness. It was a region that hadn't been explored or couldn't be explored. Catlia reached out her finger and fiddled with the celestial globe. Then, she half closed her eyes and waited for the fool to summon her. Before long, a surging tide of crimson light appeared in front of her, completely drowning the prepared her. After she adapted to the changes, the holy palace, supported by stone pillars, and the mottled, ancient bronze table appeared in her vision. Amidst Miss Justice's lively greeting, Catlia also greeted Mr. Fool, who was still shrouded in the grayish-white fog. With a simple sweep of her gaze, her slightly purplish-black eyes suddenly constricted. She discovered that the hanging man, the moon, and sun all had slight signs of spirituality seeping out. It was completely different from the last time. This meant that they had advanced. This meant that their advancements had taken place in the past few days. In just a week, all 3 members of the tarot have advanced. The hanging man and the moon might even have reached sequence 6. Is this a coincidence? Did they happen to consume the potion in the same week? In terms of probability, this is possible. The ingredients that the moon and sun requested to purchase can prove it. However, this is also enough to prove that the tarot members advance very quickly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. Of course, it's not strange for Beyonders below sequence 5, who have grasped the acting method and don't lack resources to advance quickly. From sequence 6 to sequence 5, there needs to be a ritual to aid in digestion. It's very difficult for something like this to happen again. The hermit Catlia retracted her gaze. Following that, Audrey apologized to Mr. Fool. She said that she hadn't been able to contact the members of the psychological alchemy recently, so she was unable to provide Roselle's diary. Similarly, Magician's Fur said that her teacher had been slow in replying to her letters recently, and the cold weather made her unwilling to go out. As for Sun, he had many things to deal with because he had just advanced, so he wasn't able to obtain any new information on the ancient mythology. The Fool Klein could only nod calmly. Upon seeing this, Derek heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look at the bottom of the long bronze table. Mr. World, I've obtained the method you wanted to separate the mental corruption of a rampager from a Beyonder characteristic. Don't say it so directly. The Fool Klein, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, nearly had a blank expression. Although Little Son had previously promised to let Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man know of this matter, didn't Mom Hermit just join? Klein resisted the urge to facepalm. P.S. I recommend a good book to everyone. The meticulously written, so I'm not an ordinary person. It's rather interesting. Genius. Remember this site's address in a second. Mobile version. Chapter 602. The method to separate the mental corruption of a rampager from a beyonder characteristic. Catlia glanced at the world and guessed that he might be holding one or two beyonder characteristics left behind by a rampager. Furthermore, one of them was likely related to the world's advancement or the advancement of someone close to him. This was a very easy inference. This was because if a beyonder characteristic wasn't used as the main ingredient of a potion, the remaining mental corruption of a rampager wouldn't be a key problem. At most, the mystical item produced would have extremely powerful negative effects, equivalent to a sealed artifact. However, it wasn't as if it couldn't be used. After adjusting his emotions, Klein controlled the world to hoarsely reply, "Write it on a piece of paper and pass it to me. Write it on a piece of paper and pass it to me." At this point, Klein wanted to encourage Little Son and praise him for being a man of his word, but considering how the world had a gloomy and introverted image, one that wouldn't speak nonsense without an additional goal, he was momentarily hesitant. No, there's an additional goal as well. By letting Little Son maintain his principles, many things will be much easier in the future. To put it simply, it'll be easier to fleece him. Of course, for this, I'll have to suffer the damage brought about by his honesty. In the eyes of Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man, the world is an experienced and shrewd beyonder. He shouldn't have paid attention to such problems. As his thoughts raced, Klein made the world let out a deep laugh. You really are a man of your word. Your character is admirable. The Hanging Man pricked up his brows and took the initiative to say to Son, "I'm also very interested in such knowledge. I'm also very interested in this knowledge. What can I use to exchange for it?" He planned on making a deal if the price wasn't high. If the price exceeded his expectations, he would give up. After all, he had no use for it at the moment. Having just been praised, Derek, who was immersed in joy, thought for 2 seconds and said with abnormal sincerity, "Mr. the Hanging Man, there's no need. Mr. the Hanging Man, there's no need. You've always given me advice and helped me face difficulties. Treat this as my thanks." If the world was a real person and was drinking water, it definitely would have spat out all the liquid in his mouth. Thankfully, he wasn't drinking water. He wasn't a real person either. The fool Klein used all his beyonder powers as a clown to barely suppress the change in his expression. The Hanging Man was momentarily at a loss for words. Son's answer was completely out of his expectations. He had drifted on the sea for so many years and had experienced many things. His way of thinking had long since changed from black and white to gray. But at this moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of shame. Your character is really admirable. Alger quickly returned to his normal state and praised Little Sunday. "Don't copy me. Can't you say something else?" The world swept a glance at the Hanging Man, while the fool sighed inwardly. All wily old foxes are the same. Dumb donkey. No, dumber than a donkey. A dumb sheep. Emlyn silently slandered Sunday ever since this morning. He had been filled with anticipation for the tarot. This was because he had successfully advanced to Baron, and he wanted to find an opportunity to flaunt it without leaving a trace. They might not be able to tell, except for Mr. Fool. The Hanging Man should be able to guess. I have to do something later to let them know that I'm already a noble baron. Emlyn thought as he listened. Towards Little Son's words, Audrey wasn't jealous or angry. This was because she knew very well that the person in charge of guiding him was Mr. the Hanging Man. She and the others only occasionally gave him some advice. Being a good person will naturally be rewarded. I hope that Mr. the Hanging Man will become kinder from now on. She looked across in delight, temporarily not having the urge to spend money to obtain the method to separate the mental corruption within a beyonder characteristic. Son quickly turned around and obtained Mr. Fool's approval. Soon, He conjured two yellowish-brown goatskin parchments. Klein controlled the world to take one of them and impatiently scanned it. There are two methods. The first is to use an item that can steal the beyonder powers of others, to steal the mental corruption left behind by the rampager. Then, before the theft loses its effectiveness, one can concoct the beyonder characteristic into a potion. This way, the mental corruption won't return and will directly dissipate. The second method is to set up a ritual and pray to one of the two powerful mystical items in our City of Silver. We can use its feedback to shatter the beyonder characteristic and evaporate the mental corruption. After that, the beyonder characteristic will slowly gather on its own. I can only obtain the corresponding ritual process, but I'm unable to obtain the exact description of that item. Only the elders of the six-member council have the right to understand and preside over such a ritual. The ritual process is, With so many thoughts running through Klein's mind, he nearly forgot to control the fake world. The first method is indeed something I didn't think of before. The sealed artifact, Blood Vessel Thief, behind Tinjin City's Chinese Gate, can steal the target's beyonder powers. Treating mental corruption as one of them isn't a problem logically, but the problem is that the mental corruption in the all-black eye isn't from an ordinary beyonder. It comes from the evil god, the true creator. Be it a beyonder with the ability to steal or a mystical item of similar nature, it will be difficult for them to withstand such mental corruption. The former will definitely lose control on the spot, while the latter will be directly corrupted. In theory, I can sacrifice a similar mystical item and use it to replace the all-black eye's corruption, but the timing has to be perfect. There can't be any mistakes, or both will be corrupted. Klein quickly analyzed the feasibility of the first method. As for the second method, it was close to his previous inference and Edwina's guess. Only the details were different. The two powerful mystical items in the City of Silver are at most grade 0. It's basically impossible for them to be left behind by any true god or sequence 0. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a sorry state in the forsaken land of the gods. Therefore, can I believe that shattering a beyonder characteristic doesn't necessarily require the power of a deity? An angel is enough? According to Little Sun, in the second epic, angels are equivalent to subsidiary gods, barely considered deities. There's something that can prove this point. See, God Cavituous only obtained a portion of Calamity Kohainum's characteristic, and the rest is in the Book of Calamity. There might even be a third portion, hidden somewhere. It helps an angel-level high elf not die. In short, it can be seen that Kohainum's beyonder characteristic is split into at least two parts. This is essentially the same as shattering a beyonder characteristic. After confirming this, I can preliminarily confirm that as long as the ritual is appropriate, the feedback from an angel-level powerhouse can shatter a beyonder characteristic. Then, here comes the problem. Where can I find an angel? Mr. Aztec might have been one at his peak, but he clearly hasn't recovered yet. He's still at the saint level. Snake of Fate, Willa Septon, is only a fetus that hasn't been born yet. Klein didn't think too much about it. He decided to consider how he should proceed after the tarot incident. At this moment, the hanging man Alger had also quickly browsed through it and gained a certain level of understanding of the content. He had guessed based on this. Getting the world to find a way to separate the mental corruption in a beyonder characteristic should be a test from Mr. Fool to his blessed. But does this also mean that Mr. Fool's strength has only recovered to the saint level and hasn't reached the angel level? Otherwise, there wouldn't be a need to go through so much trouble. How long has it been? It's only been a little over 7 months, and Mr. Fool has already recovered to such an extent. Yes, he can even replace C. God Cavituous to give a response. In another year or two, he should be able to escape the seal and stand at the pinnacle of the angel level. He's just one step away from his ultimate goal. Ignoring the hanging man's reaction, the hermit Catlia glanced at the world and thought for a few seconds before chuckling. I wonder if there's one of those methods that I know of. I can give you a hint for free. The unshadowed of the sun pathway can directly purify the mental corruption in a beyonder characteristic. Ma am hermit is a lot more proactive than the last time. Has she adjusted her mental state and has a motive? Or has she realized that everyone else is weak and feels that there's no need to be so careful? Klein was first surprised by Admiral of Stars Catlia's attitude, before he was delighted that he had obtained a third solution, the sun pathway that the city of Silver lacked. However, I can't find the help of an unshadowed either. I do have the incomplete, unshadowed potion formula. He controlled the world and deliberated for a moment before turning to Catlia and chuckling in a deep voice. Thank you for your generosity, ma am hermit. Then he quickly switched to salesman mode and said to son Derek, do you know a book called Garozel's Travels? Derek thought for a moment and shook his head sincerely. No, no. Klein nearly failed to continue speaking. Thankfully, he steadied himself in time and allowed the world to speak to himself. It's a magical book from the dragons. That is a mystical book from the giant dragon clan. Many of its previous owners have gone missing. From the dragons? Audrey acutely noticed the crux of the matter as she asked with interest. Yes, a Beyonder plans on selling it for 8,000 pounds, the world said hoarsely. He didn't add more money to Edwina's offer because he hadn't made a counteroffer. This was where he could profit from it. Besides, even if Edwina insisted on 8,000 pounds, it was worth his time to study Garozel's Travels if he could obtain it. Audrey pursed her lips slightly as her eyes darted around. She cautiously asked, what's so magical about it? It requires research. The world chose to be honest. Let me think about it. Audrey wasn't in a hurry to agree. This was because 8,000 pounds wasn't a small sum to her, especially after she had just reimbursed Lai. Her father, Earl of Hall, found it difficult to accept a book of unknown use. And if she relied on herself, she would need to save up for 3 to 4 months. This was on the premise that she had already helped Susie buy the psychiatrist beyond her characteristic. Hence, she turned to ask the world about the psychiatrist beyond her characteristic. I've mainly been hunting Vice Admiral ailment this week, but I haven't succeeded. I haven't found a replacement grazing target. Klein was momentarily embarrassed as he felt that the world's dark and shrewd image had been damaged. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website. Chapter 603. Fortunately, the world didn't have the ability to blush. As long as he wasn't being controlled, his condition wouldn't change. He chuckled darkly in a low voice. We still need to wait a few more days. Audrey nodded reservedly and didn't rush her. This was because Susie hadn't expressed her desire to advance to the sequence recently. After all, she was just a dog. At that moment, as the hanging man, the moon, and sun had just advanced a few days ago, they were still converging their spirituality and practicing their new Beyonder powers. They didn't have the urge to purchase the subsequent potion formulas or the corresponding sanguine heritage. They were calmly waiting for the transaction to end. Furthermore, they didn't have much money. Although the hanging man Alger had sold the Sanguine Baron's inheritance at a reduced price of 4,300 pounds and a commission of 300 pounds to the Moon Emlyn White, earning a net profit of 1,400 pounds, buying the Whip of Mind had cost him quite a bit. Currently, he only had 1,445 pounds left. After purchasing the Sanguine Baron's inheritance, doll, and doll dress, Emlyn still had 2,300 pounds in savings. It seemed generous, but the subsequent items were related to a Sanguine Viscount. It was at least 8,000 pounds. As for Sun, he had already exchanged for all the merit points he had accumulated, and he was waiting to be assigned to patrol or exploration missions. Magician's Furs and Justice, Audrey, similarly didn't seek to purchase the potion formulas of the later sequences. This was because they had their own channels to obtain them, and there was no need for them to hide it. There was no need for them to waste another sum of money on the tarot. Audrey was only indifferent when it came to money, but she wasn't stupid. Firstly, Catlia was still observing and wasn't in a hurry to expose her needs. Secondly, she temporarily didn't believe that the tarot members other than Mr. Fool could obtain what she wanted. After all, to a pirate admiral who had advanced a sequence 5 years ago, what she desired the most was the demigod level. Therefore, her slightly purple eyes calmly looked at Sun and company without attempting to speak. Klein thought for a moment and controlled the world to add, "Don't worry. Who has it? Or who can obtain a mystical item with high attack power?" The target of his inquiry was the hermit. This was because only Admiral of Stars, who had reigned over the seas for many years, could satisfy his needs. Even the hanging man and the artisan he was familiar with couldn't do so unless he could provide the corresponding sequence 6 or 5 Beyonder characteristics. Katlia fell silent for 2 seconds before slowly shaking her head. "If similar items appear at the Beyonder gatherings I participate in, I'll keep an eye out for you." Over the years, she had killed quite a number of Beyonders and had indeed obtained a certain number of Beyonder characteristics and mystical items. However, she had either rewarded them to her pirates or exchanged them for 2 powerful items that greatly increased her strength and survivability. She didn't have anything left, and it was impossible for her to trade those 2 items before she advanced to the demigod realm. From the looks of it, Admiral of Stars isn't that well off either. Having a powerful faction also means having high expenses. Klein sighed inwardly as he made the world thank her in a hoarse voice. The transaction segment quickly ended. He controlled the world and looked at Magician's Furs. "I want to entrust you with something." "Me?" Furs was a little surprised. Could it be something like buying a radio transceiver again? The corner of her mouth twitched as she thought. The world nodded. "Go to William Street at the junction of West Side and Queens. Go there once every 2 or 3 days. Pay attention to any abnormalities. If there is, inform me immediately." He didn't mention the transfer through Mr. Fool again, because everyone was already familiar with it and was familiar with it. And beneath William Street was the ruins of the Tudor family, where the evil spirit lingered. Abnormal? What's abnormal? Magician's Furs asked in puzzlement and caution. Bakeland's William Street might be abnormal? Audrey wasn't interested in this topic to begin with, but at that moment, she nearly pricked up her ears, feeling very concerned. She had considerable trust in Mr. World's intelligence-gathering abilities. The Great Smog of Bakeland was one of the proofs. West Side, Queensborough. It sounds like she's in the capital of Rouen, Bakeland. Miss Magicians is currently in Bakeland? Indeed, she looks ordinary, but she's not simple. To a secret organization, members in a metropolis are often more powerful than those from other places. Of course, she might be like me, being pulled in because she requested help. It's a coincidence of fate. Katlia swept a glance at Magician's Furs and quickly analyzed the information revealed in the conversation. The hanging man Alger suddenly became excited because he knew that the world was Mr. Fool's blessed representative. The abnormalities he paid close attention to were likely to involve high-level battles. What secret is hidden in that street named William Street? Alger could not help but guess the deeper truth. "How would I know if there would be any abnormalities?" Klein mumbled, making the world reply in a gloomy manner. "Something you think is abnormal enough. I have to remind you that if you really find something unusual, don't try to investigate it yourself or ask someone else to investigate it. It will be very dangerous." "How much do you think is appropriate?" "It's very dangerous." Magician's Furs instinctively wanted to refuse. However, considering that the Great Smog of Bakeland had affected a large area last time and had almost affected her, the anomaly this time might cause her harm. She hesitated again. A few seconds later, she changed her lazy sitting posture and said, 100 pounds. "Less than I expected." The world chuckled. Magician's Furs threw up her hands. "Because it's also for myself. I'll just treat it as observing the passers-by nearby and gathering material. That's right. I can't stay at home all the time. It's time to go out for a walk. I have to bring up the matter of acting as a trick master. I can't just rely on magic tricks to amuse Zio. How should I act? Should I perform tricks in a circus? Or should I perform independently in various squares? There's no need to worry about what acquaintances think of me. As an author, experiencing life is a basic matter." Furs's thoughts gradually wandered. After settling this matter, Klein made the world turn his head to look at the hanging man and said with a sinister smile, "I receive news that the Church of the Storm has taken action. I receive news that the Church of Storms has taken action." The matter at Bansi Harbor has been settled. Alger, who had been drifting at sea for the past week and had no contact with the church, immediately asked in a deep voice, "What's the final outcome?" "There won't be a Bansi Harbor for a period of time," the world replied with a smile. It was only at this moment that Audrey and company realized what they were discussing. That was the place known as Bansi in ancient times. That was the place where the descendants of the King of Angels, Medici, lived. Mr. World means that the Church of the Storm had flattened Bansi Harbor. That's really their style. That's good too. There's no need to worry about the innocents being corrupted there. I wonder if the King of Angels, Medici, has appeared or escaped. I wonder if the Pope of the Church of the Storm was present personally, or if he used sealed artifact 0. Audrey heaved a sigh of relief. Her eyes sparkled as she said, "Mr. World, do you know the exact process?" "No, no one knows, except for the upper echelons of the Church of the Storm." The world glanced at the hanging man very slightly. The hanging man fell silent as he once again felt the burning ambition in his chest. "I want to become a member of the upper echelons of the church," he emphasized to himself. The hermit Catlia, who was participating in the tarot for the second time, basically didn't understand what the others were talking about. As a pirate admiral, she was no stranger to Bansi Harbor, but she had no idea what had happened there, nor did she know why the Church of the Storm wanted to destroy it and take a long time to rebuild it. It should be a very serious matter of a very high level. The members of the tarot seem to know something. Although their sequences aren't too high, they seem to know a lot and are involved in many matters. Except for Sun. Is this the reason why Mr. Fool tacitly allowed them to set up this gathering? Through the tarot, they can indirectly influence different organizations and events. Catlio once again adjusted her understanding of the other members and thought even more highly of them. She remained silent and didn't ask any questions. This left Audrey, who was waiting for an answer to her question with the intention of showing off, disappointed. Even Ma, Hermit, probably wouldn't have come into contact with matters related to a King of Angels in the real world. No, she might not even know of the existence of a King of Angels. Audrey suddenly thought. After discussing the outcome of Bansi Harbor, Emlyn White, who had been waiting for a while, immediately cleared his throat and said, "Thank you, Mr. the Hanging Man, for your help. Thank you, Mr. Hangman, for your help. I'm already a Baron. I have a question. As a sanguine, after advancing to Baron, do I need to be like you humans, using the acting method to promote so-called digestion to better grasp beyond her characteristics?" His back was ramrod straight, his neck was arched, his chin slightly lifted. "I'm sorry, Mr. Fool is unable to answer your question, but in theory, it's necessary. After all, he's using someone else's legacy." Klein leaned back in his chair and sat in the gray fog, leisurely, looking at the members of the tarot. Catlia surveyed the area. "A sanguine baron corresponds to a sequence 6 potions professor?" "Yes," Emlyn replied, unable to hide his smile. He wasn't stupid. From the previous transactions and exchanges, he had determined the other members' sequences apart from the world. He believed that he was now one of the strongest people on tarot. Of course, apart from Mr. Fool and Ma Hermit, who had just joined. Mr. Moon is already a sequence 6? Why do I feel like he's not as mature as Sun? Audrey pursed her lips. At this moment, the hermit Catlia said, "There's a need to act because that pathway only has a sequence 7, vampire. As for you, you were born that way. There's no need to act, but everything else is required." "Ma Hermit, which sequence 7 pathway is that?" Audrey blinked and asked curiously before Emlyn White could speak. Chapter 604. Without waiting for the hermit's reply, Audrey added, "If you think that this information is important and can't be exchanged for free, I can pay a certain price." "No, there's no need. As long as you're familiar with the Church of Earth Mother in Phaenopotter, you'll have some understanding of this situation." "No, there's no need. As long as you're familiar with the Church of Earth Mother in Phaenopotter, you'll have some understanding of this situation." Catlia didn't doubt Miss Justice's sincerity in making an equivalent exchange. She believed that she had sufficient wealth or resources to satisfy her asking price. but she still decided to reveal some information for free. Firstly, it was to increase Miss Justice's impression of her and lay the foundation for any future transactions. Secondly, through the release of information, she could observe the reactions of the members of the tarot and guess their standing in her own organization and faction. I'm quite familiar with the Blessed of Earth Mother, Bishop Utravsky, but I don't understand the corresponding situation at all. Of course, I'm indeed a little afraid of him. His height and build are too oppressive. I always try my best to communicate with Emlyn White. The fool Klein, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, gave a self-deprecating comment. Katlia didn't pause as she continued. Vampire belongs to the moon pathway. Vampire belongs to the moon pathway. The corresponding sequence 9 is apothecary. Sequence 8 is beast tamer. Sequence 6 is potions professor. Sequence 5 is scarlet scholar. And sequence 4 is shaman king. I'm not sure about anything above that. Ahem. Emlyn White coughed. Hermit, I have to emphasize something. It's a sanguine, not a vampire. Ha. If you call humans who obtain our race's characteristics by consuming potions vampires, I won't object to it. I'll even agree. So vampires are from the apothecary pathway. So are the shaman kings. It's no wonder they worship the primordial moon and don't believe in the goddess. Could the sealed artifact, Scarlet Lunar Corona, that Miss Sharon obtained have evolved from the death of a Scarlet Scholar or a Sanguine Viscount? Apart from creating the effects of a full moon and being immune to the corresponding effects, it can also provide terrifying speed, unimaginable recovery abilities, and relatively powerful darkness-type spells. The negative effects can be resolved by sucking the blood of a living person. It's indeed a derivative of the sanguine. The various occupations of this pathway are similar to the seer pathway. There's a lack of connection between them, but there's a certain progression. It's very strange. Klein pieced together the bits and pieces of information he had seen and heard before. He was somewhat enlightened and somewhat puzzled. The hanging man Alger, magician's furs, and company were either in thought, listening with relish, or pretending to be uninterested. Their reactions were all different, but Katlia could determine that they didn't know much about vampires. Their positions in their respective organizations and factions are still in the middle and lower ranks. This matches the characteristics of people who have been pulled into the tarot for a short period of time and are on the path of rapid advancement. World didn't give any reaction. Either he's very profound, or he already knew about vampires, or both. After so many observations, I have to admit that World is the one who deserves the most attention and needs to be wary of among the tarot members. Audrey listened with great interest. She thought about it seriously and raised her hand slightly as though she was in a tutoring class. Hermit, why isn't there a need to connect the various sequences of the moon pathway? Katlia glanced at Miss Justice and discovered that her dress and accessories were completely different from the previous time. There wasn't any repetition, but they all exuded a luxurious and noble aura. In a trance, she seemed to see the portraits of the queen when she was young. Every one of them was dressed differently, and the same clothes would never be worn twice in a formal occasion. Katlia was silent for a moment. The different sequences in a pathway don't have to be related, or rather, they have to be related on the surface. Their common characteristic is that they are in the domain of the corresponding deity of the pathway. For example, moon represents spirituality, plants, beauty, partial life, partial darkness, and partial bizarreness. Therefore, this pathway has apothecaries in the domain of plants, vampires in the domain of life, and beast tamers in the domain of life and spirituality. Sanguine, Emlyn White emphasized as he raised his chin slightly. This should be the reason why we sanguine are all handsome and beautiful. No, that's not the case. The vampires I've seen are all disgusting and ferocious. Sun retorted softly in his heart. There's such an explanation. It's different from what Captain and Daly said. Different pathways represent different domains of sequence 0. Or perhaps a combination of the two explanations is the most accurate answer. I wonder what domain the sequence 0 of the seer pathway represents. From a symbol on the back of my chair, bizarreness and change? Klein remained calm on the surface, but his thoughts raced. Audrey easily understood Hermit's explanation and couldn't help but guess the name of her pathway's sequence 0. It's definitely not a dragon. There are many types of dragons, and many of their powers aren't included in this pathway. This is closer to the domain represented by a mind dragon. I really hope Mr. Fool can find the corresponding card of blasphemy for this pathway as soon as possible. That book, Gu Rosel's Travels, comes from a race of dragons. I wonder if it has anything to do with a mind dragon. At this moment, Emlyn asked in confirmation. That's right. In other words, if I want to successfully become a Sanguine Viscount, I still have to act as a potions professor, even if I'm a darling of the moon? White, I know you want to emphasize the latter half of the sentence. The fool Klein nearly reached out his right hand and pinched his chin. This was also one of the reasons why he had entrusted Miss Magicians to investigate the abnormality in William Street. He had a nagging feeling that a vampire like Emlyn White, who didn't like going out and socializing, wasn't too reliable at the moment. Another reason was that he knew that he was definitely being monitored by the upper echelons of the Sanguine. Sending him to William Street would easily expose the matter of the underground ruins. Yes, Catlia nodded. The exchange continued and gradually came to an end. Justice Audrey seemed to recall something as she turned her body and looked at the end of the long bronze table. Mr. Fool, the second round of the Government Employee Unified Examination has officially ended today. All that's left is the final interview. Her tone was brisk with obvious joy, as though she was an outstanding student reporting her results to her parents. From her point of view, the Government Employee Unified Examination was a casual suggestion given by Mr. Fool. She had inconspicuously guided it and pushed for it with all her might. It was her first attempt at using beyond her powers to change reality, so she had always been paying close attention to it. From time to time, she would report the situation to the person who made the suggestion. The second round of examinations has ended. I wonder if Banson will be able to pass, and if he has a chance of entering the final interview. Klein leaned back in his chair and suddenly felt wistful. He nodded slightly and said with a smile, That's right. That's right. Audrey, who had received Mr. Fool's praise, became happier. She felt that she had indirectly changed the fate of many people, allowing them, who were originally in the lower middle class of society, to have a chance of entering the upper middle class. Catlia couldn't help but frown as she listened to the exchange. She felt that this was different from the style Tarot had previously displayed. Could it be that the revolution in the Rouen Kingdom in the past 6 months was secretly pushed by Tarot? Miss Justice, a noble lady, played an important role? If that's the case, I'll have to adjust my understanding again. Although the members here aren't of high sequences and don't have high statuses in the organization, they can influence the situation in the world to a certain extent. Catlia retracted her gaze and considered if she should use different channels to gain a deeper understanding of the backstory behind the revolution in Rouen. After a few more minutes of conversation, the fool Klein announced the end of the gathering. As Miss Justice and the others stood up to pay their respects, he severed the connection and leaned back in his chair. He quietly looked at the endless grayish-white fog below him for a long time. Bakeland, in a cafe near Kings Avenue. Melissa held a ceramic spoon and gently stirred the black tea with lemon in it. From time to time, she would tilt her head and look out the window, which was covered by a faint white mist. Her black veil hat was placed on the seat beside her, and in front of her was a plate of the cheapest toast, but she did not take a bite. She was originally worried that sitting here would make the cafe owner unhappy and hinder him from earning more money. However, she later discovered that many people were also waiting here, waiting for the exam opposite to end just like her. As time passed, the mist on the glass window became thicker and thicker. Melissa couldn't help but stretch out her right hand and use her fingers to clear a clear space. Finally, she saw a group of people walk out of the examination room and rush over. She saw the glass window of the coffee shop's wooden door being pushed open, and 7 or 8 men and women entered first. Banson had just taken off his rather old top hat, and before he could comb his rather high hairline with his fingers, he realized that his sister had stood up. She asked nervously. How was the exam today? Was it difficult? It might be difficult for others, but it wasn't a problem for me. Arithmetic is my forte. Vanson looked around and saw that everyone was discussing and no one was paying attention to him. He chuckled and said, when the exam ended, I saw that many people's papers were still blank. Do they think that low-ranking government employees can have arithmetic secretaries? If that's the case, what's the difference between hiring a curly-haired baboon and hiring them? Melissa secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She looked to the side before turning her head back. Vanson, if you're really confident, you should consider the interview. You have to buy a new set of decent clothes. I'll think about it tomorrow. We just need to celebrate today. I've already decided on a restaurant. Vanson smiled and pointed outside. Melissa pursed her lips and looked at her brother very seriously. I've already bought meat and vegetables. Vanson looked at his sister for a few seconds before he looked away in submission. All right, let's go home. Above the gray fog, Klein gradually recovered his train of thought and calmed his emotions. He began to consider how to separate the problem of the true creator's mental corruption from the all-black eye. Chapter 605. In the magnificent palace propped up by stone pillars, Klein sat on a high-back chair, tapping the edge of the long modeled table. He first eliminated the possibility of finding a sequence for unshadowed of the sun pathway. Firstly, he had almost no contact with the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, so it was difficult for him to find anyone to help him. Secondly, he suspected that an unshadowed might not be able to purify the mental corruption in the all-black eye. After all, Catlia's suggestion was aimed at the influence left behind by ordinary rampagers, and this came from the true creator. It's not realistic to seek the help of an angel or a true deity. In theory, I can divine the eternal blazing sun in this mysterious space above the gray fog and use his spontaneous counterattack to shatter the all-black eye and evaporate the mental corruption. But the problem is that he who has experience might be able to invade this place and occupy the gray fog. Then, I'll lose more than I gain. Furthermore, that power that far exceeds my current level will instantly take effect without any delay. It's targeted at me, and I have no time or ability to direct it to the all-black eye. I lack the leeway to do so. Also, it's not something that can be divined through divination. There needs to be a medium. Previously, I used the mutated sun's sacred emblem with the divine blood of the eternal blazing Sunday. It was the true creator's corrupted ear. Currently, the ones with a medium are Mr. Door and the Hidden Sage. I can attempt it through Miss Magician's full moon ravings and Admiral of Stars' pursuit of knowledge. However, there's also the problem of the counterattack not being directed at the all-black eye, and I'm unable to do so. Mr. Aztec hasn't recovered, and Snake of Fate Wala Septon hasn't been born. No matter how I think about it, I can't find an angel to help me. Sigh, I still don't know enough high-level figures. Right? There's still someone who's close to the level of an angel. It's the evil spirit suspected to be king of Angels Medici in the underground ruins of Bakeland. However, this fellow is extremely scheming and hides countless schemes and ill intentions. If it wasn't for the lack of other solutions, I wouldn't even consider it. Yes, taking such a risk isn't worth it. If that's the case, I might as well give up on the all-black eye and search for the main ingredients of a marionettist, which are the powder of an ancient wraith and the core crystal of a six-winged gargoyle. The former might even be in the underworld. From the looks of it, recollecting is one idea, and finding a mystical item like Blood Vessel Thief is another. With the gray fog shielding me, I can use the power of theft to great effect. I can definitely separate the true creator's mental corruption from the all-black eye without fear of it returning. The simplest way to do it is to throw the corrupted mystical item far away once the theft is complete. Then bring the pure all-black eye back to the real world, allowing the two to be physically separated. Where should I find similar mystical items? Mr. the Hanging Man didn't say a word after reading the solution, indicating that he didn't know either. However, he could still ask on the tarot next time. Ma am hermit, Miss Justice. Miss Magician's Little Sun, and Emlyn White all have the corresponding channels and resources. I'll try to find it myself this week, starting with Vice Admiral Iceberg. Her 3 flowery bow ties, Jodson, has the beyonder power of theft. Perhaps he knows where there are similar mystical items. Klein gradually sorted out his thoughts and came up with a preliminary plan. He first did a divination before quickly returning to the real world. He shook off his decadent state of slumping in his reclining chair, drinking and reading newspapers, and quickly set up a ritual. It was still 3 candles, but the difference was that the depiction had been changed to the sacred emblem of the god of knowledge and wisdom, the omniscient eye on an open book. The silver ceremonial dagger had also been replaced with a brass knife. In mysticism, the god of knowledge and wisdom corresponded to the blue star, and the blue star domain's metals were mercury and brass. Klein had long considered the problem of contacting Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards, so he had prepared a set of ingredients for the soulfall ritual. After some work, he burned the corresponding herbal powder and dripped down the essence and extract from lavender and mint. Amidst the fresh, elegant, and mysterious fragrance, Klein took a step back and recited an incantation in ancient Hermes. I pray for the power of knowledge. I pray for the power of reason. I pray for the blessings of the God of wisdom. I pray for you to allow me to communicate with the spirit of the mentor who pursues knowledge, the researcher of spirit world creatures, Vice Admiral Iceberg of the Sea, Edwina Edwards of Lenberg. Klein's voice reverberated as the altar instantly turned cold. Be it the brass holy dagger or the metal bottle, all of them floated up. Success. The golden dream is still within 500 nautical miles. Klein was first delighted before he saw the flames of the 3 candles grow a little longer. They were dyed with a pale white color with a tinge of dark green. He knew that the essence of the soulfall ritual was to release one's body and allow the target's astral projection to attach itself to it to complete an effective communication. This would result in a lack of necessary protection, making it easy for the entity that the soulfall ritual was directed at to harm him. Therefore, he had done a divination ahead of time to determine the danger level of the matter. Furthermore, through their meeting and conversation, he believed that Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina wasn't a person with ill intentions. She could be temporarily trusted. At this moment, the wind inside the wall of spirituality produced a whimpering sound. Klein felt a cold and sinister force descend from the void in an attempt to enter his body. Then, he was surprised to discover that he wasn't as he had expected. He didn't have the strength to resist and control the situation. What's going on? Just as he had this thought, he vaguely saw a thin, formless layer of gray fog around him. This was something special he had gained after advancing to faceless. The gray fog's powers had seeped into reality. As his thoughts raced, Klein didn't hesitate. He suddenly waved his arm and pointed at the coat rack where his coat was hanging. He threw the cold and sinister force over. On the coat rack, his black woolen coat floated up in a strange manner. His arms were raised high in a somewhat clumsy manner. It was as though an invisible person had put on his coat. The black woolen coat floated forward 2 meters before coming to a stop. Its 2 sleeves were raised and interlaced into an X shape. What does that mean? Klein was taken aback for a moment before understanding Vice Admiral Iceberg's meaning. I can't speak without a mouth. I can't write without a palm. That's a little awkward. Klein thought for a moment and went straight to the point. I need a mystical item that can steal the beyonder powers of others. I wonder if you have one, ma'am. If you don't, can you help me ask your third mate, Mr. Flowery Bowtie Jodson? You can write the corresponding answer in a letter and summon my messenger to send it over. The sleeves of the black woolen coat unfolded and pressed down. Then it lost its soul and fell to the ground with a thud, no longer standing straight. Does it mean okay? Klein sighed silently and quickly ended the ritual. He hung the black woolen coat on the coat rack and cleaned it with a brush and handkerchief. Then he wrote a letter and asked Mr. Aztec a similar question. After blowing the copper whistle to summon the messenger and take the letter, Klein enthusiastically tried the third method. He took the paper crane out of his wallet, unfolded it carefully, and wrote on it in pencil. He wrote on it with a pencil. Where can I obtain a mystical item that can steal the beyonder powers of others? Putting down the pencil, Klein followed the lines and completed the restoration of the paper crane. He was very pleased with his improvement. At night, Klein finished reading the prayers of his believers and returned to the real world. He went to the bathroom and took a rather comfortable hot bath. This made him quickly fall asleep after he crawled into bed until he was alarmed by the invasion of a power in his dream. It was the desolate plains and the pitch-black, towering steeple again. Klein very skillfully passed through doors and walls until he reached the depths of the steeple. There were still tarot cards scattered here. They were placed around the protruding ground in the middle, as though they were declaring something. However, as a seer, Klein could only make chaotic and contradictory interpretations. The text on the protruding area had been updated. The silver words formed 3 sentences. The first sentence was, "I'm just a child that hasn't been born." Klein's expression froze as though he heard a baby cry. "Please, don't make things difficult for me. It's tiring to communicate like this." The second sentence was equally simple. "The clue is on you." The third sentence was, "Don't ask me what the clue is because I don't know either." That is to say, Snake of Fate will Septon foresaw that the clue is on me, but he's unable to predict what it is exactly. It feels like a charlatan's divination. No, I can't say that. I can't scold myself. Klein memorized the hint, exited the dream, and fell asleep again until dawn. After breakfast, he began recalling the items and experiences he had in search of the so-called clues. At this moment, his spiritual perception was triggered as he quickly activated his spirit vision. The skeleton messenger was still huge, but unlike before, its head didn't pierce through the ceiling. This was because it had drilled out from the floor, and most of its body was on the floor below. Under such circumstances, it looked straight at Klein and placed the reply letter in his palm. Seeing the messenger quickly disintegrate and fall like a waterfall, Klein was stunned for 2 seconds before he muttered in amusement and exasperation. He muttered in exasperation and amusement. "That's polite. You're becoming more and more considerate. Ever since I knew that it wouldn't be transferred to me, I've changed a lot." Klein quickly retracted his gaze, unfolded the letter, and read Mr. Aztec's reply. "The pathway to steal the beyonder powers of others is the Marauder pathway. In the 4th epoch, it belonged to the Amon family, the Zoroast family, and the Jacob family. After the War of the 4 Emperors, they rarely appeared again. It said that a portion of them formed an alliance and called themselves the Hermits of Fate. I can't recall any more details. You can start with the descendants of these 3 families. Amon. So Blasphemer is referring to this pathway? The Jacob family is one of the 5 archangel families of the Tudor dynasty, along with Abraham, Amon, Antigonus, and Tamara. As for the Zoroast family, it's the Solomon Empire. Hermits of Fate. Fate, hermits. The clue is on me. Klein suddenly sat up straight as he thought of an item. It was a mysterious badge from Lenivus. The symbols on it were fate and concealment. P.S. I recommend a book written by a fellow reader, Flying Over the Apocalyptic Wastelands. Guns, evolution, abilities, genes, companies, factions, and civilization. As a crippled former immortal cultivator, how was he Ingwu to survive in this land? This was the story of a former immortal cultivator in the apocalyptic wastelands. It was also a story of unconventional cultivation and unconventional evolution. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version website.